All men dream, but not equally. Those who dream by night in the dusty recesses of their minds wake in the day to find it was vanity. But the dreamers of the day are dangerous men, for they may act their dreams with open eyes to make it possible. T.E. Lawrence, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, A Triumph. Prologue. Last week of Ramadan, August 2011, Tripoli, Libya. In the dark hours of the early morning, my cell buzzed and a thin voice gave me the news. Bad guys with guns were heading our way. This was a city at war, and the thugs who kept Muammar Gaddafi in power were savages. But like hyenas, they were most dangerous when desperate and cornered. For days, I'd carefully dodged Gaddafi's hit teams from the Mukhabarat el-Jamahiriya as they stepped up their hunt for the rebels. I'd kept one step ahead of them at each turn, but now, somehow, overnight, they'd found me. I got up from the couch I was sleeping on in the front room of the 3-story concrete villa and grabbed my rifle, an AK-47. As far as I could tell, I was the only American operator in this part of Libya. Gaddafi's men were hunting the rebels, the opposition. It was going to be a long, hot night. Sumo, wake up. The young Asian, a 20-something freelance photographer, was snoring just a few feet from me on another couch. I'd met him a few days earlier at the docks in Malta as I'd waited to board the old Korean-run, Filipino-crewed, Libyan-flagged fishing boat that brought us into this war-torn nation. It was his first time in this region, and he thought I worked for a news agency. I doubted his chances of surviving this war zone alone, so I let him tag along. I figured I could pawn him off to a real news crew at the first opportunity. "We're out of here in 2 minutes," I said, pulling the shoulder strap of my tan Kifaru tail gunner pack over my head and swinging it around to my front. Weighing nearly 12 pounds and about the size of a large football, it held my essentials. A loaded pistol, given to me when I came ashore, along with 3 spare mags of ammo, 4 loaded rifle magazines, also a gift upon arrival, a PVS 14-3 night vision monocular, a Medford TS-1 fixed-blade knife, a Garmin Oregon 400T GPS, and a Fortrex 401 GPS for backup. There was a Ranger Lensatic compass signal mirror, Quest protein bars, gunshot kit, Thuraya sat phone, laminated map, Cipro antibiotics, Imodium, infrared strobe, Velcro U.S. flag patch, passport, $5,000 in U.S. cash, extra batteries for everything, and, most important, a laminated copy of 2 letters giving me authorization for being here. Then I shouldered my Kifaru AG-1 main pack with everything else I brought in, including a compact sleeping bag, a change of clothes, a fold-out solar panel to charge my electronics, a Panasonic Toughbook computer, spare sat phone antenna, more batteries for everything, Camelback water purification bottle system, a dark brown Katoma one-man shelter, more protein bars, a larger first aid kit, and other odds and ends. I put the big 50-pound pack on last, just in case I had to ditch it. That way I'd still have the smaller bag, the tail gunner with my essentials for survival, hooked to my body. I pulled the mag out from my AK-47 to make sure it was topped off, then hooked it back into the rifle, tugged on it to make sure it was seated, and then chambered around. Last thing I wanted was to have my magazine fall out of my gun. It was a training habit from decades on firing ranges, but it was important. After getting my gear ready and wiping the cobwebs from my brain, I formed a loose plan that revolved around one concept: get the crap out of here. I woke the rest of our party: Sleepy, a former Libyan ambassador who'd defected and who'd brought me to this place; Hakeem, his good friend who'd owned the house we were visiting; and the boy, his preteen son. Sleepy opened his eyes wide from a deep sleep, then squinted, recoiling at the sound of my voice as if stung by a wasp. "Mr. Jamie, what is going on?" Kamel called. "Gaddafi's men are heading here right now. They know you and I are here, and they also think our host is General Hakeem." The man whose villa we were borrowing, Mr. Hakeem, apparently had a name similar to that of a rebel leader. The caller, Kamel, was a significant leader in the Misrata rebellion. He was good at fundraising and coordinating the influx of men and weapons. He apparently also had really strong connections into the intel networks in Tripoli. If we didn't die tonight, I'd be happily adding him to the list of people to whom I owed my life. We didn't have time to screw around. I didn't know when Kamel's team had intercepted the call or how far away the hit team might even be. Our only security right now was speed. Just get out of here. Meet me at the front of the house and be ready to leave in 2 minutes. Tripoli was exploding, but my company's operation in Libya was shaping up. We had a forward staging base in Malta, manned by one of our support staffers, and an operations center in Charlotte, North Carolina, run by Odell International. My partner, Dee, and I had been in and out of the country, collecting critical information on the state of the insurrection and pushing it back to Washington, D.C. We had estimates of the strength of the rebel brigades, which were set up to help secure the country, the extent of radical Islamist penetrations of the insurgency and those brigades, the locations and destinations of shipments of deadly surface-to-air missiles, man-portable air defense systems, called manpads, and anything else that seemed germane. We'd been responding to the Department of Defense and other RFIs, or requests for information, about certain people and places. When it was all wrapped up, I knew I'd have to brief Congresswoman Myrick, the Anti-Terrorism Caucus, and others on what we found. But first, I had to get out of Libya alive, and I wasn't eager to make another run into the crazy streets, where a confrontation could easily leave me dead and bleeding out. The previous day, around lunchtime, I was in the courtyard trying to get a sat phone signal to send a sitrep, situation report, back to our ops center, when a loud crack ripped the air, and then another. Within seconds, Hakeem's phone started playing a ridiculous ringtone on the highest volume setting, and he announced that there was a sniper in our neighborhood, as if the shots weren't evidence enough. Hakeem, an out-of-shape middle-aged businessman with a growing paunch before the war, now ran upstairs and came back with his AK-47 and 2 magazines. Then he ran out the front door. This is the way people get killed, I remember thinking. Hakeem lived in one of the ritziest areas of the city. It reminded me of the west side of Houston, but it was as dangerous as the worst gang turf in Southern California. The dictator's sons had homes nestled among the tree-lined boulevards that sat between Gergerish Road and Gorgie Street, just a few blocks from the psychiatric hospital. How fitting that Hakeem, who had no formal training in fighting, wanted to go hunting snipers. He belonged in that asylum, I half-joked to myself. "They say it's a single shooter. He's up a few blocks that way," Hakeem said, pointing toward the rear of his house in his broken English. I wasn't here to hunt snipers. My job was to relay information to D.C., not to go on a foot patrol with a guy who barely knew how to work his rifle. But I needed to keep building trust with these people, and of course Hakeem had opened his home to me, a port in a dangerous storm. Hospitality is an ancient sacrament in Muslim countries. I cursed under my breath as I pulled on my Oakleys, shouldered my rifle, checked the mag and chamber, and nodded to Hakeem, saying, "Yalla Serbi. Go, quickly." Leaving the house, we circled left and moved low along a wall toward the street corner. I dropped prone to the concrete and crawled to the edge, poking my eyeball around and studying the empty tree-lined street. But for a few cars, rocks, and trash, there was nothing really to see. Hakeem's phone rang again, startling both of us. I yanked my head back from the corner, yell-whispering at him to end that noise. Junk like that we called a noise ND, short for negligent discharge. Have an ND, whether with a gun, flashlight, phone, or radio, and you direct the enemy to your position from the noise or light, and you never want to do that. It makes everyone around you hate you. "Hakeem, shut that thing off before you get a shot. Just take a deep breath," I told him as he got off the phone. He removed his wire-rimmed glasses and wiped the sweat with his sleeve as it dripped down into his now saucer-size eyes. "The sniper is in Gaddafi's son's house on the roof. It is not far from here," he whispered. The home of Gaddafi's heir apparent was abandoned now. It had become a place for squatters and now a sniper. I couldn't see it from my position, but Hakeem seemed to have a clear line of sight from his. Here's a hint. If you can see the enemy, he most likely can see you too. Another pair of shots came from the house. It sounded like the same weapon as before, a high-powered rifle firing supersonic ammo. But I noticed that each shot produced a single report. If he'd been aiming in our direction, there would have been two, the sound of the bullet breaking the sound barrier, followed by the muzzle discharge a second or so later. This guy was shooting anything that moved, but we weren't in his sights right now. We had to stay out of view of that house. Long ago, I learned the basic rubric for shooting and moving under fire. It was motion, distance, angles, cover, and concealment. MDAC for short. First, we needed to keep moving because it's harder to hit a moving target. Our direction was important too. We needed to move at an angle to the shooter, not on a straight line, which was far easier to hit. Lastly, Hakeem and I also needed to find cover to stop bullets and conceal our position, cars, trees, or walls. There's a significant difference between cover, which stops a bullet, and concealment, which might not. This sniper had the advantage at a distance because we were assuming he had a scoped weapon and we didn't. But if we could get in the house at close quarters, that scope would become as useless as an ejection seat on a helicopter. I grabbed Hakeem by the shoulder and pointed to the wall across the street, then bolted for it, running low. I slid into the sidewalk and curb on the other side and motioned for him to come, while I covered his movement. Then, as we moved down the wall, another shot rang out. This time I heard 2 reports. The guy was firing our way now. Hakeem stopped and reached for that darn ringing phone again. I was up near the wall as tightly as I could get, my rifle aimed toward the end of the street where the house was, though I still couldn't see it behind the row of trees blocking our view of the roof lines. He took the call, then, eyes wide, gave me the update. People from the neighborhood have seen him on the roof. He's on the far side of the house, not this side. Many people are coming to kill him in that direction. We started to move forward when the sniper's next 2 rounds were answered by an absolute onslaught of automatic weapons fire from the street off to our front right. We both hit the ground, hugging up against the corner of the wall, covering our heads. It's never a bad thing to have reinforcements in a gunfight, or any fight for that matter, but your life can depend on them knowing whether you're a friend or foe. With us situated on the opposite side of the building, it might be easy for them to mistake us for the sniper and shift fire onto us instead. When the shooting let up, we moved quickly, crouching low, reaching the gate of a house next to the one the sniper was using. I mule-kicked the gate, and we pushed inside. I scanned over my sights and cleared the courtyard, then turned my sights up high left toward the roofline of the other house. 3 more cracks of a rifle brought another massive barrage of automatic fire tearing through the air, followed by a wild, yelling, chaotic commotion out in the street. I heard doors and glass being broken, and the sounds of people running and yelling, shooting, and more yelling. Someone had the same idea we did. Get into that house. An 8-foot wall separated our courtyard from the house where the sniper was hiding. I grabbed a white plastic chair, stood on it, and pulled myself over the wall, spider-dropped, landing in a crouch, bringing my rifle up again and looking for something to shoot. I heard scraping sounds and labored breathing behind me and realized Hakeem was struggling to follow. Pull-ups apparently weren't in his daily PT regimen. He finally dropped in a sweating, exhausted heap onto the ground next to me. To our right sat a ransacked SUV stripped to the bone. Hakeem got in front of me, saw someone he knew moving in the house, and yelled something in Arabic. Running, they headed to a door, went in, and started for the stairs. We followed them, tight, because I knew that a stranger like me, a Westerner, was just as likely to be shot as the sniper. I gripped Hakeem with my non-firing hand, keeping him close, practically wearing him as we climbed to the second level. More shooting and shouting punched and echoed down through the stone and marble structure as we raced up the ornately curved stairs to the next level. Blood was on the steps and the wall, smeared where someone had placed a hand going up or down. We pushed through a door on the flat roof of the building and found a bleeding black guy dressed in a dark gray, stained hooded sweatshirt, flip-flops, and baggy, oversized camouflage pants. It was our sniper. He was shot nearly everywhere and was bleeding out. The low plaster and concrete wall in front of where he lay had been shredded by a storm of lead and full-metal jacketed rounds. The mob had knocked him down in a hail of bullets, then rushed up and shot him many more times at point-blank range for good measure. A martyr might have called it a good way to die, but truthfully, it was just the risk he ran working for a madman. It was around this time when the townsfolk noticed me. Hakeem immediately spoke up on my behalf and stood between us, their faces becoming less threatening by the second. A few reached to shake my hand. Many seemed surprised to find an American helping to protect their neighborhood. But all that was yesterday. As we hit the street again, at news of a hit team coming our way, I knew that tonight could easily be a different story. Sumo, Sleepy, and Hakeem were waiting by the front door with the kid, Hakeem's son, all dressed in a mix of pajamas, flip-flops, jeans, and house shoes. The old man had on a blue terry cloth robe with the belt dangling along the floor. The kid had a brown sheet around his shoulders. Were the killers coming for us, for this family tonight, because of what happened yesterday on the roof? Had I been compromised somehow by the locals? "We're going to move out into the street and go up the road to your grandfather's house," I said to Hakeem. "I'm going to be in the front. Everyone get right behind someone and stay quiet. Don't bunch up and don't walk in the middle of the road. Stay right behind me and watch where you step. Don't make noise. Stay tight, and you're last," I said, pointing to Sleepy. "Make sure we don't lose anybody. Everybody clear on this?" Sleepy translated and nodded yes, so I opened the door and stepped out into the blackness. Gun at my shoulder, I scanned the courtyard through my sights, moving across the open ground toward the gate. In the distance, to my right toward the marina, tracer fire licked up into the night sky, and then I heard the report. From the delay, about 10 seconds, I judged it to be roughly 2 miles from us. Slowly, carefully, I took my non-firing hand and worked the squeaky metal gate handle, worrying the entire time that everyone in the neighborhood would hear it. I scanned up one side and down the other, then, slipping through to the street, we turned left, hugging the edge away from the center of the road, but keeping a few feet from the walls and buildings. Moving down the middle of a road gets you noticed, and that's how you get shot. Tonight, anyone could have seen our black silhouettes against the flat paved road. All the streetlights had been shot out, but the moonlight picked up anything shiny. So we made our way along the sidewalks under the canopy of trees, but also where broken concrete, rocks, and debris littered the ground, making walking quietly a challenge. I moved as quickly as I could, scanning over my rifle sights up, down, left, and right, rooftops, corners, under cars. Any movement got my attention. My rifle stock and elbows were tucked in, and the weight of my pack was cutting sharply into my shoulders. My senses were on fire, and my eyes were open so wide that my forehead ached as I tried to take in as much ambient light as I could. I directed my vision slightly off-center to where I wanted to go, to allow the rod cells in my eyes to make maximum use of their abilities, since my cones had gone off duty when it got dark. My night vision device stayed in my pack. I didn't have the head mount for it and mainly used it for static observation anyway. Besides, I needed both hands free. My 21-plus years of experience and training was all that stood between my gaggle of refugees and serious problems. At night in this hostile city, controlled by Gaddafi's hit teams, they could be coming from any direction. If we were shot down in the street, who would ever know? I was an American contractor. I wasn't officially here, at least according to my government. I'd gotten off a boat, had no passport stamp, and could just disappear into the haze that was Libya at war. As we moved to a 4-way intersection, blocked in every direction with rocks, chairs, tables, and tires, a machine gun ripped the night air nearby, much closer this time. I heard a vehicle engine start up. Was it bad guys, or just some fellow reparking his car? At least I didn't have to worry about them driving up on us. We threaded our way through the makeshift barricades and made our turn south, just a few blocks to go. Lights from a vehicle washed over the intersection we'd just passed through. More automatic weapons fire, but I had no idea what they were shooting at. Now it was closer still. Nearby I could hear the engine of a truck or car racing and men yelling. Were they searching the adjacent streets? Were the killers close? I couldn't tell if the trucks and shooting were friendly or not, but if we didn't hurry, we stood a good chance of being caught out in the open and gunned down. Moving quickly but not running, my senses alive to every sound, every shadow, I had a strange thought of my dad back home in Mississippi where I was raised. I sure could have used his help tonight. Once, when our farm pond became infested with aggressive water moccasins, Dad strapped on his Smith & Wesson .357 Magnum revolver, loaded with rat shot, got on the orange Kubota tractor and rumbled out. A few minutes later, from the house, we children heard the battle. He shot snake after snake with that pistol. Most, we later saw, were hit right in their black heads. When the Libyans and I reached the block where the house was, I told them to hide up against the wall under a tree. Then I edged up close to the property. I heard nothing. No movement inside the gated courtyard. I motioned them forward. When we reached the front gate to the 3-story house, I slowly worked the gate handle. It was locked. I looked back to Hakeem and made an unlocking motion with my left hand as if I had a key, then whispered to Sumo, "Does he have a key?" pointing to Hakeem. He passed the question back. Hakeem shook his head no. "Get the kid over that wall and tell him to open this gate." Sumo and Sleepy lifted the featherweight preteen onto the top of the 8-foot security wall, which luckily was not covered with broken glass. While they did this, I looked for work, scanning both ends of the street for someone to shoot. Moments later, metal scraped, hinges screamed, and the gate opened. Didn't they know about WD-40 over here? I slipped inside and scanned the immediate area for threats, then motioned everyone in. Counting them off as they filed past, I looked up and down the street once more, then shut the gate behind the last man. Sleepy wedged a piece of wood into the handle on the inside to keep it from being opened again from the street. As we hustled across the courtyard to the front door of the house, Hakeem took a knee in the garden and started digging. Grinning broadly in the pale moonlight, he held a brass key to the front door and blew dirt off it. We hustled inside, and I sent everybody up the stairs to the roof. A door opened out onto a terrace surrounded by a 3 or 4 foot wall. I saw plastic lawn chairs, the obligatory satellite TV dish, a clothesline holding laundry snapping softly in the gentle, salty Mediterranean breeze, a water bucket, and a few other housekeeping items scattered around. "Lock the door and brace it, then you guys get down and get some rest. I'll keep watch," I told Sumo and Sleepy. I was pouring sweat and was exhausted from the movement, from the events earlier in the day, from the boat ride, from just about everything. But from 3 floors up, I could see both ends of the street in either direction. I heard the low, staccato sounds of automatic weapons in the distance. I didn't know where the bad guys were, but if anyone figured out we were here, they'd have to drive straight at us down that street. From up high, behind the cover of this thick concrete wall, I figured I could do a decent job on them. But the image of the sniper, perforated and bled out, stuck in my head. No stronghold was impregnable. I didn't know what the morning would bring. I never do. That's my job. Today, our new company name is Gray Solutions, but our mission is the same, and we are who the big guys, governments, agencies, and international organizations, call when they don't want anyone to know they've got skin in the game. By 2011, when I hit Libya as a private contractor, I was seasoned in the business, a professional trained in battle, espionage, intelligence, and planning. Today, at 45, I'm more operationally seasoned and more physically fit than ever in my life. My men and I can shoot an 8-inch target at 20 feet away in a dead sprint, and can draw handguns and hit targets the size of the bottom of a Coke can in 0.85 seconds on average. The teams that my company puts together today are subtle, quiet, yet any of them alone can unleash destruction with accuracy unrivaled by almost any private outfit on Earth. I previously served as a blue-badged federal employee in the Central Intelligence Agency. In it were some of the savviest paramilitary warriors America ever turned out. Every unit, Delta, SEAL Team 6, Force Recon, will say they're the top, and everyone will argue that they're better and badder or take on hairier missions than the other groups. Bottom line, they're all great units made up of true American heroes, and I'm not here for a schoolyard debate about whose dad is toughest. Each unit has its own focus and specialties. But men go through tremendously difficult selection and training and are capable of engaging the enemy anywhere on Earth, under any conditions. Hard men doing hard work. Operators work out on a limb with no backup team waiting in the wings to pull their butts out of the fire. They are the President's most lethal paramilitary tools. I also served as a contractor with the CIA on the teams that take case officers out into hot spots around the globe and make sure they make it home alive. In the course of my time with the CIA, I learned to shoot practically any weapon I put my hands on, use a vehicle as a weapon or a means of escape with the precision of a surgeon's scalpel, detect surveillance in a crowded New Delhi street, blow up a truck with items found in your kitchen cabinets, or hit a guy just once to end it all. We could fight aboard commercial aircraft using just what was readily available, navigate a small boat and link up with submarines off the coast of a hostile country, or set up surveillance outposts on top of mountains in Pakistan and live for months. Specialists could penetrate nearly any structure on Earth, steal whatever was required, even the safe itself, and leave nothing but smoking holes in the floor where the bolts had been, not even DNA. Masters of mayhem, yet men who could blend into a crowd in nearly any place on Earth, do the job, and then disappear like morning mist when it sees the sun. One day, operators are armed to the teeth, running hard to a target, and another you could find them carrying suitcases stuffed with millions of dollars for tribal leaders, buying supplies and loyalty, and making things happen in a very different way. Covert predators who leave no fingerprints and who are proud to claim the designation of operator. The term operator was created decades ago to bridge the gap between the soldier and the spy. But today it seems that everyone who's ever held a gun claims the label. An operator is someone who can fight his way out of a problem but wears no uniform. He is skilled at fighting, espionage, and gathering information, making drops, detecting surveillance, and meeting agents, but he or she lives in a kind of gray zone, playing chess in the dark. This isn't a life of 007 suits, ties, or cocktail parties, but Carhartts, beards, sunburned faces, AK-47s, and Bedouin tents. This is how the CIA gets its hands dirty. It is the dagger inside the cloak. Today, I'm on the private side, and we're known as contractors, a term that can apply to a wide variety of skill sets and jobs. Construction workers hired to build barracks on a U.S. base in Kabul are contractors, as were truck drivers who hauled fuel to army units in Iraq, and former soldiers, sailors, and police officers who stand guard at U.S. embassies. But there is another type of contractor, a specialized contractor who works what's called the black side. My team and I quietly help agencies like the CIA with things to which they don't want to be connected. We work for the FBI collecting information or snatching suspects in places such as Iran where they can't send their personnel. We work for foreign heads of state who have been dethroned by illegal coups, and we put them back into power. We work for members of Congress as well as Fortune 100 companies, gathering information on their foreign competitors or protecting their executives when they have to go into questionable countries. We work for the Department of Defense, training members of their various services to protect generals and admirals stationed in extremely hostile places. We work for the Nuclear Emergency Support Teams, NEST, teaching them to detect surveillance, to escape pursuit, and to use a vehicle like a weapon. We are force multipliers, and we get the job done. We are contractors in that we get paid the same way, by check or wire most of the time. But there have been a few times when I was paid in cash slid across a restaurant table in a manila envelope from an undisclosed U.S. federal agency. But our role, our way of life, and our tradecraft, the way we do our job, is far, far different from standing guard at an embassy, guarding a CIA base, or driving a fuel truck. In a fight, there's no preliminary shoving match, no shouting. We don't say anything at all. We just move with as much speed, violence, and efficiency as humanly possible. It's not pretty, it probably doesn't make for good TV, but there are no points for style, just winning. We don't yell for a breacher to come blow down a door like in the movies. Our guys see what's needed, step around the stack, set their charges without a word being spoken, and the door disappears with a loud bang and a gray cloud of smoke. We don't crack silly jokes in helicopters flying to a target. We don't get smashed in bars on the weekend and get into bar fights. It's like the difference between watching freshmen on a college campus and a grad student. One is just happy to be there, and the other is ready to get about their business. We are mature. Most of us have families, most go to church, and we know our business. Simply, we are professional warriors who inhabit the gray world where leaving a track behind can get you killed or embarrass your client. In the world's most brutal places, you learn the little things or you die. Stop at the wrong vehicle checkpoint in Syria, and you'll find yourself folded in half and stuffed into a car tire to be beaten to death with iron rods in a pale concrete office somewhere. Say the wrong thing at a meeting with an Afghan warlord, and you'll be buried out back in the goat pen by morning. Choose the wrong hotel in Karachi, and you'll get a visit from the Pakistani Inter-Services Intelligence Agency, and have a fair chance of disappearing into a black hole from which there is no rescue. We don't get black diplomatic passports that give us immunity. We're on our own. Failed to notice the street sweeper who takes a little too much interest in your car as you leave your hotel in Iran, and you'll meet the Revolutionary Guard, be arrested, and end up tortured and killed like Beirut Station Chief Bill Buckley. Iran will never acknowledge they have you, and U.S. government officials will publicly deny they ever knew you. You'll discover that the dank green walls of Evin Prison never let in the light of day. Our world is savage, hard, and governed by 200-proof Darwinian logic. Either you make yourself strong and smart and survive, or you get slaughtered. I have tried to live by that all around the globe, from Libya to Iraq to Russia to Pakistan. At home, it takes days to readjust to the life of Starbucks and Walmart, and sometimes I still drive to the local grocery store like I'm in a place where people still want to kill me, freaking my children out. What the government has allowed me to tell of my story will give you a glimpse into the way the world really works behind the news, and a look into the future. At a time when the conventional military's footprint is shrinking around the globe, we are part of the new wave of American warfare, like it or not. The business of life is about accumulating memories and experiences. This is not a treatise on geopolitics. These are a few of mine. Welcome to my gray world. Part 1. The Rise of the Rebels. Chapter 1. Libya. Late February 2011, Washington, D.C. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, "Whom shall send, and who will go for us?" And I said, "Here am I. Send me." Isaiah 6:8, New International Version. I pulled my coat up tighter around my neck to ward off the frigid East Coast wind as it whistled through the parking garage and stole away any vestige of warmth I had left. Shouldering my day pack, I hit the button on my key fob and listened for the chirp-chirp telling me my car was locked. I could hear car tires turning on pavement, engines running, and the occasional horn on the streets below from someone running late to work. In the distance, an ambulance announced its need to get somewhere. My phone vibrated against my belt as I stepped into the elevator to go up to my office. My secretary, Barbara, said I had a call waiting from a staff member from the office of Congresswoman Sue Myrick, Republican, North Carolina. I knew her well. She was a woman whom the terrorists wanted dead, and my company, SCG LLC, had provided her with armed security since the shooting of Congresswoman Gabrielle Giffords in Arizona on January 8, 2011. Congresswoman Myrick was permanently at risk, but that didn't stop her. A fit, slight woman of 70 with short, dark hair and a quick smile, Myrick, who took office in 1995, founded the Congressional Anti-Terrorism Caucus and chaired the House Subcommittee on Terrorism, HUMINT, Human Intelligence, Analysis, and Counterintelligence. Closely tied to the intelligence community, she was a tough-minded American patriot and deputy minority whip in the House. Her driving concern was the rise of radical militant Islam, and she faced death threats nearly every day from Africa, the Middle East, and around the world. It was so bad that she had to change her congressional email address regularly. I took the call on the way up. "Sue was wondering," said her aide who handled military affairs, "if your team might have any insight into the Libyan crisis and the rebels in particular. We know you've probably got resources beyond normal government channels, and she trusts you guys and wants your input." SCG LLC was a small, quiet outfit that provided a full suite of services, from intelligence and security support to special operations and tactical training, all for an elite, select client list of governments, corporations, agencies, and families around the globe. We were not a security company, but we provided that service, and we have had our people in Kabul, Islamabad, Cairo, and even on the U.S. Gulf Coast helping establish order for the state of Mississippi following Hurricane Katrina's wrath. We were not a training company, but we taught soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, FBI agents, SWAT personnel, CIA staff, and allied foreign troops for more than 10 years in everything from Pashtun language and combat medicine to lockpicking and driving armored trucks. We were not a private military or intelligence company, But we put boots on the ground in every major conflict zone since 9/11, provided intelligence on terrorists and coups, and even provided a highly focused opposition research service to select political clientele. In a way, we were a hybrid of the Defense Department and CIA, but on a far, far smaller and leaner scale. We had several departments: operations, training, intel, logistics, and admin, and each one worked to support the others. We had all the essential bells and whistles, from satellite phones to encrypted voice calls, email, and text messaging. We could track our people or our sensitive equipment anywhere on Earth and see their position on one of the big screens in our operations center. Once, my folks tracked me as I walked down into the vast red mountainous canyons near Petra in southern Jordan to meet an asset, not an easy feat with the signal being blocked by the towering cliffs lining that path. We had video teleconferencing and could pull up our teams nearly anywhere on Earth except the North or South Poles for a face-to-face meeting. We used armored vehicles when necessary. Many looked like taxicabs or beaters, a tactic we developed for Iraq and Afghanistan way before others were doing it. We also had B-7, near-presidential-level protected Suburbans complete with run-flat tires, SATCOM units, full medical trauma kits, automatic fire extinguishers under the hood, and door handles that shocked bad guys if they tried opening them. Our men and women come from the best in the covert operations and intelligence world: CIA, Delta, ST-6, SEAL Team 6, 22nd SAS, Special Air Service, FBI HRT, Hostage Rescue Team, Britain's MI5 and MI6. We had our own in-house B&E, breaking and entering, specialists, and we had the contract to teach the U.S. Navy's famous Red Cell Team, based now at Little Creek, Virginia, and called by another name entirely, on how to break into protected buildings housing secure servers and other high-tech hardware. But we didn't take just any client and didn't accept just any contract. We were choosy and thus able to offer top-notch service anywhere on God's green and brown earth. We even brought in a psychologist who ran tests on every operator, instructor, and ops manager to determine what the optimum psychological profile looked like for future hires. We once took an American client to a Middle Eastern nation during the height of the Iranian war threat, and our team not only took all the standard security precautions, but went so far as to recon evacuation routes out in the event of a regional war. This included even identifying borrowing a boat from a local marina and sailing it to Cyprus in case all other legal travel options like airplanes and cars failed. I'd learned all these lessons about quality control the hard way from my time as vice president of Blackwater USA and also as the founding director of Blackwater Security Company. But on this cold winter day, I had to meet with Congresswoman Myrick. My team and I had escorted her abroad, and we had reported to her on the Egyptian revolt and the Muslim Brotherhood. I'd gone there, seen it firsthand, and had become her unofficial intelligence advisor, along with Dr. Walid Fares, who advised her on counterterrorism issues. In 2012, he would be appointed as one of the senior national security advisors to presidential candidate Mitt Romney and was a co-chair of his working group on the Middle East and North Africa. Why Walid wasn't advising the National Security Council, NSC, was a mystery, because he definitely knew what he was talking about, as I came to find out over the next few months and years. "I'll email you what we have, and I can be there when she's free. Just name the date," I said to Myrick's aide. "The day after tomorrow," he said, adding that the Congresswoman wasn't getting anything responsive to her questions from the Obama administration. "She thinks you guys might be able to give a more balanced view." At the meeting in D.C., Congresswoman Myrick waved me to a chair like a gracious schoolteacher receiving a wayward pupil. Just off the reception area, her office was well appointed, with her desk in front of a large window, paintings hung from the wall amid mementos from her home state. We sat informally and talked about the president's apparent hesitancy to support the Libyan rebels and what Gaddafi's opponents might need. I suggested that to help them it would be important to identify the rebel sympathies and build relationships with their leaders, while staying alert to the fact that we needed to be careful to avoid dealing with militant Islamists, but I emphasized that I wasn't an expert on Libyan politics or the rebellion. Of course, I got the context. All through the Middle East, threats to existing U.S. interests went hand in hand with the advancement of radical Islamist fundamentalists. The Arab Spring had unfolded in mid-December in 2010 in Tunisia as the tired and oppressed took to the streets, protested unemployment, sorry living conditions, the high cost of food, and lack of freedom. When a simple, lowly street vendor set himself on fire, Facebook and Twitter made his martyrdom a worldwide tsunami that struck North Africa and the Persian Gulf. In less than 30 days, Tunisia had a new government, and that was just the start. Other waves started in Algeria, Jordan, and Oman, but in Egypt they became tidal forces. The bloody rebellion there climaxed in February 2011 with the fall of the long-ruling dictator Hosni Mubarak and the subsequent destabilization and eventual takeover of the country by the terrorist group turned political party, the Muslim Brotherhood. Momentum built in other nations ruled by Sunni governments that had long suppressed their minority Shiite populations. Some saw it as underdog freedom fighters toppling bullies who lined their pockets as their peoples suffered. I saw something else. In the Muslim world, much of the violence that takes place is due to clashes between Shiites and the other major sect, the Sunni. The differences go back to a dispute over who was in charge of the Muslim faith after Muhammad died 632 years after Jesus, God's Son, walked the earth. I'm oversimplifying, but the Sunnis thought the new leader should be elected, and the Shiites thought the leadership should stay within the family of Muhammad. The Sunnis, a larger faction, won the day, and the Prophet Muhammad's close friend and advisor, Abu Bakr, became the first HMIC, the head Muslim in charge. Officially, they called him their caliph, and he ruled as sort of a head of state over the caliphate, the name for a Muslim state run by one religious leader. Since then, the Shiites have fought the Sunnis for control because they don't recognize the authority of the elected Muslim leaders, who, for the most part, have been Sunnis. That explains why, in a very oversimplified way, religious violence erupts regularly around the world as each group attempts to seize control from the other in this peaceful religion. But during the Arab Spring, fleeing despots left vacuums in nations raging with sectarian tensions like these, all stoked by radical Islamists, some with terrorist sympathies and links to groups such as Al-Qaeda. Militant fundamentalist Islamists, the terrorists, and the Iranian thugocracy basically saw opportunity there. The Muslim Brotherhood, terrorists bent on promoting radical Islam, were eager to assume power in Cairo. Across the region, questionable leaders were poised to exploit the chaos, while Iran unspooled plots stretching from Saudi Arabia to Morocco. Vital U.S. relationships wavered as the geopolitics of the Middle East transformed. At the same time, places we'd had terrible relations with, like Libya and Syria, were now potentially opening up to us, if we'd just get involved and engage them. But the MENA, Middle East and North Africa area, has always been an enigma to the West, thanks to the left-of-center media reports. Religious conservatives there are perceived by liberal Western academics as the victims, while U.S. religious conservatives are portrayed in just the opposite way. The United States is treated as the bad guy out to conquer land and steal oil, when in reality the United States has overthrown evil, cruel dictators like Saddam Hussein, who boiled victims alive. Once the dictators were gone, the U.S. tried to help the people set up their own governments. Then the media says that terrorists like the Muslim Brotherhood are really just poor folks oppressed, trying to gain freedom, while the area's real religious minority, the Jews, are painted as the bad guys, the oppressors. Reports like that only serve to complicate what was already a very complex place. In a way, I can understand journalists' goals. Simplifying complex patterns allows people to see underlying critical truths they might otherwise miss. But because reality is, by its very nature, complex, too much simplification leads to an unsophisticated view of the world, and that seems to be what was happening at the beginning of 2011. So the questions about Libya were not wholly unexpected. Who were our friends? Who were our enemies? How could we steer them away from the militant Islamists, fundamentalists, and terrorists? If Gaddafi fell, who would take over? With whom would they ally themselves? For the sake of American influence, we had to seize the chance to befriend, or at least not antagonize, the new leaders. But we would have to move quickly, because the bad guys were also moving. Myrick's concern was threefold. First, she didn't want U.S. aid money falling into the wrong hands. If we were going to help the Libyan rebels, we had to know who they were, so supplies didn't wind up going to bad guys. Second, she wanted intervention directed toward stopping Gaddafi murdering his own people. Third, she wanted to see the United States build a relationship with the dictator's successor. Helping defeat Gaddafi could win us friends throughout the Middle East, creating new channels for intelligence and economic partnerships, while preventing al-Qaeda from getting its people into a new government where it could co-opt Libya, as it had done in Afghanistan and was working to do in Yemen and Iraq. We had to get on the ground and map the human terrain. You can't forge relationships over a phone line or predict what someone will do based on satellite imagery or an analyst's theory. You have to study the people, their goals and alliances up close. You must listen to them. My team had to go there to be of any service to the Congresswoman.
"What will you need from us?"
That was my opening, the magic words. "Send me," I simply said. It was our company motto at SCG, our ethos for everyone who worked there. We all had the same mindset. Send me. They both looked at me like I'd lost my mind. The place we were talking about going, Libya, was halfway around the world, a literal minefield of alliances, tribes, spies, assassins, and American-hating Islamist jihadis. It was a place no person in his right mind would choose to visit. Every major player on the planet was looking, staring actually, at Libya, trying to get a handle on what was in play and how he or she could benefit. Politicians and the press were focused on the battles of the rebel factions, pitching it as a David and Goliath drama for the next news cycle. Mistakes would be costly and visible. A false move could demolish the solid reputation of our company, and of course, our lives would be at stake every moment we were out there. In Libya, the difference between friend and enemy was almost impossible to identify. The complexities were baffling and made worse by the confusing mix of tribes and ethnicities that made up the rebel factions. It was as confusing to explain to those who are unfamiliar with the area as it is trying to articulate to a child why flammable and inflammable mean the same thing. But there was another kind of battle raging, one that would affect our every move and the outcome of the mission, and it was happening right here in Washington, where Libya appeared to be more of a political election football than anything else. The United States was gearing up for a presidential election year, and all the incumbents on both sides seemed to be trying to exploit the situation. Obama's people appeared risk-averse, promising an end to the fighting, pulling out of Afghanistan and yanking the majority of troops from Iraq. He would ultimately allow the negotiations on the Status of Forces agreement with Iraq to fail, giving him an excuse to withdraw our troops without taking blame, claiming it was out of his control. But this resulted in the Iraqi Shiite Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki inviting the Iranians to move in and essentially take over. Maliki also fired nearly all of the U.S.-trained generals and military leaders, replacing them with his cronies. The result of this short-sighted, politically motivated juggling, which was being passed off as leadership by Obama, resulted in the radical al-Qaeda-backed Sunni rebels from ISIS fighting in Syria to be inspired to move whole hog into Iraq and set up their Islamic State because they saw a weakened Iraqi government. These days, we seem to start and execute wars with 21st century thinking, applying roaring, immediate force, beating back our adversary conclusively, but then our politicians end wars with thinking from nearly half a century ago. Our nation was so hammered by the 1960s and 70s peace movement that we're often still applying thinking from the Vietnam era, and as a result, we haven't moved ahead politically or as a nation when it comes to our thinking on how to finish a war. If the military were allowed to go gloves off, it'd be a different story. We'd hammer every enemy we faced. But politicians can't stomach the poll numbers long enough to see it through. But the flip side was that if the president did help the Libyans, he didn't want the accusation that he had aided terrorists by supplying the wrong rebel group. But to fix that, you have to get info on who's who, and as of yet, the administration hadn't given the CIA authorization to go in and figure out who the terrorists and rebels even were. To me, the realities of what could be gained from engaging the rebels was in danger of being overlooked for political reasons. I always thought I was just an operator and a business owner, but now I had to be more. Diplomacy and politics that lay behind the decisions now affected my every move. This is the reality now, and I had to learn that game quickly, because half the battle takes place behind the scenes, and there is no training course except OJT, in other words, on the job. You have to learn the landscape, and to me, political maneuvering disgusted me almost as much as the things we'd see in Tripoli. I don't mean that you pay for it. We'll take care of that, I told them in her office. But to do this right, I'll need to go. I need to take a small team, 2 of us, but I need permission to be there. Can you do it? Can you get me in with Shalgam? He hasn't defected, but he has denounced Gaddafi. He's a start, and I think it's best to start there. I'll get on the next train to New York this afternoon. Ambassador Shalgam was the Libyan representative to the UN Security Council in New York, and I'd volunteered that my company foot the bill. I thought it could also be an opportunity for business development once I got boots on the ground. Congresswoman Myrick raised her eyebrows.
You sure don't waste any time.
No, ma'am, I said with a grin. As I walked down the steps of the Cannon House office building into the crisp winter air, worlds were colliding, America's and Africa's, along with my own and people a world away. This was not just a fact-finding project. Helping overthrow a dictator would impact millions, maybe become part of history. This could reverberate for generations in hundreds of ways I could never foresee and possibly be studied the world over. I had started with the CIA back in 1990 and worked in and around the intelligence and special operations community for more than 20 years. But this was a promotion I never saw coming. Chapter 2. Meeting Ambassadors. Late February 2011, New York City, Cairo, Egypt. Security on the street of Ambassador Abdelrahman Shalgam's building was tight. NYPD's finest stood bundled up in their dark winter coats along the sidewalk or hidden back in the shadows within the ever-present warren of construction scaffolding that obscured the lower part of the building. Gaddafi's Jamahiriya Security Organization, or JSO, had thugs all over the world. Assassination teams primed to hit those a lot less threatening than the man I was booked to meet. This was my first contact with the Libyans, and I wanted it to go right. I had to assume that there were still Gaddafi loyalists, or at least a few riding the fence on the ambassador's staff, and that if they heard my name or got wind of my mission, I'd be dead as soon as my feet touched North African soil. The faster I could get in and out anonymously, the better. The ambassador's office, high above the street, was long and narrow, with lots of wood paneling and bookshelves on the left, opposite large picture windows on the right. Despite those long windows overlooking the Manhattan streets, the office seemed dark, or maybe it was the mood brought on by the slaughter happening back in his home country. An oil painting hung facing his desk from a square column oddly placed in the center of the room. It depicted a beach scene in Libya. An imposing desk faced the door I'd just entered. An older, diminutive man in a neatly pressed dark suit rose to meet me, shook my hand, and gestured that I sit. Ambassador Shalgam was a balding man in his mid-60s with a broad face and large, haunted eyes. He'd been Libya's foreign minister until 2009, when he was made Gaddafi's representative at the UN Security Council. His break with his lifelong friend and the regime on February 25th, when he denounced Gaddafi before the Council, had been public and bitter. A short time later, the Libyan dictator's prime minister, al-Baghdadi al-Mahmoudi, had been overheard on a cell phone intercept threatening to burn Ambassador Shalgam's family in retaliation. Tea was brought in on a tray, but I didn't delay. Time was of the essence, and I got straight to the point. Mr. Ambassador, I come on behalf of Congresswoman Myrick, but understand that I do not represent the U.S. government in any way. I must be clear on that. I am not here as a U.S. government official. The Congresswoman is interested in the situation in your home country and that of the Libyan people. The leather of his chair groaned as he sat back with hands clasped just under his chin and steepled his fingers, nodding slightly as I spoke. He reminded me of a master chess player contemplating his next move. Silence filled the air, competing only with the muffled sounds from the air conditioning vent above. He realized the power of silence and was using it. Or he just didn't know how to respond. "Sir, she desires to know more about the situation and what, if anything, is needed. She is not promising you anything, as she doesn't set foreign policy. Her only goal is to see that the killing of innocent citizens by Gaddafi stops." Finally, he spoke. "Thank you for coming, sir," he said calmly. "But I am not sure your government is willing to help. We have asked, but no one has responded." I could see that the last weeks had taken their toll. He seemed weary to his very core. His skepticism was understandable. President Obama was talking about aid to Libya, but nothing substantive had happened. Many saw the delay as political. They mentioned the president's doubts about getting involved in another war in that part of the world, his reluctance to invade a sovereign nation, his fear of tarnishing his reputation as a transformer of American policies abroad, his concern over his re-election bid, and whether his left-leaning base would be offended. But civilians were dying, and my friends and contacts at the CIA were complaining about the lack of a presidential finding that would have allowed their organization to even start intelligence operations. And there had certainly been nothing said about covert operations to support the rebels in battle. That wasn't even on the drawing board, let alone the table for discussion. But perceptions and elections were. A presidential finding is a written directive issued by the president that gives an agency its marching orders to carry out a particular job. Answering to the executive branch, U.S. intelligence can't move until the president, its prime customer, clears the path by such a written order. At the time, if you'd asked someone in the administration about the rebels in Libya, the conversation probably would have gone like this. Question: who are the rebels? Administration: we don't know. Question: who's their leader? Administration: we don't know. Question: where are they based? Administration: we don't know that either. Question: so if I stood up in the back of a pickup with a pair of binos and looked east, I'd be as informed as I am now? Administration: probably so. I don't think that is the proper use of an intelligence apparatus. Because of concerns about the Libyan rebels' disorganization, internal politics, and limited capabilities, the early days of U.S. ground support never went much beyond limited intelligence collection and scant diplomatic overtures from the State Department. Chris Stevens would arrive the next year as ambassador. But faster, more purposeful support and leadership from the United States could endear us to the rebels and strengthen the hand of the rebel leadership in the National Transitional Council, NTC, the civil government trying to position itself as successor to Gaddafi. It could open the way for tighter diplomatic relations and intelligence opportunities, subduing the influence of our meddling geopolitical competitors, namely Iran, China, and Russia. But all of that was way down the road. I tried to reassure Shalgam. "Sir," I began, "there are elements who might wish to take a wait-and-see approach, but Congresswoman Myrick is a powerful member of Congress, and perhaps she can convince her colleagues and the administration to help stop the killing. If she knew more—" I let the sentence hang in the air. I understood the power of silence, too. I was anxious, not nervous, but anxious. I had never been in the position of having to persuade someone on a matter of such monumental, history-making importance. Millions of lives were potentially in the mix here. I was trying to convince him to give me a shot at going into the fray immediately, before the situation deteriorated further and our chances to meet, greet, and help the rebels evaporated. It was a crucial trip, and I had to make it happen. On the train ride up from D.C., I'd come up with 5 objectives. First, deliver solid, fast, accurate information to the chairwoman about conditions in country. Second, locate rebel leadership and secure a contract with them to provide strategic consulting services to them. Third, organize teams of veteran U.S. Special Operations personnel to deploy to the country to fulfill the contract. Fourth, use that contract to fund operations to gather atmospherics and push that vital information to the U.S. intelligence community. The final goal was a long shot, but worth keeping as a high priority. I hope to offer U.S. intelligence agencies the opportunity to even place CIA officers in non-official covered jobs in our company working under our Libyan contract. With agency officers in place with rock-solid cover for status, that's the lie that explains who you are pretending to be, and cover for action, that's the lie that explains what you're doing while you're there, the United States would have direct access to people in the seedy, murky underside of Libya, people whose motives and alliances were now unclear. The goals were a tall order. But don't tell me the sky's the limit when there are footprints on the moon, because as my dad would say, you never hit high aiming low. Sure, my plan needed to be thought through in more detail, and of course my guys would tear it apart operationally using a technique we called red teaming. But those 5 goals composed my overall intent, and I needed an answer now. The ambassador reached forward and picked up his tea, then sat back and slowly sipped it, saucer in one hand, cup in the other. Then he broke the silence. We are working now to pass Resolution 1973, which will hopefully create a no-fly zone over the country. The vote is coming soon, he said. Yes, sir, I know it's in the works. Do you think you have the support? Yes, I think we do, if Russia and China don't go against us. Then he paused and shifted his gaze to the painting of the Libyan beach scene hanging on the wall. You realize this is my home, and Gaddafi and I went to school together. He was my friend, so this is all very difficult for me. But what he is doing, it is not right and it cannot be allowed to continue. We need the help of the West. We want it. But no one is speaking with us about that. I am very glad to hear of the Congresswoman's interest. Tell me what you propose. This was the fork in the road. I leaned forward and took it. Mr. Ambassador, I need to go to Libya now and speak with the commanders of the rebels. I need to see the situation on the ground in order to understand their needs logistically and strategically. I need you to authorize my travel and draft a letter in both Arabic and English stating that I am there to help and to give me all the assistance that I require. You want to go to Libya knowing the hell that it is? He asked with an amazed look on his face. Yes, sir, I said. I am aware of the dangers there, and I am not a staff member of Congress. I have experience in conflict zones, and you will not be held responsible for my safety, nor will any friendly Libyans. I didn't want him to kill the project because he was afraid something was going to happen to me and arouse the U.S. government's fears about intervening. I needed him to understand that the government had no interest in the fate of a non-official. Ambassador Shalgam thought for a moment and then responded. Tell me what you need and I will make the necessary contacts for your trip. I couldn't have asked for more. Shalgam was willing to make the necessary connections in both Washington and Benghazi. He looked at me for a few minutes. You will have the letter before you leave, he promised. For my safety, please keep the knowledge of my trip restricted to yourself, Washington, and your secretary. I didn't want someone to find the letter in his copying machine and then send it to Gaddafi's people. He nodded. Yes, that is a good idea, and I will do that, he answered. It was a go. We moved before anyone on either side could have second thoughts. 2 days later, I'd said goodbye to my family and was in the air with my colleague Dion, or D as we called him. D was a pro, a restrained yet lethal man whom we called the human hand grenade. In an emergency, just pull the pin and stand back. He was a guy to whom I entrusted my life on a regular basis. We were bonded like gorilla glue. Dion De Laurentio had been with our company for nearly 5 years. He'd taken a hard time for his name ever since one of the guys heard the story of how SEAL Master Chief Herschel Davis, trying his best to pronounce D's surname, got frustrated and finally just started calling him Dion De La Dego, a dig at his Italian ancestry. The story stuck. Dion came to us at 34 with a huge grin and tattoos covering both arms. He'd already been overseas, working pretty hairy personal security details in Haiti back when that place was getting on its feet after the 2010 earthquake. He was a dependable, loyal man who could take down a rhinoceros as long as he didn't have to engage electronic devices to do it. The boy had a very limited capacity for gadgets and gave our IT division fits. Give him a BlackBerry and you'd have it back as a BrickBerry in a few short weeks, needing replacement. We were, for now, strictly a two-man team, backed up by personnel at the Ops Center in North Carolina, run by Colonel Rick Cantwell, a bearded, fit, hawk-eyed retired U.S. Army Special Forces officer, West Point graduate with a master's degree, a combat veteran who'd served in a Tier 1 Special Mission Unit, and who commanded a battalion of troops along the 38th parallel with North Korea. There'd be no one better to track our every move. We wanted it all to go down fast. We moved like our hair was on fire, trying to stitch together a flexible plan to get into Libya as fast as we could and develop the situation from there. We figured that speed was our security for now. If we linked up quickly in Cairo with our contact, Gaddafi's former representative to a European city, and then slipped away to Benghazi to meet the rebel leaders, perhaps we could leave anyone following us in the dust. Dee and I flew on the same plane, but apart. He sat a few rows ahead of me, both of us in aisle seats with belts unbuckled. We didn't talk in the ticket line, at the departure gate, or on board. Nothing to indicate we were together, in case there had been a leak and Gaddafi's JSO men were tracking us. What better way to assassinate leaders of a rebel movement in hiding than to follow us to them? We traveled using a principle taught at the CIA and to intelligence officers the world over. Be the gray man. Blend in. Don't stick out. Don't be obvious. It's easy to spot the security contractors and the wannabes on airplanes. We even made a game of it. You look for the brand-new cargo pants with more pockets than stripes on a zebra, all held up by a massive OD green rigger's belt, unscuffed hiking boots, digital watches with a compass strapped to the watchband the size of sand dollars, a tan ball cap with the blood type scrawled somewhere on it, wraparound shades the size of welder's goggles, a shiny, brand-new, never-been-used 3-day pack without a bit of sand, dust, or dirt visible on it anywhere, and all covered with patches velcroed to it. But being a professional in this work means not sticking out like that. Not announcing you're a tough guy to the world. The toughest guys, the lethal men, are the ones you'll never notice unless they decide. One of the most lethal men I know drives a Chrysler convertible, wears flip-flops, golf shirts, and faded jeans, and listens to the Grateful Dead. Being gray provides the opportunity for sensitive work to be done privately, professionally, and hopefully unnoticed. But we did have SOPs, standard operating procedures, that we adopted on board commercial aircraft just after 9/11. I'd been contracted to help revamp the U.S. Federal Air Marshal program out in Artesia, New Mexico. We changed the way they shot and fought, and the tactics they used on board the planes. Then, a few years later at our company shoot house in Mississippi, my people built a full-sized aircraft cabin complete with overhead luggage compartment, a galley, toilets, and a cockpit. We burned through countless drills to defend the cockpit. We had a simple plan of in-flight action if someone tried another 9/11 and no air marshals showed up. Collapse on the cockpit and defend the door with seat cushions, tray tables, seatbelt extenders, and anything else we could get our hands on. The only other options were to let the Air Force blow us out of the sky or the bad guys crash the plane. I'd take our chances in a fight over those one-way tickets. Separately, we deplaned in the busy Cairo airport, bought our entry visas from the Egyptian desk clerk, trudged through passport control, collected our rucks, backpacks, from the baggage carousel, and made our own ways through the airport. We'd each flown with rucksacks hidden inside large, colorful, touristy-looking REI duffel bags. The actual rucks we used were designed with a hidden sleeve between the frame and the pack, where you could hide a rifle and retrieve it on the move with one hand. Hopefully we wouldn't need rifles, but if we acquired them, this would hide them from anyone observing us from a distance. Our goal was to make a small footprint, if any at all. Cairo, the 1,000-year-old city whose Arabic name translates to the City Victorious, is the largest city in Africa and is arguably the hub of the Arab world. Split down the middle by the Nile River, the country is, as a 19th century writer once put it, a place where splendid things gleam in the dust, and you simply have to submit yourself to the chaos in order to grasp it all. Chaos in traffic, chaos in politics, and even chaos inside chaos reigns, such as during the protests in Tahrir Square, where cotton candy vendors sold to families who'd brought their kids out for the day like it was a big carnival. The city is a blend of Africa, Asia, and Europe, where Cleopatra cigarettes are sold by street vendors on the corner, in a restaurant offering stuffed pigeon for patrons who, in the regional pastime of the Middle East, sit outdoors puffing away on hookah pipes, discussing politics along with conspiracy theories. To the east, in this vast urban sprawl, lie the labyrinthine streets of Islamic Cairo. To the south is the Coptic Christian community. Downtown houses the city's business center and the five-star hotels, and to the west is the Isle in the Nile, the Zamalek district, where we were heading. In the Cairo airport, Dee and I moved independently, sweating from heat that hits you like opening an oven. It never quits, radiating down, pounding you, despite the time of year. I stopped and bought a local phone and SIM card with cash before I left the airport, then made my way to the taxi stand. If a government group has your phone in their database, just buying a new SIM won't help. They still have your phone's IMEI, the unique number hardwired into each phone. Come up on a net using a different SIM, and your IMEI gives you away. You need to get a totally new phone and SIM, and then don't call anyone you ever called from the old phone. You also need to remove the battery from your usual phone so you're not tracked to your new location. That proves hard for iPhone users, but wrap them a few times in aluminum foil, that'll kill the signal. Before our departure, we'd done preliminary map studies and found our hotel, the airport, and a few other places we thought might be useful. One was the Fairmont Hotel in Heliopolis, just a few miles down the road from the airport, along our direction of travel. I asked the cabbie to pull over there, and I left a message in an envelope at the desk with Dee's last name on it. Inside the envelope was my new local phone number. Then, back in my cab, I wound my way yet again through the crammed, smog-laden streets of Cairo, asking the driver to take me through the souks and get us off the main roads. We popped out at Tahrir Square toward Gezira Island and the Zamalek district, crossing the 6th October Bridge and passing the burned-out buildings left from the recent revolution, finally arriving at the Marriott Casino, right in the middle of the Nile River. Meanwhile, Dee loitered around the airport buying a phone, a power adapter, a local SIM, and other tourist bullcrap to kill time. He was about 10 or 15 minutes behind me. He also stopped at the Fairmont, ordered a Coke at the bar, then wandered over to the reservations desk and inquired about any messages for him, and picked up my envelope. It was a rudimentary drop to make sure our new phone numbers were clean, but it worked for our purposes. From his local phone, he sent a text to me confirming it was working, and I responded. Then he headed in my direction to our hotel and also checked into his room. Upstairs, I sent Dee another text advising him of my room number and confirming that I'd be making contact with the Libyans to set up a meet later in the day. He said he was going down to scout the hotel grounds, looking for quick ways off the property, places to conduct meetings nearby, and the location of security cameras. My next text was to Ambassador Abdel Bey, the Cairo contact given to me by Shalgam. I sent him my number and told him that I wanted to meet in 3 hours at the hotel. This Libyan diplomat, recently named by Gaddafi as his ambassadorial representative to a European city, had instead refused the assignment and, in the coming weeks, would be my key link in Egypt and Libya, a liaison to military and political leaders within the highest levels of the NTC. Dee and I planned to meet the ambassador at the hotel. It was large, with an outdoor cafe or two and numerous restaurants inside. A lot of people were coming and going for meetings and lunch, a wedding party was checking in, and a few individuals were apparently there to just get away from chaotic Cairo. The Marriott was like any other hotel, clean rooms with satellite TV and Wi-Fi that worked most of the time. It had room service and even a gym, but as the place struggled to make you forget the hostile region beyond the gates, it took just one glance at the front door's metal detectors and bag X-ray machines to wake you up and remind you otherwise. The machines and the guards who ran them were about as sharp as a marble, but at least it gave the impression of security, which was better than none at all. Speed was still our goal. It was our security. We were trying to get inside the OODA loop of any possible pursuers. That term stood for Observe, Orient, Decide, Act, and was something we taught in our shooting and tactics classes, but it applied to adversarial situations of all types. In business settings, the OODA loop could take days or even weeks to cycle around, but in a fight, it happens in seconds. The human reaction to stimulus, the time it takes to react to something the average person notices, is roughly 1/4 of a second. Take this example. My opponent has to observe me, orient himself to me, make a decision about what I'm doing, and finally act on that decision. Run, attack me, or cower and die. A bad guy intent on killing and robbing me with a knife from 20 feet away can cover that distance within about 2 seconds on foot, completing that OODA loop from thought to finish, the knife sticking out of my chest. My job is to close my loop tighter, quicker than my opponent. In other words, to react faster. This means that I have to complete my mental loop in fewer than 2 seconds, which is why we trained on the shooting ranges to observe, react, and fire on targets in less than 1.5 seconds, which was our relaxed standard. Most of us did it way faster than that, with sub-second shots and the ability to dump at least half a magazine into a target in 2 seconds, all while moving laterally offline of the direction of the bad guy's travel. Result? Bad guy gets halfway to me and drops after being filled with bullets in his face and neck, and I don't have a knife sticking out of my chest. In Cairo, we weren't dealing with direct head-on combat, we hoped, but the principle was the same. We had to move quickly before any possible adversary could act against us. Benghazi, where the rebel leaders were headquartered and which was our ultimate destination, had been hot since Gaddafi's men had killed 14 demonstrators, then shot up their funeral procession. 2 days later, the rebels, with help of a defector, had stormed an arms depot and fought Gaddafi's forces until there were only a handful of loyalists left in the city, holed up in a government compound called Katiba. The position of the rebels was stable, but that could change at any moment. My cell vibrated. The ambassador replied, agreeing to the meeting, but adjusted the time by 2 hours. I agreed, asked him what he'd be wearing, and told him where to go once he was inside the hotel. Then Dee and I began setting up. I would do the meeting, and Dee would pull counter-surveillance and act as my security. If things went sideways, he'd come in hard and hurt as many people as fast as possible to create confusion. Then together, we'd beat feet for the main exit and hit the escape routes we'd worked out earlier in the day. After falling back to our rally point, the Fairmont, we'd camp out at the airport until we could catch the next flight home. The art of surveillance is a sophisticated one that breaks into 3 major pieces. The offensive portion is actually called surveillance and involves following a target and cataloging his routes, his stops, and his contacts along the way. You record the time, day, weather, and other things related to that target's movements. There are 2 types of surveillance, close or discreet. Discreet is where the target never sees you or your team, and there's a chance that you'll lose the target to maintain that invisibility. That's the risk. On the other hand, close surveillance is where you follow the target and don't care if he sees you. You practically bumper lock his car with your own, much like the Soviets would do during the Cold War to someone they feared was going to defect. Both types of offensive surveillance are time-consuming and expensive if you field a proper team, because you need people and vehicles available continuously so you can swap them out and prevent the target from seeing the same face, car, or license plate enough to uncover the operation. The second component to the art of surveillance is surveillance detection. That involves preventative and defensive actions taken by you to detect an enemy team and, sometimes, prevent it from following you. The primary tactic is a surveillance detection route, SDR, literally a route designed to force pursuers on foot or in a vehicle to make mistakes, to expose themselves, all while allowing you, the intelligence officer, IO, to maintain your cover and not appear to actually be craning your neck to see them. Consider the following very compressed example of an IO in Rome heading out to meet an agent. He might take a taxi for a few blocks, then get out and walk down a one-way street against the flow of traffic to a shaved ice shop. Inside, he might buy a few scoops, then turn and eat while standing in the storefront window gazing out at the street he'd just used to get there. To the average observer, he looks like a tourist taking a break and getting a snack. But in actuality, taking the taxi forced anyone following him on foot to have to get into cars to catch up. Then, walking down the one-way street against the flow of traffic stripped off those and any other cars that might have followed him down the road in the taxi. Standing in the window gave him a chance to see foot surveillance standing around in the streets or on the sidewalks, trying to find something to do. But if the I.O. chose the shaved ice shop carefully, there would be no bus stops to loiter near, no newspaper stands to read next to, no phone booths for pretend calls. In such a situation, it's harder for an enemy surveillance team to look like normal people. They stand out like dog's balls, and thus the SDR fulfills its function in detecting surveillance, because it forces the team to commit errors of cover for status and action, as well as errors of correlation. An error of correlation is when the movement of the enemy surveillance team mirrors that of the I.O. He turns left, they turn left. He stops, they stop. The challenge to the I.O., though, is to pull this surveillance detection route off without looking like he's checking for surveillance. It's easy to spot someone walking down the street obsessed with looking over his shoulder. You know he's guilty of something, or else why would he be looking? As an I.O., you don't want to be that guy. You want to be relaxed and natural. The only way to accomplish that is to assume you are always under surveillance and let the route uncover surveillance, not your neck. That's the rule. The third basic component of the art of surveillance is counter-surveillance, or CS. Today, D would be my CS for the meeting. He'd watch my back to see if anybody was following me when I arrived and when I left. If the people and resources are available, the I.O. will set up a team who actually watch his back when he is going operational, when he's on his SDR. Using the I.O. in Rome again as an example, his CS team might take up positions at certain points along his route. As he passes these points, he might perform some action, such as stopping at a bench to sit down and drink something. After finishing the drink, he might stuff a napkin into the bottle and leave the bottle on the ground next to the bench and walk away. His CS team would stay in place watching that bottle to see if anyone moved in after he left. Did anyone try to retrieve or check it? If that happened, then it's one of two things: a trash collector or a surveillance team checking to see if the I.O. left a secret message in the bottle for his agent. If the I.O.'s team sees that sort of activity, they then alert the officer that he has surveillance on him, at which point he'll probably abort. The sun was blazing downstairs at the outdoor cafe, but I spotted the table and kept walking. It was shielded by plants from the other patrons and was a good spot. D would be at another table close by and able to watch me approach and to keep an eye on our surroundings during the meeting. He'd set up a video camera hidden in a bag to catch the events. We were set, and I was armed with a cover for action story to explain in case anyone challenged why the ambassador and I were talking. Today, D and I had no weapons, and, to be honest, we didn't know what these guys looked like aside from the image of Abdel I had pulled off Google. We didn't know whether the guys showing up really were loyal to the rebellion or whether they were Gaddafi's feared and ruthless JSO hitmen. Gaddafi's men were barbarians who infiltrated groups suspected of plotting military coups, such as the one currently in progress, and D and I understood we were definitely potential targets. As I took a seat down the walk from the intended meeting site, D took his position under an umbrella. The Cairo sun was blistering as we noticed two unknowns slide into position a few yards away. Both appeared to be Libyans and wore loose clothing that concealed their waistlines. In our line of work, we generally put people who conceal their waistlines into one of three categories. They're either out of shape and hiding it, are too lazy to tuck in their shirts, or are hiding a weapon. In this area of the world, it was best to assume the latter. The ambassador arrived right on time, dressed as promised. D's eyes, hidden behind sunglasses, tracked him. We let things simmer for a minute, watching for any signs that others were getting in place to observe things, or for the ambassador to do something odd like signal to someone else. It's a good idea not to rush in, and instead to wait and see how the environment has changed before you expose yourself. After a few minutes, D took his ball cap off, a signal to me that all looked good from his angle. I waited a little longer, then I moved. Just a few steps from his table, I turned and entered the private patio area where the ambassador sat. I smiled and extended my hand. "Hi," I said. D's table was visible in my peripheral vision. The ambassador's back was to the entrance, and I was glad. It gave me the seat with the view of the entrance to our little private spot. It was also good tradecraft to get to the meeting first and grab the seat, set the environment, and control what you could. We got there first, but didn't want to expose ourselves, and so decided to let him move while we watched. If it didn't look good, we would have just calmly pulled out and slipped back to our rooms, and no one would have known who we were. The ambassador rose slightly, a big grin on his wide, round face, and shook my hand. "Mr. Jamie," he said, "I am Abdel. Please have a seat." The ambassador sported a small, thin mustache like those worn by actors in the 1930s. He wore thick glasses that shielded sleepy eyes, and so that's what we nicknamed him, Sleepy. As we exchanged pleasantries and ordered drinks, I asked him to call Ambassador Shalgam back in New York to confirm we'd linked up, but also to reassure myself that he was actually the right guy. He dialed the number, got him on the phone, and handed it to me. It was Shalgam, and he said that I should show Abdel the letters I carried with me from Shalgam and the Congresswoman. That set my mind somewhat at ease, as only Shalgam's and Myrick's offices knew the letters existed. I took off my cap and put it on the table, my signal to Dee that we were good to go, and then got right to business. In every PM, personal meeting, we did what we called the Mad Minute as soon as we established the link-up, the bona fides of the other party. The Mad Minute was a gunshot of information we dumped to the other person, telling them why we were meeting and what we were discussing, should anyone ask later. We also covered where we'd meet again if the meeting ended prematurely. All this precaution and deception protected us both and gave us a fallback plan if the meeting were to end up compromised. Sleepy said there were others whom I needed to meet. One was the unofficial public relations advisor to the NTC, which was the political face of the revolution. Another was a finance guy for the rebels. I agreed, and he started making calls, while I sent Dee a text jokingly telling him not to kill the next two guys who came into the area and sat with us. He sent me back a photo of his middle finger, ambushing me in the middle of the meet. Nice. The other two arrived after about 5 minutes. They turned out to be the two unknowns we'd spotted earlier during our recon with their shirts covering their waistlines, and not because they were armed. One guy was in his early 30s, short, bald, and stocky, and he was smart enough to make the best of what he had by wearing high-end designer clothing. He was introduced as the rebels' PR guy. We nicknamed him Q-Ball. The other guy had thinning hair, spoke very good English, was taller and thin but with a lazy man's paunch, and he had ties to the old Libyan royal family. He was the money guy. His eyes, surrounded by dark circles, were magnified by the lenses of his glasses and looked bugged out slightly, earning him the nickname Rango, after the lizard character in the movie of that name. I explained yet again that I wasn't coming representing the U.S. administration, but that Congresswoman Myrick's influence could definitely go a long way to help their cause, if all checked out satisfactorily. I went on to say we could discuss the possibilities of providing consultants and humanitarian support. Finally, they said it appeared that the United States was interested in doing something. They said they'd had zero contact with any Americans to date, except for two staffers from Senator John McCain's office who'd just flown in a few days ago. We'd apparently just missed them. Over the next hour, they discussed their needs, and I asked them the specifics about how they were funded, how they managed to supply their troops, how their communications system worked, where they were getting their weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies, and they couldn't answer anything. These weren't military men, explaining why they couldn't answer most of my questions when it came to operational or logistical matters of warfare. I wanted to know who was supplying them, how it was getting to them, who funded it, and what they needed. Of particular interest were the questions of their lack of supplies and how their comms were holding up. Did they have adequate medical supplies? I also wanted to get an idea of their overall strategic plan, their concept of operations to defeat Gaddafi. Were they planning to pick off towns along the coast, secure the oil production facilities, and then divide Libya into east and west, separated by the Gulf of Sidra? The east had the oil, the major revenue source. The west had desert and mountains, but no real economic power. Did they plan to take the east and cut their losses, leaving Gaddafi the other side of the Gulf? Or did they want the whole thing? Did they have a plan to hunt down and kill Gaddafi himself, or would they be content to let him retire to Algeria or Niger, countries with which he had at least decent relations? It was hard to imagine they'd let him go. He'd engendered plenty of hatred. I grasped one thing for certain: they had to kill him or capture him, or else they would lack credibility when they eventually assumed power. Everyone in the country would be afraid that he'd reappear. These guys were the diplomats and financiers, not the warriors or operational planners. I'd need to see the generals to get military information. I asked them to set up a meeting for me with whoever was in charge of operations out of Benghazi. I told them I'd go to Benghazi and could leave any time. They said the route was through Egypt, a 13-hour drive westward. I think they thought that would deter me. Fine, I said. Set it up. Sleepy, apparently caught by surprise, said he would make the calls, and we all agreed to meet again the next day. I slipped my ball cap back on, signaling to Dee that the meeting was wrapping up, said my goodbyes, and left them all at the table. It's better to leave a meeting first, otherwise you take the risk that they go out, watch you exit, follow you, or worse, finger you to someone else who snatches or kills you. I wasn't worried about being abducted on the hotel grounds, but I did want to keep the habits of good tradecraft consistent. The plans all seemed to be moving in our direction. We'd linked up successfully, gotten past the first hurdle, and now were negotiating for the second objective, Benghazi. But I'd have done well to remember that when everything seems to be going your way, you're probably in the wrong lane. Chapter 3. Cairo. March 2011, Cairo, Egypt. Whoever said that if you want to make God laugh, just tell him your plans was probably right. The good Lord must have enjoyed a nice long chuckle when it came to me. The day after our rendezvous, Sleepy rang. The Benghazi trip was on hold, but the general in charge of all military operations wanted to meet. But even before that, Sleepy said, there was someone else with whom I needed to sit down. I told Sleepy that first we needed to talk about it. I needed to get control of the situation with him. Starting like this wasn't good. You don't plan something and then let your contact take over the scheduling. You don't do that unless there is a really good reason, like a security reason. But you still have to walk that tightrope between being flexible and effective. I arranged a meeting with him the next day at the hotel. We sat and talked inside a coffee shop in the lower level, with Dee right across the hall in a cafe pulling CSS, counter surveillance and security, for me. I pressed Sleepy hard on the reasons for the changes. First, he was indignant, but then he caved from that position and said it was a matter of our safety, which he said neither he nor anyone in Benghazi could guarantee. That's shit. I'm responsible for that, not you. You've got specific orders to get me to Benghazi and assist my mission, period, I said. I needed to make him think I was angry. It was for dramatic effect, and I was playing a part. After nearly 20 years, I wasn't half bad. Sleepy was the kind of guy who communicated mainly by blush. His neck reddened up through his cheeks, and he pursed his lips in frustration just as his eyebrows shot upward for a fraction of a second. He swallowed and cleared his throat a few times, and I noticed his feet. They were angled toward the exit. Then came the verbal backpedaling, as he muttered about creating divisions among the tribes. Sleepy's body had just unconsciously betrayed him in about a half-dozen ways. The human face can make 43 distinctive muscular movements called action units, and when you put 3 AUs together, there are 3,000 different possible facial configurations that actually mean something. A liar breathes faster, drying the throat out, and thus the person swallows to lubricate the throat. But lying also increases adrenaline production, which gets a liar's saliva flowing, so the person gulps, swallowing spit. But then the saliva production quickly tapers off, and the person starts to clear his throat again, because now it's dry. Sleepy's quick lift of the eyebrows signaled momentary distress when I challenged him. His pursed lips suggested aggravation that he wasn't being believed, and those feet were pointing to where he wanted to go right now, to the exit, out of this conversation. But lying is a cooperative act, and people believe a lie because they are hungry for something, usually the thing the liar is peddling. If I chose not to cooperate, his lie held no power. He was boxed in, and I suspected that the real issue was the fear that I would report to D.C. the presence of radical Islamists in the rebel army, thus torpedoing the chances of U.S. support. But that was what Myrick wanted, the truth on the ground. She certainly wouldn't back people who might turn against the United States. "I'll take the meeting with the general, but don't you ever tell me you'll do something and then back out again. If I did that with your military support one day, I don't think you'd appreciate it," I said. "You have to take control, to dominate the relationship, and I hoped to do it by making him think I could turn his military support on and off with a phone call. Of course I couldn't, but he didn't know that. What I didn't say was that I planned to work the general to get Dee and me to Benghazi anyway." "Who's this other person you want me to meet?" I asked. "He is from the intelligence department, the Mukhabarat, but now he's with us now," he said. My antenna went up. The Mukhabarat infiltrated coup plotters. They killed them. This guy was former JSO. "Why do you think he's not still with them?" I asked. "His father works in the army," he said, "and he helped us take Benghazi, defecting, opening up the arms stores, the armory, to us. His son fled too, and they have nothing left for Gaddafi. He can be trusted." If I was working for the CIA during all of this, I could have cabled headquarters, HQS, to run a trace on the army guy's son. I was slightly uneasy. Although the guy knew about me, I said I'd see him in an hour, hitting hard the fact that I'd named the place and that Sleepy had to come to ID the guy. I got up and left him there. I passed Dee's position and texted him to get to my room. Moments later, we were laying down plans. Dee suggested we convene down by the pool. Likely due to the recent Egyptian violence, tourism was a trickle and the pool was isolated. I called Sleepy, gave him a time, and said I'd call with the place. No need to trust too much, not right now. Then Dee and I went down to double-check the area. The pool sat in a depression of sorts, surrounded by a high retaining wall with shrubbery. A guy was swimming laps, but that was it. I chose a set of pool chairs in the corner near the deep end where I could go eyeball the steps and keep my back to the main hotel building's balconies. Dee got in place under an umbrella roughly 20 yards away and pulled out a book. Because of the glare of the sun on the water, he was basically out of sight from where I sat. I sent a text to Sleepy telling him where to meet. Moments later, Sleepy and a well-dressed man walked down the brick steps with a tall, thick man with no facial hair and a touch of gray at his temples. I signaled to Dee that this was the guy. When I asked what he did before he defected, he said he had worked for Kitab al-Aman, the security battalions who provided and maintained security for the regime along with supporting units in the major cities. He had worked out of Tripoli and Misrata. His father had indeed defected. Strangers lie at least 3 times within the first 3 minutes of meeting someone new, and men tend to lie 8 times more about themselves than others. I wasn't taking what this guy said at face value, but at the same time, I couldn't have asked for better access. If his story was true, this guy grasped the inner workings of Gaddafi's security organs, and he likely knew others who worked in other towns and cities who either had defected or, better yet, were still in place. Politely, I asked Sleepy to give us a few minutes. Understanding, he nodded, pulled out a cigarette, and walked away. Typically, recruiting someone takes time. You spot your target and make a determination about whether he has value. The person might have direct access to information, or, if not, then perhaps he has access to someone who does. Once you get that basic box checked, then you go through a lengthy process of establishing that the individual isn't a bad guy in disguise, a double agent or crackpot, and then you run deep background on him. All this helps you get to the pitch, making the approach, offering him the job. It's taught by the acronym MICE, which is short for Money, Ideology, Compromise, Ego, and as an officer later suggested, Revenge. You get a sense whether your contact is motivated by money or ideology. He likes what you believe in. Or maybe you've discovered that he's compromised himself, allowing you to figuratively twist an arm to help your cause. Or it could be that he just wants to be on the winning team for his ego's sake, Or maybe he's just pissed off and wants to get back at somebody, and you're the instrument to make that happen for him. In truth, I think using compromise, figuratively twisting the target's arm, should really be the last option, because he'll always be looking for a way out of the deal from the beginning. Today, though, I didn't have the time for all that. I took a calculated risk and banked on looking for cues of deception, those micro-expressions, while trying to corroborate what he said with what Sleepy told me earlier. Then I'd test him by giving him something to do. I hit the guy straight on and asked if he was helping the rebels right now, and was he willing to do more. He said yes to both. Nothing about his body language caused me alarm. This guy was either honestly committed and telling the truth, or he was going to get people killed. Everyone in the spy business lies. I just hoped his falsehoods weren't life-threatening to our side. So although I was leery, I plowed ahead. Could he seek out like-minded people, rebel sympathizers in key cities, specifically Tripoli, Misrata, Bani Walid, and finally in Gaddafi's hometown of Sirte? Could he develop a small network of trusted cooperators? Could he organize a cellular structure with him as the proxy, the cutout? Could he act as the interface with the network instead of us? This did a few things. It provided security by insulating us from direct contact. It also provided security for the informants in the network. If it was properly organized and each cell was isolated from the others, then, in the event anyone were to be compromised, Gaddafi's people could identify only a few. This guy said he could do these things, and he knew people who were ready to help. They just needed organization and leadership. Could he collect information about the workings of militant groups and tribal structures? Did he have access or information on troop movements, areas of towns or villages that weren't covered by soldiers in case supplies or people needed to be moved in or out? Finally, did he think he would have access to any information about Gaddafi or his family's whereabouts? To fully answer the questions posed by Washington, we needed this type of information. To be clear, Congresswoman Myrick was not sanctioning or requesting that we collect intelligence. That wasn't in her power to do, even if she had wanted to. She was asking for clarity, information that could be used as a litmus test against what she was being formally shoveled by the administration. Our information would provide context and the backstory to help better grasp the events on the ground. The guy was conscious of the fact that he was likely going to be the point man on this. He would be the proxy for this network. I expressed my confidence in him and in his professional instincts when it came to choosing his people, but I reminded him of Gaddafi's technical capability and to stick with the old-fashioned way of doing things, using technology sparingly. He gave me his local mobile number. I gave him a webmail account that we'd created in the hotel's business center before the meeting. I put my ball cap back on, signaling to Dee it was over, stood, shook the man's hand, and left. Dee stayed behind watching. The man made a call, and shortly Sleepy returned. They sat for a few minutes talking and smoking, and then left. Dee left shortly afterward. He and I circled back together in my room, where I shared the conversation with him. We decided to give the tall, thick Libyan with graying temples a call sign. From now on, he was Silverback, just like the African gorilla. Late that afternoon, the general arrived. Sleepy would make the preliminary introductions, but for some reason he said that neither he nor Q-Ball nor Rango would be at the meeting. I was fine with that, since they didn't seem too keen on us going to Benghazi anyway. Dee and I had found a large, empty dance hall in a section of the hotel without any security cameras and barely any guests, and decided to meet the general there. The first guests to arrive were 4 Libyans in black leather jackets and blue jeans, with tanned, weathered faces covered with black beards and hard stares. In their late 20s to early 30s, they looked to be tough characters, a Libyan version of the Bowery Boys. Behind them came Sleepy and Brigadier General Abdul Salam al-Hassi. Based in Benghazi, he was the chief of operations for the rebel military. Standing nearly 6 feet tall and in good shape except for a potbelly, he was probably in his 60s. His lantern jaw was framed by a thick shock of gray hair, and a pair of reading glasses rested on the tip of his nose, together giving him the air of a professor. The younger men were his security team. They fanned out into the room as I shook the general's massive hands, which was like shaking a bunch of bananas. His security guys kept watch on the hall. D moved to cover the stairs as Sleepy bailed out of the room completely. The general spoke through an interpreter, saying that he'd served in the Libyan military for 40 years and was the former commander of their special forces. I asked him about how the Libyan army, Gaddafi's forces, were holding up in terms of equipment, since he had the most recent exposure to it before he defected. He said that though the army had a large quantity of fighting equipment, the vast majority was bought from the Soviet Union in the 1970s and 80s and was largely obsolete. A high percentage remained in storage, and a large quantity had also been sold to various African countries over the years. He said that no major purchases of equipment had been made in recent years, largely due to a sluggish economy and foreign sanctions. This and other internal factors seriously decayed the strength of the whole of the Libyan armed forces, which has lagged behind its major neighbors in terms of its true war-fighting capability. I asked if he had any indication of the enemy's order of battle, what the plans and intentions were of neighboring nations, and what he thought about the impact local Muslim religious leaders might have on operations. We talked about the tribal structures and the militias and what, if any, tensions existed between them and rebel military leadership. I asked about their intelligence collection capabilities, and finally, what he felt they needed militarily. That's when he essentially produced from memory a shopping list of equipment, arms, and munitions. He wanted 50 jeeps, 15 central communications systems, 5 vehicle and handheld field radio sets, 10,000 uniforms, 30 armored personnel carriers, an unspecified quantity of light anti-tank weapons, surface-to-air manpads, 3,000 NODs, night observation devices, 200 rangefinders, updated maps that he could print off, and live Google Earth-type capability. Finally, he wanted 1 large UAV, an unmanned aerial vehicle, a drone, and an unspecified quantity of smaller UAVs. Not much. I was surprised he hadn't asked for a nuclear sub or stealth fighter while he was at it. I told him that we might know someone who could legally supply his army with the non-lethal things on their list, but certainly not all he was requesting. These rebels were unknown commodities at this point. But arms weren't my real concern. We didn't sell weapons anyway. He'd get those from the governments of Italy, France, or Qatar if he got them. I wanted to push into the subject of putting my men on the ground. That was how we'd get solid information and turn a corporate profit. They would have to pay our way with no loss to the U.S. taxpayer, and we could then dig up information that could save Libyan and perhaps American lives. I told him that I wanted to put a team of 52 consultants inside Libya, all special operators, all Arabic speakers, with experience training insurgent guerrilla forces. We had the men, an incredibly able cohort of warriors. I reminded him of the successes in Afghanistan in 2001 and 2002, accomplished with men just like that. Split into 10 teams of 5, each with a team leader and an assistant team leader, our men would infiltrate the country overland from Egypt or by sea, staging out of Malta. Then they would scatter, attaching themselves to all the major fighting divisions within the rebel army, as directed by the general. D would be the in-country project manager. Jana would run the Maltese forward staging base. A study in contrasts, Jana was a former marketing major, fashion designer, and model with pale blue eyes and long blonde hair, who was described by one of the guys as the personification of the old definition of curves, the prettiest distance between 2 points. But her good looks were deceiving. She was smart, had common sense, and could shoot the Glock like not many other women around. She came to the company originally to head up public relations with our spokesman Steve Honig of Los Angeles. However, she soon showed interest and aptitude for other work and began taking surveillance, human, and weapons courses, migrating into the operational logistics field. As far as the scope of our work was concerned, we'd been asked by the rebels in writing for assistance and had congressional backing in the form of Myrick's letter to poke around and dig up answers to questions for a report we'd produce. But if it were deemed acceptable by the U.S. government, we would take our work to the next level and provide training to the rebels, showing them how to break things and kill bad guys more efficiently, how to improve their communications, how to set up efficient combat medical systems, and so on. This wasn't new territory. My guys were experts at training foreign nationals in their home countries, And when I was at the CIA, we did exactly this against Saddam Hussein. We devised a plan to teach Iraqis shooting, demolitions, sabotage, and other hard skills, kinetic operations as they were known. While the teams worked with the rebels in Libya, they would be performing another key service, pumping intel back to Washington. If everything went well, we would quickly be in position to advise U.S. intelligence agencies about where Gaddafi's loyalists, the bad guys, were encamped, what was happening in key cities and other areas on the battlefield, whether the atmospherics were stabilizing, and whether the rebellion was significantly allied with al-Qaeda or other radicals, or if not, then we'd be in a solid position to hear rumblings if they tried. It was standard fare for an I.O., and it was all stuff that the Obama administration should have been interested to know. If things worked out, the plan to put agency knocks in our teams operating with the rebels would give the CIA people on the ground, embedded, using us for cover. On the entrepreneurial side, the figures weren't chump change either. 1 month of operations was going to cost the Libyans over $200,000. The money was flowing in to the rebels from external sources, namely the Qataris, who were instrumental in harnessing Arab support for the UN Security Council resolution. They had also sent troops into Libya and funneled money to the rebels for equipment and supplies. They'd even delivered air support. The tiny kingdom of Qatar is one of the richest in the world and has pursued an activist foreign policy for years, championed by its satellite TV news channel Al Jazeera, which recently bought out Al Gore's drowning left-wing Current TV network, which was circling the drain. Unfortunately, the Qataris supported the more radical Libyan elements, as we would later learn, who would turn out to be very deadly and eventually become enemies of the United States. Many thought the Saudis would jump to help the rebels, since King Abdullah had no love for Gaddafi after he sent 4 of his JSO operatives to Mecca to murder him. But the House of Saud demurred. They had their own internal problems and set about putting down the protesters fanning the flames of rebellion at home. The Saudis used a simple solution. They bought them off. Gaddafi hadn't just made enemies in Saudi Arabia. He'd been accused of subversion by a host of Arab and Berber countries: Morocco, Jordan, Sudan, Egypt, and Tunisia, to name a few. So often had he screwed others in the region that in 1986, when the United States bombed Libya, hardly anyone complained. Among Libya's possible benefactors, there was a particular wild card: the Iranians. Though they were Persians and not Arabs, they were offering their support to the Arab rebels to foster their own agenda. They sought to recharacterize the rebellion as part of a region-wide Islamic awakening, when in fact it was a region-wide democratic awakening. The Iranians wanted to empower the oppressed Shiites around the region, giving Iran even more influence throughout the Middle East and North Africa. So, with all the funding sources at play and the need on the ground, I laid out the plan to the general. But he pushed back. He was very focused on getting the arms for his rebels, but he vetoed Western advisors in-country. He was concerned about his ability to control the fight and was downright paranoid that foreign forces might appear to be directing the battle. But the key problem was our skin color and home country. The Libyan rebels were happy to have Western pilots in the air and our special forces training them out in the Western mountains out of sight, but they didn't want us on the ground up close to the fighting, where journalists hung out. After another hour or so, I told him I'd take his list of the non-lethal gear, the medical supplies, uniforms, trucks, maps, laptops, and boots, with me to Washington. I needed to make sure the U.S. government had no problem with us supplying the gear, and only then would I have my team start sourcing suppliers. But first, I needed to get to Benghazi to look around myself. It was then I showed the general the letter from Shalgam. He blinked, read it again, and looked up at me over the top of his reading glasses in surprise. He didn't want us to go, but I could tell he felt the heat. Then, just as I'd planned, I showed him the letter from Congresswoman Myrick and said, "General, if we go to Benghazi, help might come to your army faster based on the report we file. But if we don't, I feel very sure that it won't." He blinked again, looked back at both letters, and then at me, saying, "Okay, we leave in the morning before dawn," in perfectly accented English. Dee and I left the meeting with the general first and headed straight for positions we had scouted earlier. We wanted video of the general that we could shoot back to D.C. We'd done the same with Sleepy and all the guys we'd met so far. One of the gaps in knowledge back in Washington was over exactly who these rebels were. Who was in charge? Were they defectors? If they were claiming to be defectors, were they true defectors, or were they actually known to be strong, loyal Gaddafi supporters who might be double agents? Were they al-Qaeda infiltrators? Were they from another terror group like the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, the LIFG? I headed to a table in the outdoor cafe that sat just off the main path leading back to the meeting site. I'd hidden my tiny video camera in a shoulder bag lying on the table and ordered coffee, which I never drink. The lens was pushed back and had a clear line of sight back up the path toward the door. The viewer screen was flipped out, and I could control the zoom with my fingertips while appearing to look over the menu. The general came strolling down the path, and then Rango came into the picture. He'd been walking from the other direction. The two stopped and talked, then broke and went their separate directions. Upstairs, we got out laptops and began selecting still frames from the video for the report, which we then sent by secure email to the Ops Center in North Carolina. The Ops Center kept track of our location and travel schedule, received reports from us, and also pushed information out that we might need. In an emergency, Colonel Cantwell's team would coordinate everything from medical care to transportation for us. Today, they would be relaying our stuff to the Pentagon, the U.S. Special Operations Command, SOCOM, and the CIA. Early the next morning, Dee and I would be loading up and slipping over the border with Libyan rebel fighters and heading into the battlefield of Benghazi, the capital of the rebel resistance. Truth is, we didn't know who they truly were. They could have been Gaddafi's men, al-Qaeda, or any number of other possibilities. We just didn't know. Chapter 4. Travel to Benghazi. March 26, 2011. Cairo, heading to Benghazi. Early the next morning, after our meeting with the general, Sleepy called to say the vehicles and drivers were waiting at the rear of the hotel. Dee and I went out the back into the dark and met 3 SUVs filled to the nostrils with luggage and bottled water. There was a slight chill in the air as we threw our rucks into the middle one and loaded into the back seat, which smelled of years of cigarette smoke and stifling body odor. I pulled out my GPS and turned on the track feature to save our route in case we had to come this way again, or, more important, in case we had to turn and run back to Cairo on our own. The night before, Dee and I had discussed what we would do if this turned into an attempted abduction, something always a possibility in this part of the world. The basic plan wasn't all that complicated. We were in the back seat and they were in the front. We'd kill them, take the truck, turn around, and haul ass back the way we'd come. If the other 2 trucks wanted to follow, they'd have to catch us first. It was better not to get caught than to have to rely on a rescue after the fact, and we both knew that getting a kidnapped person back home was complicated. But now, leaving Cairo, our small convoy headed west through the early morning traffic. Orange light from the street lamps slipped through trees here and there. People were out, but not many. A donkey pulled a battered, faded wooden cart carrying loaves of bread as the ubiquitous taxis rushed about. We pushed to the suburbs in the direction of Giza as we angled toward Alexandria. In the early morning haze, I could just make out the tips of the Great Pyramids, while the Libyans up front yammered away in Arabic to each other or sent text messages. As the sun started to rise, I noticed the interior of this ridiculous 4-wheeled contraption as we sped along. Front and center on the dashboard was a hodgepodge of electronic gadgets that looked like they were purchased from a Radio Shack closeout sale. They stood atop one another thanks to Velcro, tape, and superglue, all leaning like a poor imitation of the Tower of Pisa, nearly reaching the dangling rearview mirror which wobbled with every bump in the road, causing anyone reflecting in it to resemble a bobblehead doll. The gadgets dated back to the mid-1990s and allowed the driver to play everything from cassette tapes to CDs and, through a Rube Goldberg-type device screwed into where the air conditioner vent used to be, MP3s, after he plugged into the cigarette lighter and slipped in an old DCIM memory card, like those used in cameras, that the driver no doubt had loaded with Arab Top 40 song files from his home computer. Every surface in the cab was covered with yards of adhesive tape painted to look like oak wood grain. From the turn signal to the door handles, dashboard, glove box, steering wheel, and even the visors overhead all had a faded, pathetic resemblance to a dilapidated tree, long since dead, but authentic enough to give a termite a happy heart attack on sight. Rounding out the odd decor was an animal skin complete with fur adorning the top of the dash. Tassels dangled from the headliner and windows, and a miniature teddy bear hung from a suction cup stuck to the windshield just above the silver beads draped over the incense ball, all of which swung precariously from the bobblehead mirror. It was all evidence of a niggardly attempt of one man trying very hard to make you forget you were in a simple 1990s SUV filled with sweating, stinking humans squeezed together in a small space, jostling over pothole-filled roads. He failed. The general was in the truck in front of ours, which was a shame because having access to him for 13 hours straight would have been good. I tried twice to switch to his truck when we stopped for a piss break, but was rejected each time. I thought about installing a listening device in his truck, a bug. We had at least a couple with us, but I never did. I remember my very first technical covert operation. Just before Christmas holidays, I'd gone to a Radio Shack in Oxford, Mississippi to buy an RF transmitter that worked on the FM band and cost $19. The size of half a pack of Wrigley's chewing gum, it had a 1-foot-long black antenna wire attached to it. Every Christmas, like clockwork, our family did 4 things. Woke up to see what Santa Claus brought, ate an orange ring pastry and country fried ham for breakfast that Mom had made, drove 5 miles to my dad's parents to open presents, and then, after a huge family lunch there with Meemaw and Granddaddy, packed it all up again and drove an hour to my mom's parents for Christmas dinner, where we stayed until late that night with cousins, aunts, uncles, and everyone in between. Granny and Granddaddy's house, as we called it, was a warm, loving place where everyone from Mom's side of the family gathered. Granny, quick with a smile, a laugh, and a hug, but also a wit sharp as any razor, was the matriarch of the family on that side. She was a strong-willed woman. She had to be. She had dozens of children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren to contend with and keep in line. We all would cram in with cousins, aunts, and uncles, food, and laughter. The men clustered around the den TV watching an old action movie, while the women talked and prepared food. The kids could be heard out back shooting fireworks at one another, playing hide-and-seek or chase around the house, or wrestling in one of the back bedrooms. Sometimes we had more than 50 people in their small country home, and it was wonderful. So on this particular Christmas, knowing we'd all drive an hour to my mom's parents' house, I'd decided to bug Mom and Dad's car with the RF transmitter from Radio Shack. I hooked it to my dad's seatbelt with black electrical tape, concealing the long antenna along the underside of the seatbelt itself with more tape. Christmas morning came, we opened presents, and then little sister Ellen, Mom, and Dad piled into the family car and pulled out, while my brother Todd and I followed in our car. We dialed in the car radio to the frequency of the bug, and suddenly we were listening to the conversation in the other vehicle and to my little sister humming her head off in the back seat. It was magic. Todd and I rode along, laughing and listening to them for at least 10 miles, proud of the accomplishment. Then we had total mission failure. "Honey, what is that on your seatbelt?" Mom said to Dad over the muted sounds of Andy Williams' Christmas music playing on their radio, and Ellen's angelic voice as she sang to her dolls in the back seat above the hum of the road noise. "I don't know." Then came the muffled sounds of a microphone being jostled and tape being ripped loose. "What in the world?" Dad could be heard saying, and then an inaudible noise came through our radio as the device was ripped from its perch. We watched as their brake lights came on and the car veered to the right shoulder of the road, gravel and dust flying in all directions. Dad's door came open, he got out, and then he flung my bug as far as he could out into the pasture off the side of the highway. He gave us one look, got back in the warmth of the family car, and took off. We both thought we were sunk. Dad was strong, really strong. When I was a young kid, I once saw one of our horses bite him as he was trimming his hoof, and Dad reacted, punching that horse straight in the forehead, knocking the animal out. The only consolation Todd and I had was that at least we had another 45 minutes of travel remaining and a whole family waiting for us. If we were lucky, he'd forget about it. We were right. He never said another word, but we all laugh about it to this day. The horse was just fine, too. On the road to Benghazi, riding with the Libyan rebels, I thought back to that day and wished we could have bugged the general's truck. But if that had been discovered, we wouldn't have gotten off as lightly as I did on that Mississippi back road, not by any stretch. Hours passed. Eventually, we skirted south of Alexandria, and then, more than 6 hours and 340 miles from Cairo, we came into the coastal Mediterranean town of Marsa Matruh, a beautiful little place. Ancient buildings dotted the coast while a white sandy beach hugged the crystal-clear bay in a gentle crescent. I checked the Garmin. We looked to be just about 2 hours away from the Libyan border crossing. Dee was on his computer, watching episodes of a big boy cartoon he enjoyed called Archer. I caught his attention and rolled my eyes. He lifted his middle finger, smiled behind his Oakleys, and went back to his entertainment. After Dee enrolled in our operator selection course, which was conducted at our company's Mississippi Training Center, he took nearly everything we offered, from close-quarters battle, CQB, and pistol and carbine courses, to surveillance operations, tactical HUMINT, and our nearly month-long high-threat protection course. I watched him, liked his work ethic, and saw he could put up with a lot of stress. Our courses were designed to do that, and I used them to spot potentially good people whom we might want to work one day. Dee proved he could get along with a fence post and had a solid fighting background in grappling and combatives, and the guy could shoot, too. Just over 6 feet tall, an East Coaster who weighed in at 220 pounds, Dee had been, in one of his many former lives, a skinny professional bike racer who raced against Tour de France podium finishers such as Lance Armstrong and Bobby Julich. When Dee decided to make this line of work his career, we saw a good fit. One evening, following his second class, I invited him to go for a ride, and we stopped at Oakland Catfish off Interstate 55 to grab a bite. I asked him about his plans for the future, and then offered him a job with us. He accepted, asking if he had to move, and we talked about what he'd do. We let him stay on the East Coast for a while, but then as the training center grew, he went down to Mississippi to help run things day to day. We bought an old antebellum house and renovated it. We put in a big screen television, repainted the walls, and installed surveillance cameras and an alarm system. We put bunk beds for the instructors in one end of the house, created a bedroom solely for Dee to use, and then on the other end of the place had a room for when I came to town. Dee lived at the house rent-free, had a company vehicle, and was paid to shoot. Not a bad job. He ran courses, reached out to local law enforcement in surrounding counties and states, and promoted the training center. Whenever we got a job outside the continental United States, Oconus, he always had his hand in the air to go. He was the perfect guy to have with me now on the road to Libya. The final miles passed, and soon we came to the border village of El Saloum. A massive cream-colored concrete and stone gate adorned with an Egyptian flag snapping sharply in the breeze under a sign that read, "Welcome to Saloum," marked the entrance to the village. On the right was a huge red banner ad for Vodafone cellular service. Gray emergency vehicles with blue lights sat near the gate. A man guided a donkey burdened with bundles of green grass and reeds tied on either side. Another beast of burden pulled a cart. That seemed to be the taxi system in this town. The village was like most in North Africa. Low 1- or 2-story plaster and block buildings, tan and dusty. Trash of all sorts lined the edges of the streets. Compared to the semi-resort town we'd left a while back, this place was a mess. It was filled with a flood of refugees from Libya. Everywhere there were people, packages, donkeys, mopeds, luggage, cars, vans, trucks, and misery. In front of us was a ridge overlooking a harbor. There the border checkpoint stood, extending into the desert and protected by mines. Beyond that ridge was Libya. We stopped, refueled, drained our bladders, rehydrated, and stretched our legs. Then we all reloaded and pushed on up the ridge to the border itself, the Saloum land port, a massive concrete gated entry with 4 channels for passage. above which the golden eagle of Saladin from the Egyptian national flag stared down on all who came and went. From here, those who thought they were seeing light at the end of the tunnel realized that it was most likely just a train. But as the saying goes, if you can't see the bright side, polish the dull side. And that's just what these folks seemed to be doing as this madhouse of Libyan refugees tried to get out of the country, carrying massive bundles on their heads. Egyptians, loaded down with suitcases, were there to cross back into their homeland, while members of the press were trying to go the other way, into Libya. In the air hung the stench of human misery, smoke, feces, diesel exhaust, body odors of all sorts. Vehicles crowded the roads and people were screaming at one another. Drivers yelled at potential passengers, and refugees crowded the streets carrying boxes and pushing along carts filled well beyond their intended load limit. Trucks, vans, and cars were loaded to 3 times their height, as everyone seemed to be dragging their life's belongings behind them in a massive North African version of the Grapes of Wrath. Out in the distance, as far as the eye could see beyond the huge concrete gates that formed the barrier with Libya, there was nothing but flat desert dotted with hapless refugees trying to get away. We kept our heads down as we inched slowly through the crowds, moving toward the checkpoint up ahead. At the border, our traveling companions requested our passports, and one of them left the truck to work his magic, which likely involved a bit of bakshish, a Persian word that essentially means a bribe. As I waited, I noticed a plump older Egyptian guard in faded camouflage, an AK-47 hanging lazily from his neck, wearing a helmet 2 sizes too small for his enormous head. He glared at our convoy for only a moment before his attention was pulled away to other drama taking place in this seemingly endless debacle. Our trucks rolled forward a few more yards, officially signaling we'd crossed out of Egypt, and our passports were handed back to us. Americans now had boots on the ground, as the politicians are so fond of saying, in Libya, a country with whom our nation had been in conflict on and off since I was a child. Now we were on their soil, infiltrating overland with the leader of a rebel army to a military camp to discuss the destabilization of the regime of Muammar Abu Minyar al-Gaddafi. Chapter 5. Meeting the Rebels. March 26, 2011. Benghazi, Libya. It was another 500 miles, or just over 800 kilometers, to Benghazi, but our driver spared no boot leather as he mashed the accelerator to the floor. I nicknamed him the Stig, after a character on my favorite BBC program, Top Gear, who was the show's tame racing driver, but really drove like a madman. The coastal desert road offered snatches of the Mediterranean Sea if you were paying attention, but mostly it was sand dunes, scrub brush, and only a village here and there to break up the monotony. The trip had been long, but aside from the guys chain-smoking up front and constantly popping in cassettes of the Arabic top 40 music equivalent of Rick Dees, it had been tolerable. I compensated by slamming 5-hour energy shots, keeping the windows down for fresh air, and many miles ago had engaged the miraculous creations of Steve Jobs to get something into my skull that I recognized as entertainment, while Dee watched his precious Archer cartoon, laughing every now and then in fits and spurts, startling our traveling companions up front. We were heading into a landscape that would soon be littered with the dead and haunted by the cries of those who survived them. But I was trying to think about other things. My family, my children at home. You can never be 100% confident that you will make it out of a place like this. I've seen war zones for more than 20 years, and I know what's sometimes required in order to survive in these decaying, desperate places. Life was cheap here. Anyone with a gun could extinguish it, but Dee and I were determined to go home, to get back to those we loved, and we'd kill anyone who tried to stop us. Casual entertainment. That's the impression of killing given by novels, movies, video games, and television. But it's not. It's something so powerful at first that you have to put it away into a box in your brain where you can't feel it, where your kids won't find it, where it won't trip you up in a way you don't expect. But sometimes it finds its way out and visits you while you sleep. But I'm not one of those screaming at his family or throwing down too many vodka shots and swallowing handfuls of Zoloft because he can't deal with life and death. I'm no different from any other American who's served his country. Killing is done in defense of yourself, your teammates, or for your country, but I don't lie around pondering it. Bad guys are dead, and if they weren't, they might have slaughtered more innocent souls, readily killing me or my teammates in the process. But killing someone with a gun is a lot different than doing it up close. A gun usually puts distance between you and the target, a separation to some degree. It's like the silly statement about something being easier said than done. What isn't easier to say than do? It's easier to shoot someone than stab them, just like it's easier for a pilot to drop a bomb on bad guys than shoot them. It's all relative. General Norman Schwarzkopf once said, "A professional understands that war means killing people, war means maiming people, war means families left without fathers and mothers." But there are things worth fighting for, no matter how much we hate war, and that means someone is going to get killed. After that, it just comes down to who wants to live the most. It boils down to this. You've got to accept that you're going to die one day. The only thing to choose is whether you do it on your feet or on your knees. As we closed in on Benghazi and the congestion increased, we began encountering checkpoints manned by rebel militia carrying rifles of all makes and models, wearing old camouflaged army field jackets, an assortment of T-shirts, and every now and then a pair of camouflage BDU pants. I took a Garmin hit to get our GPS coordinates, punched D, and we started videoing the scenes as covertly as we could. We decided to do this at each checkpoint. Sometime later it might be good to review it so we could see the layouts and the professionalism of the guards. It could also be instructive for any future pre-deployment mission briefings for our own guys. The more elaborate checkpoints had huge shipping containers sitting on each side of the road, 2 stories high, with other containers spanning the gaps between them like massive entrance gates. The hasty ones were nothing but rocks set in the road to make you swerve and slow down while a couple of armed guys checked IDs. I've navigated many checkpoints, alone, in pairs, and with a team. Sometimes we'd hit multiple checkpoints in a single day. Leaving a base, we'd go through a military checkpoint, then a local government checkpoint manned by some sod with an itchy trigger finger and a weapon pointed through the window demanding our paperwork. Down the road and out past the green zone could be simple crooks looking to make a buck, so we'd pay them, and then another one farther on when we'd get into the Badlands controlled by bandits or terrorist groups. But at each one, we'd have to understand that engaging in a gunfight at the checkpoint wasn't the objective. It's just another obstacle we have to move through. So we'd do what's necessary to de-escalate the situation and quietly pass through. Guns overseas are a fact of this life, and the bottom line is that you have to learn to be observant, assess what's going on, and talk or bribe first, and then ram or shoot your way through only when absolutely necessary. But if we had to shoot, we were prepared to set a new tone in that area and kill them wholesale. We flew through, with the Stig honking his horn as all 3 trucks were allowed to pass with no holdups. We were riding with the equivalent of one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the Libyan rebel army, apparently. Inside Benghazi, the press corps was staying at the Noran and Uzu hotels, guarded by rebel militia. We definitely didn't want to go there, and our hosts completely agreed, taking us to their seafront headquarters instead, where we finally stopped. It was so quiet, I felt I could hear my blood fighting its way through my veins as the sun retired over the horizon, and then would come sporadic gunfire. If you strained your imagination slightly, got past the black char marks on most of the large buildings, the destroyed vehicles, the rubble from cratered buildings in heaps everywhere, the gut-wrenching stench, the bullet-riddled walls and shot-up concrete and steel power poles, you could just about picture Benghazi as a once beautiful seaside city. In other words, if you closed your eyes, held your breath, and stopped up your ears and pretended you were any place else, it was great. We found a corner in a barren concrete room with one window high on the wall and put down our gear. Stepping out into the cool, humid evening air, I stretched my legs, taking in the faint smell of the sea, as it too fought its way through the diesel exhaust and smoke from the burning trash. I replaced batteries and tried to get a GPS fix and mark our position on the Garmin, while Dee swapped out the sat phone's stubby fixed antenna that we used when traveling with a wire antenna and threaded it out the window, taping it in place. Once he got reception in the building, he began typing up a sitrep to send to Rick, letting them know we'd arrived with our heads still attached to our bodies. The second battle for Benghazi had been over for a few days now. The signing of UN Resolution 1973 on March 17th, which Ambassador Shalgam and I had discussed in his office, and he'd managed to get pushed through, had turned the tide by opening the door for NATO airstrikes. Now the war front was south of us by a few miles. During the first battle for Benghazi, Gaddafi realized that the fight was going to the rebels and flew in a few hundred foreign fighters, mercenaries, many paid close to $1,000 a day, from neighboring African countries, including Chad, Niger, Mali, as well as from other places. The townspeople had responded by attacking them, driving them into a police station that was then burned to the ground. The town of Katiba fell when rebels commandeered bulldozers and abandoned tanks and rammed the walls. Hundreds died on both sides in 4 days of fighting for control of that city. Nearly 1 month to the day, the second battle of Benghazi had started. Gaddafi's forces shelled the city for nearly 2 hours with rockets and artillery. Then armor rolled into town and blasted anything and everything in sight. Bombs were dropped on the citizens, one during prayer time, killing women and children. People began jamming the roads out of town, trying to get clear before the city was locked down, because they knew what would follow. That was no mystery. It would be extermination. The fighting raged for hours until the rumor began to circulate about the arrival of Western air power. That spark of optimism was fanned when an old, rusting rebel tank opened fire on the lead Gaddafi tank in the attack, damaging it enough to make the crew bail out. The tank crews behind it panicked and began to retreat, and the first wave of the attack was beaten back to the city limits. Around this time, a rebel MiG-23 jet crashed, prompting the rebels to use loudspeakers to caution the people not to shoot down their own aircraft. Images from the crash caught on film were broadcast around the world at the time. Within 2 hours of that, French jets arrived on the scene, and with the help of British and American cruise missiles launched from ships offshore, began laying waste to Gaddafi's bottled-up army. These attacks continued throughout the night and into the early morning hours. The 2-day battle was over, and once again the city was saved. Sleepy and his family hailed from Tripoli, which I guess accounted for his reluctance to travel to Benghazi with us that day in March 2011. It was the first hint of the animus between the rebels from eastern and western Libya. I was a neophyte when it came to this country. I imagined that if I asked someone to explain it, I'd receive a T-shirt with the Libyan equivalent of "It's a tribal thing, you wouldn't understand," stamped across the front. With more than 140 tribes, they'd be right. Benghazi and Tripoli, I would later learn, are worlds apart. With its tribal influence and conservative, almost fundamentalist Muslim nature, Benghazi deeply offended Gaddafi. That partly explains why he came after it with a vengeance when the war started. Despite the trauma the city suffered, Benghazi seemed very undeveloped, but from what I could gather, the residents liked it that way. There was tremendous pride in this place. You could feel it in conversations with those few who actually spoke English. There was also a tremendous affection for the United States there at the time, too. But then I've seen that all over the world where people are being slaughtered and the United States offers help. They love you, but once the fighting's over, they usually couldn't give two craps about America. The rebels we encountered were young people for the most part. There was a plumber, aged 23, a taxi driver, 20, and a cell phone salesman in his late teens. Mostly the older folks were defectors from Gaddafi's regime, or were expatriates who'd come back home to fight for their homeland. The young made up the fighting force of the revolution, and the old decided when and where these kids would die. But then that's how every war is fought, old men deciding a younger man's fate on the battlefield. But it doesn't take a hero to order men into battle. The hero is the one who goes, because courage isn't something you take with you, it's something you find once you're there. These people were standing up to a dictator who'd ruled them with an iron fist for 4 decades. He wouldn't hesitate to torture, maim, murder, or use any other means to root out dissent. Failure to these townspeople meant death, and that was the best thing they'd get out of any defeat. Attack helicopters, fighter jets, tanks, and artillery were coming after them. They had a professional army attacking them. They had a ruthless intelligence service hunting them, and the minute they joined the rebellion, they had indeed burned their boats at the beach, as the saying goes. There was nowhere for them to go but to Tripoli and to victory. We should have tried to help them earlier and with more force than we did. Senator McCain and Congresswoman Myrick had it right. We should have been providing the rebels with intelligence to help defeat Gaddafi. Technical assistance such as secure communications and ISR, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance platforms via our UAVs and piloted aircraft. And humanitarian help should have been increased. We should have sent in teams of CIA officers and special forces to link with the rebels as we did in Afghanistan, basically to do what my team was trying to do for them privately. The Obama administration was simply leading from behind, pushing a noodle uphill, getting nowhere, and doing little. I hope that if our private effort showed results by weakening the tower from which Gaddafi wreaked havoc and destruction, then perhaps our president would decide he ought to get on the side of the winners in this struggle and do more than talk. The rebels needed to figure out how to communicate securely and to properly organize and resupply themselves. If they could afford our help and Washington didn't object, we might be able to give them advice on improving in those areas. One of General Hassi's aides showed us to another empty room, which would be our quarters during our time in the city. I got the feeling that we weren't the first people to call this room home, as there were wrappers, crushed yogurt cartons, and empty water bottles lying around everywhere. A skinny Libyan kid, no more than 15, came running up with a big smile, revealing a few missing front teeth, and handed us 2 thin foam mattresses on which we stretched out our thermarest pads and sleeping bags. I broke out 2 Quest protein bars for dinner. I always carried Quest bars and 5-Hour Energy with me. No local food for this redneck. I had to work, and I intimately understood the limitations of my belly. 1 bite of goat head, swig of tap water, or handful of rice, and I'd be wrapped around the local porcelain like a starving Somali pirate's hand on a chicken leg. Making friends in foreign countries usually involves eating with them, and many times that meant going to their homes and sitting with a tribal leader while looking at piles of rice, grilled ram testicles, kebabs, and lamb brain stew. You can tell me it tastes like chicken all you want, but having experienced food poisoning more than twice while working overseas, I'm quite content to pack protein bars, eat nuts, and stick to what I know. One December, I was in a village in eastern Afghanistan meeting with a local tribal leader in his walled, guarded compound. I sat as the lone American, cross-legged at the far end of a long rectangular room of mud and stone with the musky smell of animal skins mixed with wood smoke. We all sat on carpets rolled across the floor from their usual storage place against the edges of the walls. 18 others joined me, all men, all Afghans from the village and members of the local Pashtun clan. It was dark out, but kerosene lanterns lighted the room with a flickering orange glow. Despite the sub-zero temperature, the lofty elevation, and the snow coming down in a horizontal blur and collecting in massive drifts, we were all toasty warm due to fires built under the raised floor of the room. It was Stone Age radiant heat all night long. In front of me were piles of rice and chunks of mystery meat. The men dug into it with their dirty, bare hands, straight to their mouths, then back into the communal pile, time after time. I sat at the far end of the food spread from the main man, the chief. I'd squirreled away a protein bar between my crossed legs, hoping to pretend to eat their food, but in reality pinching off pieces of the protein bar. It worked for about 10 minutes. The tribal leader, a man who had total control over this region of the country and could have someone killed with the snap of his fingers and buried by morning, got up and came over to sit next to me. A very uncharacteristic thing to do. The room fell deathly silent. He asked why I wasn't eating the food they'd prepared. I couldn't believe he'd seen what I was doing, at his age, from that far away in such a dimly lit room. I said I had a medical condition and the food I was eating was special. I'll never forget what he said next. "You realize you're my prisoner now." Is he joking? Is this a test? I thought. His dark, deep-set eyes, surrounded by a scraggly gray unibrow badly in need of a trim, were impassive. His gray beard revealed no hint of a grin under the glow of the lanterns hanging from the ceiling. This situation could now go one of two ways, depending on the next words from my mouth. At times like this, the brain does amazingly quick calculations, and mine was busier than a $2 hooker on nickel night. I became acutely aware of the kerosene lanterns hanging from hooks in the ceiling, of my Glock pistol underneath my shirts, the 2 spare magazines on my left hip, totaling 45 rounds of ammo if you counted the gun. I took stock of the 18 potential targets, and that all their rifles were stacked by the door at the far end of the room, and that the closest guy to them was seated, legs crossed, leaning over and eating, and roughly 10 feet away. I know I can accurately empty a Glock in less than 3 seconds and reload in under 2. No man in this room was more than 15 feet away from me. If this old man meant me harm, I'd kill them all and burn this place to the ground. That might sound crazy, impossible, or even ridiculous, but you have no idea what you can do when properly motivated. Your back is to the wall, and your other option is to end up on YouTube losing your head. No thanks. I'll strike a match instead. But then I recalled the 20-foot-tall walls, the massive gate that took 2 men to open, the snowstorm, and the fact that I was basically in the Himalayan mountains, miles away from friendlies. Yeah, those variables definitely affected what came out of my mouth next. "Sir, I could not have been captured by a more honorable man," I said. He looked at me for a long, long second, and then a grin broke across his hairy, wrinkled, tanned, weather-beaten face, and he laughed long and hard as he slapped me on the shoulder and went back to his seat. Needless to say, for the rest of the night I ate anything and everything that was passed by me. It could have been goat, dog, cow tongue, or donkey dick for all I knew. It didn't matter. I was eating, and that was that. After dinner, I rolled up in a bundle of blankets just like the other men, only I slept with one eye open and a Glock under my rolled-up sweater I was using as a pillow, doubled over in pain. But the trouble really kicked into high gear the next morning when I started throwing up every last scrap of anything I'd consumed in the past day. That devolved into the sharts, flatulence that morphs into crapping your pants. Quick goodbyes, rushed handshakes, and thanks for the hospitality were offered amid a flurry of mind-numbing lower gut pain and a valiant struggle to keep things together. Soon my Toyota was bouncing and sliding fast over the rocks, potholes, and snow-covered roads, heading back down the mountain. The sharts became terrible, literally. I thought at the time that nothing could be worse than having to ride over icy mountainous roads with those noxious odors in the cab and residue swirling around, all while hurling out the door and freezing to death as snow was driven sideways through my window, which had to remain open if for no other reason than to have fresh air to breathe. This strategy worked until things took a turn for the obscene with full-blown, ground-hugging, dig-a-hole-and-clamp-your-nose diarrhea that locked onto me so badly I could have crapped through a screen door and never hit a wire. I couldn't drive any farther and just locked up the brakes, stopped on the side of the mountain road, opened my door, and hugged the truck seat until my stomach muscles were in spasms and my backside felt like I'd been wiping with 10-grit sandpaper, all as flaky, cold, wet snow covered my back. Thanks to that drive, I pack food with me if I can, even to family reunions. Back in Benghazi, no sooner had I begun eating than the same buck-toothed kid came back in with a tray of hot tea and 2 cups. Then he returned with a platter of mystery meat, nuts, and dates on a bed of rice. D was in heaven. The boy could eat carrots grown at Chernobyl and sleep soundly. Me? I dragged out bottled water from my ruck and kept on plowing into my protein bars. We stuffed ourselves and rolled into our bags. Unable to sleep, I thought of home, my family, my children. I had not planned to live a life away from them, had tried hard, in fact, to guard against it, even changing my career at one point, because next to God, nothing meant more to me than home. Chapter 6. How much is this going to cost us? March 27, 2011, Benghazi, Libya. The next morning, we sent a sitrep to Colonel Cantwell to let them know we hadn't been killed in our sleep, then set about packing up and stepped out to stretch and see what was going on. General Hassi's aide told us we had a meeting in 1 hour with the general and other leaders. When we joined them, he was out of uniform, as were the other men in the room. They explained to us that they feared the tribal groups would notice us, foreigners, together with the NTC leadership, and then break with the rebel army. Personally, I didn't see it. We had seen and heard too many pleas for Western help to think we wouldn't be welcomed. Regardless, it was a stated concern of our hosts, and so we had to do our best to deal with it. Libya is a land of tribes and clans, linked by networks and subdivided into multiple branches. Often you can identify a person's tribe simply by knowing his last name. Gaddafi is a good example. He came from the Kadadfa tribe, an Arabized Berber tribe from a western Libyan region now known as Sirte. "Gentlemen, thank you for coming here," the oldest of the men began in English. He never told us his name, nor did any of the others. Dressed in slacks and a nicely pressed shirt that hung untucked, he was reclined on his side against a pillow in the traditional way. An interpreter spoke in the background, turning his words into Arabic for those who didn't speak my mother's tongue. "You honor us with your presence, and I trust your night was restful." His English was perfect, with perhaps a hint of South London. The Terp droned on in the background. "Sir, yes, we rested very comfortably, and we appreciate your hospitality. The honor is ours that you would see us," I replied, waiting for the Terp to finish. People make the mistake when using an interpreter of speaking to him and telling him to say X, Y, and Z to the intended recipient. It's far more effective and thus more advantageous to your cause if you speak to your host and don't acknowledge the interpreter, but allow him to do his job in the background. It makes the conversation more personal to your target. "We come on behalf of Congresswoman Myrick from Washington, D.C. She's very interested in learning what you need. Understand this, however, we are not representing the U.S. government. But your fight against the dictator Gaddafi is being watched by the world, and many want to see you succeed and to help you," I continued, trying to make eye contact with each man in the room as I spoke. "General Hassi and I spoke at length back in Cairo," I said, looking in the general's direction. "He told me in great detail what you seek in terms of equipment and weapons." The men looked at Hassi and nodded. Hassi sat impassive, listening. "I want you to know that I did not come to bargain with you over the sale of lethal equipment. I know that is what you want more than anything, but I did not come to talk about that. That may be a discussion in the future, but that is not something I have any authority to discuss with you today. Things must be done in steps," I said. "I can discuss the supply of non-lethal equipment, but even more valuable to you, I can bring advisors," I went on. I noticed men leaning into one another and whispering. I let that die down before continuing. "As you all know well, these things are as needed to fight a war against a professional army as the bullets and guns." Certainly that was true, but I still appreciated their position. If I were in their shoes, I'd want the bullets and guns too, because without those, you die, no matter how many trucks, boots, and advisors you might have. In war, it's far less important who starts it than who finishes it. Still, I wasn't going to step across a line and start bargaining over things I didn't even have, never mind the fact that I didn't have permission to sell them even if I did have them. My highest priority was to get the rebels to trust me, if even in a small way, then to send information back to Washington. A gray-bearded old man reclining a few seats to my right spoke up in Arabic. "How soon could you have this equipment delivered to us, and how would you get it here?" He was testing me, wanting to see if we had the horsepower to deliver on a promise. Luckily, D had sent General Hassi's request back to Colonel Cantwell when we were in Cairo. He spoke up and said, "Sir, we could have it delivered to you in the port of Benghazi. We can source the equipment from southern European providers, which would shorten the time frame for delivery. But I cannot tell you exactly how soon it would arrive. That depends on the supplier's inventory. It would come from many different places because we will shop for the best prices for you." As we finished, I noticed a puzzled look on their faces, followed by beards turning and mumbling to one another. The older man then spoke up after a few minutes. "What do you mean when you say best prices for us?" "Well, sir, the equipment is not free and must be purchased before it can be sent to you. I said. "Why does the United States government not simply give it to us, as you did with the Afghans and the Iraqis?" "Sir, as I explained to the ambassador and to General Hassi, I do not work for the United States government. I'm here on behalf of Congresswoman Myrick only to gather information for a report that will be submitted to her. But she is not offering to supply you with anything either. I'm offering to provide you a quote for non-lethal equipment and military advisors on a private basis, unconnected to the U.S. government. This would have to be paid for from either NTC funds or from external assistance, such as the Qataris or the House of Saud," I told the group. The men again looked at one another. They appeared surprised that I was even aware of support coming in from Qatar and Saudi Arabia. My friend Bob Baer, former CIA counterterrorism officer, author of The Perfect Kill, and the guy George Clooney played in the movie Syriana, had been working his sources and passed those angles to me. "The United States will not give us these small things that we ask for?" he said, still apparently confused. I cleared it up for him. "Sir, again, I don't speak for the U.S. government, but as a tax-paying U.S. citizen, let me say that my government has spent quite a lot of money already, hundreds of millions, flying over and attacking Gaddafi's forces at the risk of our pilots' lives and costing our citizens directly. To my knowledge, no one has asked you to repay that. It comes from the U.S. people because they are a kind people. Don't you think that if you want supplies, that you should pay for them? Someone has to pay. It's your revolution. We already won ours," I said. Honestly, the more people I met, the more I liked my dog. This guy had just pissed me off, and what I'd said was bold and something I regretted not long after it came out of my mouth. But it was the truth. It was out, and that was that. Whatever they said next, I couldn't change. Seconds of uncomfortable silence ticked by. I wouldn't have been surprised to hear crickets chirping in the background. I glanced at Dee, who sat stone-faced. He was with me no matter what happened, and I knew what was going through his head. We had an inside joke that was truer than we ever acknowledged. Be polite, be professional, but have a plan to kill everyone you meet. He was thinking about how to get out of this room and to a working vehicle if things went ugly. That's how our teams worked. While one guy was doing something necessary, the other was figuring out the next move. "Tell me about these advisors," said the old man, breaking the silence. "Sir, I propose to offer you 52 men, all with backgrounds in U.S. Special Operations, who work for us and will help your army win the fight against Gaddafi by offering services related to strategic and tactical operations. They are all combat veterans, they all speak Arabic to some degree or another, and they are all very familiar with considerations of culture and religion for your area." "But that is too many," he said. "The problem is not with your men, for many of us here believe they would be very helpful. The problem is that if too many of them come, the news people would start to say that it is a Western-led revolt run by the Americans or the English. Gaddafi has already said that our revolution is a colonial plot. We cannot afford to have the people believe that." I explained my plan, to sort my men into smaller teams and have them go out to rebel units and work with their commanders. They'd be out of sight, they'd dress like the rebels, grow beards, and blend right in. "How much will this cost us?" he asked. I told him, and he didn't blink, and no one else blinked either. As I read the room and felt the energy turning in our favor, a thought occurred to me for the first time. This is crazy, but this just might work. Chapter 7. Spying on the State Department? 1991, Virginia. Someone was beating on my wall hard. I sat up in the bed of the small hotel room. In the hall, men were raging. One sounded drunk, the other was screaming, pissed off in a language I didn't recognize. Lights off, I felt under my pillow, and my hand hit the wood and metal of my gun, and I wrapped my fist around the grip. I didn't turn on the bedside lamp. The light might spill out under my door and draw their attention. The area I was in was considered a non-permissive environment, hostile. Think Iraq. The shouting grew louder. I heard a scuffle as someone was slammed into a wall close by. We'd been told by our CIA bosses that the local intelligence service was good, So maybe this was all just to get me to open my door so these guys would have a reason to grab me. I had gone to bed fully dressed, boots and all. My room guarded the corner of a four-way intersecting hall, and unlike any hotel or motel room I'd ever been in, this one had 2 doors to the hallways. Inside, it was Spartan. No curtains because there were no windows. The floor was plywood worn to a shine. The broken television with its bent rabbit ear antenna sitting on the dilapidated dresser was fit for a pawn shop. About 10 feet from the foot of my bed, I could see light shining under one of the doors. On the wall to my right, also about 10 feet away, was more light from the other door. I wouldn't be getting any sleep. Abruptly, the door on the right of the room broke open, and spilling in with the light from the hall, I saw the silhouette of a large, thick, bald man with a bottle in one hand and a stick in the other staggering in. Then the other door crashed open, letting in more light and another guy. Things were still for a split second, and then the doorknob came loose, fell apart, and hit the floor. A man in dark blue coveralls stood there, swaying with what looked like a logging chain swinging from his right hand. Then they both started yelling, screaming, and threatening each other. And then blue coveralls flipped on the lights, and they saw me. My hand tightened around the grip of the pistol still hidden under my pillow. I didn't want to bring a weapon into this if I didn't have to. They were illegal, and that would blow my cover. Raising my left hand and scooting back up the bed toward the wall, I tried to calmly tell them to stop, playing the part of the scared rabbit. But the bald guy staggered forward, raising the stick, while the guy in the coveralls started yelling at me in English. I repeated the command to get out, then reached for the phone, my eyes glued to both men. Blue coveralls started to back away. He seemed to have a few brain cells still functioning. But Baldy advanced, raising the stick like he was about to cave my head in. I slid the pistol out, rolled back onto the bed and gripped it with both hands, kept both eyes open, and placed the front sight post over the silhouette of his face and fired 3 quick shots. He dropped. I tracked his body with the sights as he fell, and then shifted the sights left onto blue coveralls. He stared in disbelief at the guy on the ground, and then his hands went up immediately. But I thought he was raising his chain, and my pistol bucked 3 more times in quick succession. His body went limp, and he collapsed where he stood. I was up and off the bed as quickly as I could move, heading to the door with the broken knob. I pushed it closed, leaning a chair against it to keep it from opening. Then I moved to the door on the right, got next to the wall, holding my weapon tightly to my chest, and looked through the crack at an angle up the hall. Stepping to the other side of the door, I looked down the hall the other way. It was empty, clear, for now anyway. I wanted out. I needed to get clear of this room, get a vehicle, and get moving. Giving the near-empty room a fast visual pass, I flipped open the cylinder, reloaded and tucked the now hot weapon down the back of my pants, took a deep breath, and stepped out into the poorly lit hallway. Closing the door behind me, I tried to calmly but briskly move to the nearest exit to hit the parking lot and my car. "Index! Index!" I heard my instructor Red say, ending the training exercise. The lights came on, and Baldy and blue coveralls resurrected. Red took the training pistol from me. One more exercise had just wrapped up at the farm, the CIA's mammoth facility where U.S. federal employees learn the arts of breaking the law in other countries. The farm is where gray work of covert operations and espionage is taught. At one end of the national spectrum is white, shining peace, that city on a hill concept. At the other end is black, raging savage war at the foot of that hill. The space between is the gray zone, where the haze of diplomacy and combat meet and bleed into one another. That's where the CIA works. That's where men and women carry out covert operations and practice the art of espionage secretly, clandestinely around the globe. The farm is ground zero for learning the trade, and that's exactly what I was doing. I had been at the CIA stationed in Washington, but at the farm I was finally getting what I wanted, the craft of a spy, drilled into me with the zeal that separates life from death. I think people who do this work, not unlike athletes, are driven from the beginning by the desire for excellence and the need to test themselves against the finest. There is a drive, an intensity necessary to do this job, a determination absolutely essential to surviving the trials along the way. As long as I'd been old enough to know what it was, I had wanted to serve my country. Be the best shot I could be, beat myself into solid physical shape, learn how to fight, study tactics, and try to grasp strategy, and be the guy who raised his hand to try and help. I was born amid the majestic dark green magnolias and sweet fragrant honeysuckle in the rolling hills of North Mississippi. I was blessed to grow up in a warm, loving family of 5, where Mom and Dad taught us to believe in God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit, and the right to bear arms, to serve our country, and help our neighbors. With cane poles and worms, we caught catfish, watched Happy Days and the Waltons together in the family den, went to church every time the doors were open, and prayed together every night before bed. Early in the mornings, before the sun was up, I'd head out with an old man, a family friend, Mr. Calvin Mangrum, through the woods and creeks checking traps, learning how to track and catch animals. My dad worked hard 6 days a week and even found time to build, by hand, in secret, the first car my brother and I shared together, giving it to us on Christmas morning. Dad, Granddaddy, my younger brother Todd and I hunted deer, squirrel, and dove, and that was my whole world. God, family, church, riding horses, hunting, and playing in the woods. So when I first walked through the doors of CIA headquarters in 1990, everything felt surreal. I was entering a realm of moral ambiguities in one sense, a landscape where the world's harsh realities would be laid bare. But I wanted it. I wanted to see how things really worked. History strongly suggested there'd be war in my lifetime, and I'd have to go as did my forefathers before me. So who better to go with than the best trained? It seemed to me that you have a better chance of living through it than being a self-propelled sandbag on a beach somewhere. Now, home was behind me, and a new world was ahead. That was my foundation, but my training might have started when I was a young teenager. My much older cousin Doug was home from the Navy. At 6'2", over 200 pounds, with sandy blonde hair and a bushy walrus-style handlebar mustache, he'd been a diver and EOD, explosive ordnance disposal tech, and was an avid student of Chinese martial arts. He'd even interviewed with Commander Richard Marcinko out in San Diego when he was forming SEAL Team 6. One of the first white guys accepted into a Chinese kung fu monastery in Hawaii, Doug trained there as much as he could and then moved on to study Jeet Kune Do from one of Bruce Lee's direct students. It sounds like the story of the Karate Kid, but I literally went to his house and raked leaves and did chores until he agreed after many months to teach me, my younger brother and best friend on earth, Todd, another bespectacled boy 2 years younger named George, and 2 younger fellows named Trip and Justin. We 5 amigos got more than we bargained for, before the movie ever came out. Doug's cabin was in the wooded hills on the outskirts of town. He hung a thick rope in a tree with a bell on it, and we had to climb the rope before and after each class and whenever we took water breaks. Thirsty? Ring the bell. Gotta pee? Ring the bell. Hungry? Ring the bell. We fought with no pads on our hands, feet, face, or groin, and he expected that whatever he taught us during the last class we would have committed to memory by the next one. We fought 1-on-1, 2-on-1, and even 3 or 4-on-1, but Doug's program turned out success. Todd went on to join the Army and became one of the brightest network engineers I've ever known. For a while, he came to work with me when I eventually started my own company. Justin studied at Harvard and then returned to our hometown of Batesville to help disadvantaged young people. George, in his John Lennon glasses, became a successful investment banker and ladies' man extraordinaire in Memphis, while Tripp became an active-duty Special Forces officer, a lieutenant colonel as of this writing, served with distinction in Iraq, and moved over to the black side, the covert side, where he still works today. We went at it. Doug would swing full force, and we stopped the blow, ducked it, moved, or got hit, hard. He pulled no punches. Once on his porch, after a long Saturday of training, he stood with a spotlight hanging from the roof behind him, shining right in my eyes. Earlier in the day, he'd been teaching us how to defend against someone swinging a weapon like a bat, stick, or chain. When night fell, he raised the stakes. Without warning, he went inside, returning with a 4-foot-long stick with a 2-foot curved blade fixed to the end of it. Down south, we called it a Joe blade. Others called it a Kaiser blade. It's used to cut down small trees, brush, and such. Doug brought it out, warned, "Get ready," then hauled it back and swung it my direction. Exhausted from a full day of training already, I couldn't see crap with that porch spotlight blasting into my eyes, except for his hulking form moving vaguely like a baseball batter at Mach 4. But I moved in fast, rushing him, closing the distance like we'd worked on all day. My hands came together and my forearms formed a triangle, slamming all at once into the shoulder joint, bicep, and chest of the arm holding the weapon, blocking its forward momentum. The force of my movement colliding with his incoming arm was so hard that the weapon went flying out of his grasp, landing somewhere behind me in the dark woods. The principle when fighting a swinging weapon is getting inside its danger zone, inside its arc. Whether a chain, stick, or bat, the weapon can't hurt you if you're standing face-to-face with the guy swinging it, breathing his air. Then you just have to deal with the man, and then it's all headbutts, elbows, and knees. Fighting skills have always been an important part of any operator's toolkit, and I've continued to learn, hone, and develop them over the years. They're perishable skills, gone if you don't train, refine, and sharpen them. When I started out as a teen, I was kicking high, punching, doing backflips and crazy fancy moves like I saw in the movies. But as I've matured, I've painfully figured out that it's about what works. Keeping your feet below your waist, kicking in knees, crushing arches in the foot, and attacking common peroneal nerves on the side of the legs. Then, if it gets closer, you bring elbows to the temple, side of the neck or throat, or headbutts to the face, fingers to the eyes. If it goes to the ground, it's choking the guy out, dislocating elbows or knees. It's about tearing off ears and hooking eyes, cheeks, and anything you can grab. It's more efficient and quick and not fancy or even pretty to watch. But it's not a show. It's about what works. It's about winning. Whether shooting, clearing a room, going to the driving track, or working on fighting, combatives, you have to always push harder than your adversary. The idea is to be the first in the fight, first to read the intentions, and first to strike. As an older Delta operator said once, "I don't train to be in a gunfight. I'd much rather be in a shooting." There's a difference. A gunfight means he's shooting back at me. In a shooting, I'm doing all the work. There are no second-place finishers. You don't take silver, you simply lose gold. Second place is nothing but the best loser. Nobody lost better than the guy in second place, but on the battlefield, that guy usually winds up dead. But I was also learning something else of great importance. A new way of thinking. Anyone could hit, kick, and shoot, but Doug showed us that the guy who could manipulate events to prevent the fight or turn things in your favor by seeing 2 and 3 moves ahead was the better warrior. Dad taught me that as well during the hours and hours my brother and I spent trying to beat him in chess. To this day, I don't ever remember winning a single match against him, even when Mom would urge him to let us win. But those lessons of observing, anticipating your opponent's moves, and letting the situation play itself out were what nearly 2 decades later we'd call developing the situation. Later, as my ambitions turned toward the CIA, I had to come to a new level of understanding of the world and its actors, the clandestine reality behind the conflicts that threaten us every day. I wanted badly to understand these things, to look behind the curtain. If you don't want it like that, it'll be hard to make it in the long run. By the day I first stepped into CIA headquarters in Northern Virginia as a sworn officer in early August 1990, I felt as though I had survived more tests than a PhD student in physics. My chassis had been primed and endlessly inspected by the agency's doctors. My psychological state had been plumbed for depths I didn't know I had, and my superiors pronounced that I was just the right kind of crazy. I realized I had to push myself every minute from day one and never settle for second place, never accept being the first best loser. I wouldn't win all the time, but I had to have that attitude. On that first day, my royal blue plastic ID badge was still shiny and without a scratch. Hanging around my neck from a dog tag-style chain, it made me proud. The badge didn't have a logo or the letters CIA or my name on it anywhere, just a reddish-orange 5-digit alphanumeric, my picture, and a DC mailing address on the back in case I lost it. As the hot August sun hammered me, I was sweating in my starched shirt, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock yet. But this day was important to me. I had no idea, however, what was going to happen to my country before I even had lunch. As I walked the long pathway from the huge west parking lot where my roommate and I had carpooled from our agency-rented apartment, I saw the SPOs, security and protective officers, in their black Smokey the Bear drill sergeant hats, white shirts, and dark sunglasses, watching everyone pass through. Entering the spotless new headquarters building, or simply NHB, I saw former Director William Casey's plaque in my periphery. I walked in as proud as I could be, the son of a small business owner from the poorest state in the nation, who now worked for the single remaining superpower's most potent intelligence organization. I'd been studying the CIA for years, and I knew its history from the beginning, when it was started as the Office of Strategic Services, the OSS, in World War II. Then, in 1947, it became the Central Intelligence Agency. Back then, it was divided into 4 major sections called directorates. Staff in the Directorate of Intelligence, DI, analyzed incoming raw information from all sources and prepared reports for clients across the U.S. government, but the main customer was the President, in the form of the President's Daily Brief, the PDB, and the National Intelligence Estimate. The Directorate of Administration, DA, was tasked with security functions, logistical supply needs for stations and personnel, as well as accounting and payroll worldwide. If the agency needed pens, payroll, or personnel, the DA provided it. It was renamed the Directorate of Support in the years following 9/11. The Directorate of Science and Technology, DS&T, was where engineers with 40-pound brains created technical collection systems, made disguises, encrypted communication systems, and created covert listening devices and other things that would make James Bond drool. These were the folks who engineered the miniature drones smaller than dragonflies, as well as the fake rocks designed to conceal gadgets used to listen in on enemy cell phone calls. Finally, if James Bond existed in America, he'd be found working in the Directorate of Operations, DO, which in 2005 became the National Clandestine Service, or simply NCS. This was where the case officers and paramilitary officers hung out. Contrary to movies, novels, and news reports, a CIA agent is not a U.S. citizen, but a foreigner recruited, run, and handled by a case officer. The agents do the majority of the actual spying and deliver information to the case officer, who is always a U.S. citizen and full-time employee of the CIA, a blue badger in agency parlance. Blue badges denoted full-time federal employees, and green badges were for contractors. The DO collected this HUMINT, short for Human Intelligence, worldwide, and passed it along to the DI, who tried to make sense of it in light of the President's policies and the nation's security interests. It wasn't so much about connecting the dots, but figuring out what were really dots that needed connecting, to quote my friend and former CIA officer Bob Baer. I remember on that first day going over from the cafeteria to the front entrance of OHB, or Old Headquarters Building, and staring at the 16-foot large seal of the CIA in the floor that I'd seen in books and movies back home. To the left of the Great Seal, the memorial wall stood framed between the U.S. and CIA flags. Carved into the wall were rows of stars representing CIA officers killed in the line of duty. And beneath the stars, jutting out from the wall about waist-high, hung a book under glass listing a few of their names. Other stars had no names at all. Those officers were still classified. Across the lobby on the south wall, a statue of Major General William Donovan, recipient of the Medal of Honor, National Security Medal, Distinguished Service Cross, and leader of the OSS during World War II, kept silent watch as the father of modern U.S. intelligence. To his side on that wall, an American flag hung, and a single star could be seen etched into place in dedication to our forefathers of the OSS. I'll always recall my first walk that day down the marbled hall with its narrow, tall windows on one side and paintings of all the former directors hanging on the other. I remember moving toward the tunnel that led to the Bubble, a large 7,000-square-foot domed auditorium sitting just in front of OHB under large shade trees. Minutes later, all of us were all standing shoulder to shoulder in a small room in front of an American flag, raising our right hands and swearing to protect the United States of America against all enemies. My chest swelled with pride. My thoughts turned to my dad, who served in the U.S. Army National Guard as a tank commander during the 1960s and into the 70s, and to both of my grandfathers, who served during World War II, one in Europe who crossed the Rhine in General Patton's Third Army, and the other in the Pacific under Admiral Nimitz. I was carrying on this lineage of service, holding a top-secret clearance in the employ of the top spy agency in the world. I was one of only a few dozen others who'd been selected, vetted, recruited, tested, and hired from tens of thousands of other applicants who applied, less than half of 1%. They kept reminding us of that we were the cream of the crop, the best this nation had to offer. For a young guy like me, it made me feel special, and I guess that was their point. The DO, as it was called then, was organized into geographic divisions such as the Near East Division, NE, which handled the Middle East, SE Division, which existed at the time of my employment to handle Soviet East Europe, AF Division, which handled Africa, and CE Division, which handled Central Eurasia, to name a few. Once I was told to go over to LA Division to pick up reports, and I asked why we had a division devoted to Los Angeles. Through fits of laughter, the case officer told me what an idiot I was, that LA Division handled Latin America, not the Southern California metropolis. So much for being the cream of the crop. I felt more like the dregs of the barrel that day. The DO was also divided up by centers, such as the CTC, short for the Counterterrorism Center, the CNC, Counter-Narcotics Center, and the CIC, Counterintelligence Center, where the spies spied on the spies and tried to keep out of the likes of traitors such as Aldrich Ames or Edward Lee Howard. Inside the divisions and centers were the desks that handled various regional or specific targets. For example, in the NE division was a desk that handled Near Eastern issues, involving countries like Iraq, and in CTC there was a desk called Russia, which worked the radical Shiite target. I had been assigned to the Near East Division, hotbed of terrorism, crazy dictators, and oil money. It wasn't that I had specific expertise in the Middle East, quite the opposite, in fact. It was simply that it was crisis time there and the division needed bodies, so mine was aimed that way. They were swamped, and as it turned out, I didn't get a briefing. I got a war. About the time I was walking into Langley, another name for CIA headquarters after the area in McLean, Virginia, where it was built, in August 1990, a cable from the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait was flashing into the operations center at the State Department with urgent information. Iraq, under the leadership of dictator Saddam Hussein, had invaded Kuwait, the tiny country to its south, and surrounded the U.S. Embassy. Two of our embassies, actually, one in Baghdad, one in Kuwait City, were surrounded. In other words, on my first day in service, history was being made. This was a major fork in the twisting road that would lead to America's invasion of Iraq twice, the bloody downfall of the vicious Hussein and his evil sons, a monumental shift in the reality of the Middle East, and a massive task for the administration of George W. Bush, whose father, George Herbert Walker Bush, was then president. Washington, D.C. was in shock at the news of Saddam's invasion. Earlier in April 1990, a delegation of Republican senators, including Republicans Bob Dole of Kansas and Alan Simpson of Wyoming, had visited with Hussein to deliver a message from President George H.W. Bush. Abandon your chemical and biological weapons programs and stockpiles, and, in return, the United States would continue working to improve relations between the two countries. Senator Howard Metzenbaum, a Democrat from Ohio, also with the delegation, told Saddam, "Mr. President, I can tell you're an honorable man." The dictator, an honorable man? The same man who rained poison gas on the Kurdish village of Halabja just 2 years earlier in 1988, killing an estimated 5,000 of his own citizens and wounding 10,000 more just because he thought they were disloyal? The same man who once sentenced his elder son Uday to be executed after he beat the dictator's food taster to death in front of scores of horrified party guests, but later rescinded the order? He wasn't an honorable man. He was a tyrannical dictator described by Robert Kaplan as being in a category all his own, somewhere north of al-Assad and south of Stalin when it came to brutal cruelty. Calling him an honorable man was simply a ridiculous political obscenity from a U.S. senator who should have been given a dictionary with the word honorable highlighted in it, or who should have just stayed home. Just 3 months earlier, America had still been sharing intelligence with Hussein in his war against the Iranians. In July 1990, when the dictator had begun to amass forces along the Kuwaiti border, most in the American intelligence community saw the suggestion of aggression as a bluff by the Iraqi leader to gain leverage in the ongoing OPEC talks. On July 25th, U.S. Ambassador April Glaspie met with Hussein and was asked about Washington's position on Iraq's dispute with Kuwait over the oil fields. She couldn't get anyone in Washington to answer the phone since it was night back on the East Coast. She wasn't prepared for that specific question, and so she just stuck with talking points from earlier. The United States had no opinion on Arab-Arab disputes. Hussein apparently took that as tacit approval, and 8 days later he invaded. None of the experts at the CIA or State Department believed that Hussein would risk a confrontation with the United States by actually invading Kuwait, despite the presence on the border of the dictator's elite Republican guards, who had been called the very guarantors of his rule. In other words, we had been blindsided. More than 100 Americans were trapped in the U.S. Embassy in Kuwait City. Perhaps 2,000 Americans were hiding from Iraqi soldiers throughout the capital city, and at least 115 were already in Iraqi custody, essentially hostages, human shields against a U.S. military response. Iraqi forces were hauling a number of Americans, mostly oil workers, to Baghdad, where they were put up at local hotels. The Iraqis would not allow the freed Americans to leave the hotels or even meet with embassy officials. It was clear that although the Iraqis called them guests, they were hostages. Iraqi officials later dropped the ruse and announced that their forces would hold the citizens from any country threatening Iraq as hostages until the threats ended. Deputy Chief of Mission to Baghdad, Joseph Wilson, the ranking U.S. diplomat at the embassy in Iraq at the time, understood what he was up against: Saddam and Washington. He got the fact that if he waited for D.C. to act, which could take weeks, he would be sharing his Christmas turkey with a smelly dictator with food in his mustache. He and the diplomatic security staff were also smart enough to know that securing the building was the first objective. So they performed a thorough review of security procedures, getting the windows painted over to foil snipers, destroying classified files and documents, and preparing for the remaining files to be incinerated in a heartbeat if necessary. They also instigated the creation of evacuation strategies and a plan to get non-essential staff out as quickly as possible. On that first day of my career, I learned from those trapped men and women an essential lesson: do something. Many times the big guns won't move because they're scared to get blamed for making a mistake, and they'll point blame at whatever you do, or they'll run in to take the credit if it works out well. But sometimes you just can't wait. You do what you, the one actually on the ground, know to be right, and you don't wait for the desk jockeys to get up off their hands. As world events seemed to be hitting fever pitch, I was hustled down the 6th-floor corridor of the old headquarters building. It was under renovation that year, its long halls lined in places with plastic sheeting over walls or doors, as green-badged carpenters and painters, dressed in stained overalls with tool belts hanging on their hips, intermingled with intelligence officers, commandos, secretaries, and suits of all flavors. Everywhere I looked, someone seemed to be moving with a purpose in a suit or uniform, carrying files under an arm or pushing a cart, seemingly all heading to do something important. I stepped out of that stream of humanity and focused confusion and into the office where I was to work, checking in with the head secretary. She took my name and picked up the phone, and suddenly a short, thick, red-faced guy, who it seemed was my boss, kicked open his office door and stormed toward me with a stack of papers. Then he said to go see the chief. So out into the stream I went once again, weaving my way through one of the busiest halls at CIA, thanks to the turbulent Middle East. A few seconds later, I stepped into the chief's office, checking in with yet another secretary. The chief had a reputation, an intimidating one. A thick man with dark curly hair, he was predisposed to fits of profane screaming at subordinates. The secretary hit her intercom and was greeted by a man yelling to get me through his closed door into his office. "Shut the damn door," he said, as if I should have known to do it. "You're the new guy, right?" "Yes, sir." "I need you to go to state. You'll be working in the task force every day until I call you back here, got it?" "Yes, sir." The ambassador running the task force will be the only one there who will know you're CIA, so don't fuck yourself. Yes, sir. You're my eyes and ears over there. Those assholes aren't telling us anything that's going on, and I want you to damn well change that for me, understand? Get me cables, bring them back every day. Clear? Yes, sir, clear. Good. Now get the hell out of my office. Surely he knew I had zero training at that point. It was hard to believe. The chief had just asked me to basically spy on another government agency. Did they really not know what was going on at State? Or was it just a test for me as part of training? Maybe it was better to spy at home among friends before trying it out overseas. Surely not. Looking back, when we first were hired, a lot of us had crazy conspiratorial notions about the agency and why they asked us to do the things we did. In hindsight, much of it was routine and pragmatic, with no Orwellian plot behind it at all. Regardless, I had direct orders from the CIA equivalent of a two-star general. As I was headed over to State, Secretary of Defense Dick Cheney was already pressing Bush 41 to go to war, arguing that the president needed no congressional authority. But on the other side of the Atlantic, Hussein was telling Joe Wilson that if the United States reacted militarily to the invasion of Kuwait, America would be responsible for spilling of the blood of 10,000 soldiers in the Arabian desert. Chapter 8. Escaping Saddam. August 1990, Washington, D.C. My boss just ordered me to spy on the State Department. My country looked to be going to war, and it was basically my first day on the job. The Iraq-Kuwait Task Force was located at the U.S. Department of State and was housed in a maze of glass. As you might expect, it lay behind additional security layers, namely an old man in a navy blazer sitting at the entrance who checked to see if you had the bright canary yellow badge clipped along with your State Department badge. Once you got past that lethal instrument, it was a warren of conference rooms and tiny phone banks, literally no larger than a phone booth. Diplomatic specialists were frenetically handling crises exploding in their regions all over the globe. I reached a glass door, poked my head in, and found I was in the right spot. I introduced myself to a secretary who said the former ambassador to Iraq, April Glaspie, would be out to meet me in just a moment. The ambassador had been called back to Washington after her meeting with Hussein that many blamed for his decision to invade Kuwait. Her second-in-command, Joe Wilson, who 8 years later would marry Valerie Plame, who rose to fame when a syndicated columnist, Robert Novak, publicly identified her as a CIA officer, was acting in the ambassador's stead back in Baghdad. I walked into the second room with the officers around the conference table. On the floor, in boxes, were stacks and stacks of printed communication cables from embassies around the world relating to the Iraqi invasion. They were all classified at one level or another, confidential, secret, even a few top secret, all just lying around in cardboard boxes that used to hold printer paper. Now I understood what my chief was experiencing. This place was overwhelmed. They were doing well just to field the mounting problems, and reporting to the CIA wasn't their priority. I saw a copier against the wall and set about following my orders. The task force ran 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It was led by an ambassador and was assigned Foreign Service officers from the bureaus of Pol Mil, Political Military Affairs, Near Eastern Affairs, Economic and Business Affairs, and Consular Affairs, the Department of Foreign Affairs, and Legal. Everyone worked in shifts. These were the folks I'd noticed around the conference table as I'd tried to find my way around earlier. The two tiny phone booth-sized rooms I saw were crammed with a chair and a large encrypted telephone unit called a STU-3, short for Secure Telephone Unit, third generation. It was squeezed onto a tiny shelf and looked much like an office reception telephone, but you had to insert a crypto key into the right side of it and dial a phone number, then a display would tell you whether your call was non-secure or secure. If the other party had a STU, you just hit the secure button and started talking. These were the only open links to the besieged embassies. They were direct, secure telephone lines from the State Department to the embassies in Baghdad and Kuwait. I could not imagine what the long-distance bills for that would look like. The place was frantic, but when the ambassador came out, she graciously and calmly introduced herself as April Glaspie. She was unruffled, determined, and I remember her fondly. Her long brown hair had a few streaks of gray in it and was pulled back into a ponytail. She wore little makeup and reminded me of someone more at home at Woodstock than at the seat of our nation's diplomatic corps. But because she'd met with Hussein before the invasion and hadn't told him not to invade Kuwait, she was about to take the fall, and I think she knew it. Before the invasion, she had delivered a letter from the president to Hussein informing the dictator of Bush's pleasure at hearing of his willingness to negotiate with leaders from Kuwait to ease the tensions between the two nations. Iraq and Kuwait were at each other's throats over a debt Iraq owed Kuwait to the tune of $14 billion, which Kuwait had loaned to help them fight the Iranians in the 1980s. They also argued over claims by the Iraqis that Kuwait was slant drilling for oil into Iraq's Rumaila oil field, and they bickered over Iraq's claim to part of Kuwait dating back to a 1913 treaty enforced by the British. But that's the nature of the Middle East: old rivalries and long memories. According to Joe Wilson, the Iraqi leadership was startled by the positive tone of the letter, which they interpreted as being overtly conciliatory toward Iraq and its dispute with Kuwait. Iraqi Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs Nizar Hamdoun would recall that the letter left the impression America was more concerned about good relations than Iraqi military moves. He also believed that the letter sent the wrong signal to Saddam by not explicitly warning him. Wilson concluded that this letter, much more than any other United States statement, appeared to have influenced Saddam's thinking prior to the invasion. Couple that with Ambassador Glaspie's unexpected meeting with Hussein, and it was an unintended recipe for invasion. The ambassador told me she wanted me to operate one of the communication lines to our embassies, the literal secure phones units in those two tiny rooms connecting Washington to the embassies in Baghdad and Kuwait. I said I'd get right on it, but I also suggested that I go in and organize the printouts of the communications cables, putting them up on clipboards so they could be seen more clearly and getting them up off the floor. These cables were not literal cables, such as wires or cords, but was a name for encrypted text communications between an embassy and its parent country. The term cable came from the time when underwater submarine communication cables were used to transmit these messages, and it's still in use today. So I suggested I organize them, suggesting not only would they be more secure than lying around in printer boxes, but they would be more accessible to the officers working in the task force. When she agreed, I got right to it, because it also gave me cover for action, and I had gotten a seat next to the copying machine. I was in business. In the next few weeks, Glaspie's experience would be as instructive to me as Joe Wilson's. She was about to get scapegoated and was treated by many in the press as the person who greenlighted Saddam's invasion. Practically no one at the top but Joe Wilson came to her defense. I organized the cables by date, with the most recent on top, grouping them by classification. I used one clipboard for those classified confidential, one for secret, and another for top secret, the contents of which I concealed with blank sheets on top. These clipboards went up on the back wall of the task force working room so that the officers didn't have to go searching through the boxes scattered on the floor when they needed something. As I did this, I was also copying specific documents in those piles, except those labeled top secret, and putting them into a separate box, which I slid under a small desk against the wall. Later, I'd gather them up for delivery to CIA. If anyone saw me copying them, I would simply say I was making backup copies in case we lost any from the clipboards. That evening, when my shift was over, I stuffed as many of the copied non-top secret documents into my book bag as I could manage and caught the CIA's blue shuttle bus back to HQS, where I delivered my first batch to the chief. He was ecstatic. Score 1 from Mississippi. Back in the Middle East, Joe Wilson was summoned to see Saddam. Wilson, determined not to let Hussein get the better of him with Iraqi photographers, refused to do anything that could be construed as bowing to Hussein, which was an effect Hussein liked to achieve in photos with important visitors. Wilson dared not so much as chuckle for fear that a photo might be manipulated by the dictator's propagandists. At the meeting, Hussein proposed a solution to the Iraq-Kuwait problem. If the United States blessed Iraq's annexation of Kuwait, he promised cheap oil for America and vowed not to carry his aggression farther to Saudi Arabia. If the United States did intervene, there would be blood, the dictator promised, a great deal of it. When Wilson pressed for foreign citizens to be allowed to leave Iraq, Hussein asked if he should take the request as an indicator of a U.S. military response. So, no progress was made at the meeting. As a side note, it's instructive that when offered cheap oil, the thing America is always accused of trying to take, we didn't. Instead, our nation stood up for human rights and freedom, and we liberated Kuwait. On August 8, 1990, Wilson and others in Baghdad learned that the Iraqis were placing about 115 American hostages at strategic sites they considered most likely to be targeted by U.S. air and ground strikes, in essence, using them as human shields. 2,000 Americans still remained trapped in Kuwait City, where Iraqis were, as Wilson would write, terrorizing the population. After I arrived at the State Department, our days got longer and more grim. One thing I learned was that a bureaucrat will throw you under a bus and then back over you and spin out to get a promotion or to make a score with his boss. But when American lives are at stake, Washington becomes a different world, a community where the players are transformed back into human beings who will do anything to get their people safely back to their families and to protect our country. The situation I was witnessing showed me the national security establishment at its best, with caring, brave, patriotic people going all out, working long hours to any lengths to rescue our own. This was real. This was genuine. I was proud to be there. One afternoon, as I walked into the task force room, I noticed the receptionist was shaking like a hound dog passing a peach pit. Looking around, I saw a room full of people near hysteria. "Secretary Baker is on his way down here. He wants to talk to the embassy in Baghdad," she said over the top of her reading glasses. Okay, big deal, I thought, as I walked back to my post. Secretary Baker's not my boss, and he's coming to do what I've been doing for months. It's not hard. Pick up the phone. It's lying right there on the desk. The line to the embassy was open and running and had been for weeks. We checked in with them every 15 minutes. Plus, they were trapped, so it's not like you would get an answering machine. A few minutes later, from my tiny phone booth, I realized that the larger room beyond my door had gone completely silent. I looked out to see U.S. Secretary of State James Addison Baker III in a dark gray suit with a green and blue striped tie, standing unaccompanied in our little office, no entourage in sight. That alone was odd. People at his level always had step-and-fetchits around them. He was here and was expecting to speak to our people in Kuwait or Baghdad. I reached to check the comm link, but when I lifted the receiver and started to raise Baghdad, the line was dead. No background noise, no feedback, and no white noise. Nothing. Dead silence. That had happened probably 3 times since the invasion. If stupidity were a capital offense in Iraq back then, there would have been a massive population drop. But on this day, the Iraqis managed to cut the connection. Sometimes that brain trust actually succeeded at something. I had 2 options. I could get the embassy staff back online, which would take a few minutes, or I could run down to the ops center and they could bring them back up in a few seconds. Nobody was saying anything to Secretary Baker. They all seemed to be stunned he was even in the room. So I walked over to him, extended my hand, and said, "Sir, the line to Baghdad just went down, but if you'd still like to talk to them, I can take you to the operations center and we can—" Just then, a round, fat-bodied, pompous, bow-tie-wearing aide showed up and interrupted, saying, "We know where the operations center is." Secretary Baker seemed embarrassed by the guy, shook my hand, thanked me for my service to the State Department, then walked out, following the aide back toward the ops center. I'll never forget the look on his face. He wore the expression of a man in control, a decent man and way beyond caring about protocol or rank. I know he wouldn't remember that day, but his extraordinary gravitas and seemingly confident mood changed a day that was almost ordinary. By now, I'd delivered an untold number of documents over to CIA, but nothing top secret. There were special handling rules for those, and violating them would have put me in a serious jam. The chief was pleased with what I'd done and told me I could stop my paper route. He'd apparently worked out something with somebody higher up the food chain at State and was getting what he wanted through more conventional channels now. In December 1990, I called my little sister to wish her a happy 15th birthday. This was the day that the last charter flight picked up a group of U.S. Embassy personnel and other Americans who had been hiding in Kuwait for 4 months. Not everyone was leaving. More than 2,000 Americans were still incarcerated by Saddam and in danger of being used as human shields. Hussein, however, would ultimately attempt to win credit with the international community by letting them go, after long, complicated diplomatic efforts by the United States, United Kingdom, and Canada. 5 months earlier, on August 24th, Saddam had ordered the closing of the American embassy in Kuwait City, but Ambassador Nathaniel Howell, his deputy, and 2 other members of this skeleton crew had kept the place open in defiance of Saddam's order, reminding me of General McAuliffe's famous response to the Nazis' demands for surrender at the Battle of the Bulge. Nuts. For 3 months, the embassy staff had gone without electricity and municipal water. They slept out in the heat, surrounded by flies and the entire Iraqi army, surviving on canned tuna and rice, planting gardens, and drinking from the swimming pool. Now, in December, I bent over the secure telephone unit in my tiny office in Washington. Kuwait, this is State. Comcheck, over, I said, as I'd been saying for months. The embassy worker responded, State, this is Kuwait. This will be our final comcheck, over. Roger, Kuwait, I understand this will be your final comcheck. You are closing down comms, is that correct? Over, I said. He answered, You are correct, State. State, thank you for all you've done. Everyone here really appreciates your professionalism. What's your name? You're not DOS, are you? He knew I wasn't a diplomat. I used words like Roger, Wilco, and negative when we spoke. I spelled things using the phonetic alphabet and allowed time for the encrypted messages to be sent through the satellites to him before trying to speak again, preventing us from talking over each other. My predecessors didn't, and most state folks, aside from security and comm officers, didn't either. They just talked like they were on a standard office phone line in the United States, and that resulted in garbled transmissions that stepped on each other, frustrating on both ends of the line. I figured those guys had enough problems on their end. The least we could do was communicate effectively with them. How did I answer that question, though? I'd been talking to this guy for weeks on end, months, multiple times every day. Many times we thought the Iraqis were going to raid them, take them captive. He and I had formed a professional bond, and I didn't even know his name. But I couldn't reveal my true employer, and I didn't want to, especially not on a phone line where the National Security Agency, NSA, or even foreign governments were certainly listening and recording every word spoken. That would end my career before it even started. Kuwait, I am not at liberty to answer your last, and there's no need to thank me. You guys just have a safe flight home. That's thanks enough, I said. State, I didn't think so. See you soon, brother. Kuwait out. Roger that, brother. Safe travels. State out. I listened for him to hang up his Stu 3 for the first time in months, permanently closing the connection that had remained open since August. The line went dead, and for the first time I placed the receiver in its cradle, killing the connection on our end. The U.S. Embassy in Kuwait was now unoccupied after being barricaded for 132 days. They were coming home, and I was heading out. My chief had finally sent word that it was time to get back to the CIA. My training at the farm was about to begin, and soon I'd start a strange and exciting life where men in blue coveralls broke into my room waving chains and threatened my life, while veterans like Red showed me who it was I would become. Chapter 9. Plan B. Spring 2011, Benghazi, Libya. When General Hassi came to see me, I was sitting cross-legged on the floor, starting in on a protein bar and updating my notes. The seconds seemed to drag by as I awaited his verdict on our plan to support his rebel teams. But this was how it worked when you're trying to integrate into a tribal culture to help them. Hurry up, get ready, and, well, wait. It was almost like working for the federal government. For this job, our men would grow beards, wear local clothes over their gear, and interact with the rebels at every level, becoming what U.S. Army Special Forces Major Jim Gant called American tribesmen. We would train rebels to fight, help them with strategic targeting decisions, and report the ground truth intelligence to the U.S. government, which translated into what was actually happening on the ground by giving visibility on leaders, potential problems, emerging leaders, munitions, and how their logistical systems worked, and anything else that appeared noteworthy or was requested. But to get into this position, we first had to build rapport with the rebels and establish trust. So far, we were moving in the right direction. They'd brought us into their world, their headquarters. Now it was up to the tribal bigwigs. Across the world in Washington, the uproar over Libya built to a crescendo. It was a fire that seemed to sear the brush, but it never got hot enough to light a fire under the politicians who built up the blaze to warm themselves, then ran to the hills when it came time to burn the dictator. Gaddafi, calling his people rats, was far from any kind of surrender. He was threatening to cleanse his nation house by house. Obama's efforts seemed tentative and political. "We have discussed your proposal," the general told me. His looks suggested we weren't going to be playing on the same team. Never underestimate the power of people to make seemingly insane decisions when they shield themselves within large groups. U.S. politicians were handing over Obama's apparent half-hearted efforts to a broad coalition of NATO forces who would move to solidify the maritime blockade and no-fly zone. I hoped the Libyan general wasn't counting on them to be the cavalry. Deadlock would dull their impact, and I didn't think they would ever be able to ensure the people's safety, partially because of the UN's unwillingness to unleash the kind of firepower that would risk civilian lives. I didn't want civilians hurt either, but at the same time, there's really no such thing as a surgical war. Innocent people are going to die, and refusing to engage the enemy simply hands over victory. The American public assumes surgical strikes make no mistakes because they saw the clean, pinpoint hits during the first Gulf War and the complete victory over Saddam's army that followed, not understanding that it was not the norm. You fight the U.S. either stupidly or asymmetrically, as one general put it. Saddam simply placed his army on a golf tee and the United States walked up with a 9-iron, as General Stanley McChrystal once said. But the concept of surgical strikes comes from medicine, where surgeons carry out their profession with such precision. Yet surgeons make altogether between 1,300 and 2,700 operational errors annually, cutting the wrong places on the patient. Mistakes are going to happen. Nothing is perfect, not even surgeons. Collateral damage is part of war. The U.S. media and politicians must wrap their collective brain around the idea that war is violence, and that has universal value and is a language everyone understands. Stop the hand-wringing and embrace the warhammer, because if we don't, someone else will. The Libyan opposition was still limited, and its ability to protect population centers was doubtful. The proximity of the dictator's forces, facilities, and equipment to civilian infrastructure was a threat. But at the very heart of the problem, the question of who the rebels were still complicated everything. That was where we could help, if we could get in. I waited for the general to continue. "We do not want that many of your men," he said, "but we do want some. We think too many will not be good. We also want to know how much the equipment will cost and when it will be delivered." I was elated. This was not a complete rejection, and we could work with this. If we got a few of us on the ground, we could show them our benefits, gain their confidence, and the teams would grow. Already we had Silverback on board with his knowledge of Gaddafi's security. He would soon be setting up networks, recruiting informants, and pushing information to us. You combine Western butt kick with reliable on-the-ground intelligence about enemy movement, and the only thing you'll need after that are 2 pallbearers at the funeral, since garbage cans only have 2 handles. We moved. Dee and I got out of Libya, not letting what little grass there was grow under our feet. We had a job, and it couldn't wait. After flying back to the States, landing at Dulles, we headed to our homes, repacked, and agreed to link back up at the training center. There was a ton of work to do, and the staff was already cranking on it before we even had wheels down. The operations order, op order, was being drafted at our company headquarters by a small team led by Kendrick, a former U.S. Marine Corps major. This document would govern how we would operate the teams at every level, how we would resupply ourselves, what we'd do in case of emergency, and on and on. It was a comprehensive document that we drafted every time we deployed a team anywhere. Whether it was providing security for the Motion Picture and Television Fund during the Emmys or sending teams into the Middle East, we always worked from an op order, and our teams would then execute those orders. Concurrently, we would report to CIA and the Defense Department that we were on the ground, asking them what essential elements of intelligence, EEIs, they desired, then pushing those questions down to the teams who'd collect it during the course of their work. Reports from Silverback were trickling in nearly every day about developments on the ground, as well as on how our fledgling network was growing. It seemed to be spidering out all over the place. From my GMC truck back in Virginia, I burned up my iPhone, emailing and giving orders as we hurtled forward on this huge undertaking. I watched my youngest daughter's gymnastics competition from the top of the bleachers as I covered the microphone above the din of the cheering crowd to brief Myric's office by phone. I took my oldest daughter to her driving test as I sat on the phone with Colonel Cantwell to figure out the best way to purchase medical supplies. As my son and I fished on the creek bank, I was emailing an old Vietnam-era POW contact in Virginia who had commercial shipping links into Libya that might be able to help with smuggling in the equipment past Gaddafi's coastal defenses. We didn't stop. The kids seemed to think I was always on the phone, and I was. We were helping coordinate a war, and the road to success is always under construction. Colonel Cantwell had a list of the rebels' logistical needs, and his team was running on all cylinders. In Europe, Jana was scouting property to set up a safe house, making trips to London to meet with property agents. We needed a place to bring in personnel for the trip into Libya, and while Malta was our first choice, giving the teams a place to stay while avoiding having to check into hotels as they waited for the boat, Egypt was a remote and last resort option. Since the land border was rumored to be closing soon, and the trip was far too long a drive, it was a very long shot, but one we at least wanted to consider. Malta is an island about twice the size of Washington, D.C., lying about 50 miles off the southern coast of Sicily in the Mediterranean Sea, roughly 200 miles north of Libya. For decades, drug smugglers have pushed hashish and cocaine into Europe through Malta, and now those same routes were being used by the rebels to illegally bring in weapons and fighters, while legally bringing in medical supplies and reporters on the same boats. The reality of things is that espionage requires dealing with liars, smugglers, traitors, and criminals of all sorts, because honest, trustworthy, upstanding citizens don't traitor against their own country. So we use the criminal underbelly of the world, but to accomplish a noble goal. We secured a place overlooking the port and the Maltese village of Birzabuga with an office down the street. A local law firm would do the leases and keep us anonymous on paper by having everything in the name of the firm, with us paying them to pay the rent. Using attorneys in this way, both in the United States and abroad, helped non-governmental organizations remain covert. It was all relatively simple when it came down to it, just like the foolproof method for defeating a listening device from picking up your voice in a room, vehicle, or elsewhere. Just get close to your listener, cover your mouth, and whisper. Simple worked quite often. Dee beat me to Mississippi, linking up with Todd, who ran that office and the training center. Together with Deputy Art Watts and my childhood friend Deputy Clint Robertson, both solid law enforcement officers who were part-time instructors for us, our southern staff began vetting candidates and inhaling resumes for pre-deployment workups that would get the men ready to operate in Libya. 2 days after getting back from North Africa, I kissed the kids in Virginia, grabbed my pack, drove out to a private airfield in Suffolk, and boarded the company jet for the 2-hour flight to Mississippi. The plane was a twin-engine passenger jet that seated 9 and could get us from the East Coast to Colorado Springs on one fill-up. Rich, a great guy, former naval aviator, and veteran A-6 intruder pilot, had a unique way of landing. He kept the nose in the air for nearly the entire time, with just the rear wheels touching the ground. It looked like we were doing a wheelie coming in. It saved the brakes by using the air to slow us. A private jet has advantages, I have to admit. Once I took my family to my parents' hometown for Christmas. When we left a few days later and were somewhere over Alabama, I realized that I'd forgotten my laptop back in the tiny airport. Rich turned the plane around and went back to get it. Try that on Southwest. Todd met me at the airstrip in one of the company's Suburbans, and we headed north up Highway 7 to the training center in Holly Springs, stopping just long enough to pick up a rack of the best barbecue ribs at the BP station on South Lamar. We barreled on the rest of the way with sauce on our fingers, laughing like we were kids. There is no one I am closer to than Todd. An Army veteran, Todd powerlifted at Mississippi State, once putting up 373 pounds on the bench, and he only weighed 185. He started working for the company as the IT guy. He could fix and install anything. I eventually began relying on him for more and more as I went overseas. Our company's facility was a place for our personnel to train, and it was where we offered instruction to law enforcement, military, and select private clientele. I founded my original company, SCG LLC, in 2002 after things went north at Blackwater. A true Southerner won't say something went south, since going south isn't derogatory at all, in our opinion. Blackwater wound up in the news in 2007 for killing civilians, and the shooters were convicted in 2014. Over the years, its owner was hauled in front of Congress, it had numerous employees up on charges, was being sued repeatedly, was being chased by one federal investigative agency after another, and changed its name multiple times. That was a development that should have been no surprise, given the political winds blowing at the time, plus what I experienced with the petty rivalry when I was there. Blackwater Security Company wasn't going the way I'd originally envisioned. Outstanding patriots and real heroes worked there with remarkable skills, but we grew too fast in the beginning, and as a result, we began taking on a few guys who were not of the caliber I'd originally intended. I was also concerned that making money was overtaking the quality of the pre-deployment training. One example is a former SEAL who was shipped over to Site 1, our Kabul posting, and negligently discharged his sidearm inside the CIA's compound. No one was hurt, but I sacked him and he was shipped home on the first flight out. I wanted professionals there, and we were being paid top dollar. Most SEALs are pros, but our men were supposed to be above normal, above negligence of that sort. The guy told me later that when he'd shown up at Blackwater for the workup, he'd been given a box of 50 bullets and a Glock and told to go out and shoot. Problem was that this guy had never shot a Glock in his life, just the Navy-issued SIG P-226, and he wasn't used to the trigger on the Glock. According to him, when he was removing his weapon from his vest one evening, it somehow snagged and his finger slipped onto the trigger and launched around down into the dirt. In my opinion, standards were dropping, and that put everything I had been trying to build at risk. But while at Blackwater, I had completed projects in Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Uzbekistan. I had set up and was the director of a multi-million-dollar, multi-year U.S. Navy contract that we won to train thousands of sailors from across the country to protect ships in port and prevent another USS Cole attack. As vice president of Blackwater USA and director of Blackwater Security at the same time, I helped build one successful enterprise from scratch and make the other profitable for Eric, Gary, and Blackwater. But it wasn't working for any of us, me especially. The last shoe to fall was when I learned of activities taking place between the owner of Blackwater and his former nanny, who'd been shipped there from Northern Virginia to work as my secretary. I had concerns about what I now knew and its implications for the company and overall morale. Not wanting to be the senior man with a secret, I brought it to the attention of my boss, who just put his hands over his ears, closed his eyes, and started making babbling noises, saying he couldn't hear me. Clearly, he didn't want to know what the woman shared with me about her relationship with Eric, something Eric would ultimately admit 13 years later in his book. I went back out to the range to shoot and to think. By the end of the first magazine, I had decided to resign. As I walked back to the office to tell Gary, he beat me to the punch, saying that he'd already called Eric, and they were firing me. I left that day with no job, none waiting in the wings, and with 2 men who didn't like me very much, and one was a billionaire. But I had skills that not too many possessed. I'd been allowed to create a company from thin air and an idea, built it into a respected multi-million-dollar powerhouse in a few short months, and recruited, trained, and deployed teams to war zones around the globe. But there was bad blood, and I later heard folks making up crazy stories about me to hurt my chances of starting over. I wasn't a threat to that behemoth, but I knew the business. I'd seen what worked and what didn't. I knew people in the industry now, and I was just in my early 30s. Our family of 4 was living in a small rental house just up from our favorite pizza joint, Pungo Pizza, surviving off our savings. But I had those contacts, a doctoral degree in law, and an idea. So on a milk crate upstairs in a converted attic office, I broke open my Rolodex. Kids, that's a list of contacts. I knew that if I could make money for someone else, I could do it for myself. I decided to ignore the rumors coming out of Blackwater and get to work, founding Virginia-based SCG LLC. I really had no other option. I, too, was like the explorer who'd burned his boats at the beach, because that fall we made another trip to the hospital and our third child, a sweet blonde baby girl named Mallory, entered our lives. At the time, I wondered whether it was possible to love more than I loved Morgan and Cole, but somehow the capacity of a parent's heart just grows and grows, and her birth brought me profound joy. But in 2002, I saw the strategy. Attack al-Qaeda everywhere, disrupt its plots, penetrate its cells, capture or kill its members. That's what President Bush said after the three-pronged hit on 9/11, and it had not stopped. He'd embraced the warhammer. Terrorists were being killed or captured from Bangladesh to Beirut and all points in between. Nowhere was it safe to be a bad guy opposed to the United States. Before the attacks, there was talk of whether we even needed intelligence agencies anymore, but all that chatter was now outdated and out of style. Covert operations were being executed worldwide with precision and lethal effectiveness. Tactics had changed. Clandestine meetings were conducted quickly, sometimes on the fly with high security, but newer technology was pushing espionage in different directions, allowing safer transfers of information between the intelligence officer and agent than ever before, many times eliminating the need for face-to-face contact. The first wave of this change was when the CIA, not the Pentagon, led the war that defeated the Taliban in Afghanistan and drove al-Qaeda out. The CIA also pioneered the use of armed drones that were smoking Hellfire missiles into camps, homes, and vehicles, killing with accuracy without risk to human pilots. Assaults and raids on terrorist hideouts started off in helicopters with fast roping onto targets, doors blown, flashbangs tossed into rooms. Now warriors were even better. They used stealthier movement with suppressed weapons and nods, night observation devices, night vision. They came in trucks or did long foot marches to reach their targets to keep from tipping off the bad guys by arriving in a helicopter. They engaged and moved, keeping the enemy blind until the last minute, just as death was visited upon them in the dark without them ever getting a shot off. That's a shooting, not a gunfight. I witnessed this tactical evolution firsthand and had taught the latest changes to sailors, airmen, soldiers, IOs, and Marines. It was all part of the way a superpower stays one up, by seeing threats and changing to meet them. Then came Phase 2 of the evolution of warfare, when Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, merged intelligence collection resources and the CIA's paramilitary teams into a killing machine like none that has ever existed on this planet. I knew how the private military business worked, too, from the public and the private side. I would fund the business from work we did, set up a clean, efficient website, work from a cell phone, and, as the business grew, I'd think about renting space in an office park. Within 3 months in 2003, without borrowing a dime from anybody, I was teaching small classes across the country nonstop. Word spread, and soon SCG was booked for the majority of that year. The former director of training at CIA emailed asking if he could buy the rights to an online surveillance detection program I'd created. It was about the time CIA was taking their case officer training online. I sold it to him for $5,000. I soon got a call from a Marine Corps officer in charge of a unit from the 4th Marine Expeditionary Brigade out of Camp Lejeune. He said they had received an order to protect Marine officers 06, colonels, and up, who were going into Iraq, Afghanistan, or the Horn of Africa, HOA. He'd heard about my training courses and wanted to know if I could price it out for him. I sent him a quote that night, and within days we had a no-bid contract to begin training U.S. Marines. I wrote the curriculum and started teaching the courses with Todd. It soon grew, and we hired instructors. Together, we eventually trained hundreds of Marines and created a new high-risk protection curriculum that is still used more than a decade later. The Marine contract led to our next growth spurt. One of the Marines was related by marriage to a retired CIA officer who was helping one of the largest American defense contractors vet and source a security company to protect its people in Afghanistan. Todd and I drove up to Northern Virginia to meet him and then met their vice president for security. He said they'd looked at Blackwater and a few other companies, but he really wanted someone without all the baggage, somebody lower profile. He awarded SCG the job, and we had our first private-paying protection gig, PSD, Protective Services Detail, missions to Kabul. We started running lots of PSD teams into Afghanistan and Pakistan for them, which grew into a larger opportunity in 2005 when one of the largest defense contractors in the world, that I'll call ADC, asked us to protect a new U.S. Army facility that they were charged with running. The kicker was that we'd be under contract to a small freight forwarding company that I'll call SKM. We agreed to this structure of working for the freight company, which turned out to be a mistake. We didn't have much choice, but it was my fault for agreeing to those terms. Either we accepted the contract terms, or we didn't get the job. It was lucrative, $15.5 million for 5 years of work. I soon realized that it was time to hire solid, full-time people. So I stuck to the standards that I created for my first Blackwater team and made them tighter, even more stringent. All my guys were veterans, all either Spec Ops or CIA paramilitary, and American, British, or Canadian citizens, none of them with less than 5 years of experience in a Tier 1 or 2 unit, have finished at least one combat tour, and have no marital issues, which meant be either happily married, happily divorced, or happily single. I also needed a solid manager who could be head of operations when I was away. I made an offer to a great friend and solid, God-fearing man whom I admired immensely, Dick Roten. A colonel in the Marines who was up for promotion to general, he was finishing up a tour as the second-in-command at Marine Corps Base Kaneohe in Hawaii. Dick came on to handle details of things like organization, hiring administrative staff, and generally setting things up to run efficiently for our training and operational work. We also brought on a secretary, an accountant, a full-time instructor, and an IT guy to give Todd a much-needed break. Dick set up the operations center and, along with another former Marine, made sure it ran like a Swiss watch. We bid for and won a massive U.S. Navy contract and opened branch offices in Ventura County, California, and Gulfport, Mississippi to support the work. When Hurricane Katrina hit in 2005, SCG trucked relief supplies down free of charge and were soon hired by the state of Mississippi to provide security, food, potable water, transportation, and communication services to their staff all across the state so they could get small businesses back on their feet and moving again. We won an FBI job gathering intelligence overseas for them. Then we were hired by a democratically elected leader of an African country to gather intelligence on his opponents and help him regain his position from which he'd been illegally ousted during a coup. Following that, SCG won a massive multi-year, multi-million-dollar U.S. Air Force contract under which we grew yet again, opened another office in New Jersey, another in Hawaii, and a shipping and logistics office in Moyock, North Carolina, right in Blackwater's backyard. We trained thousands of Air Force personnel in combat gunfighting, emergency driving, and combat medicine, and gave classes on Middle Eastern and Central Asian culture, as well as Dari and Pashtun languages. We hired Mike Rush, a former SEAL warrant officer from SEAL Team 6 with 23 years in special operations, as Vice President of Operations in January 2009. He'd started out with the notable Commander Dick Marcinko, founder of SEAL Team 6, and stuck with it through all the changes. We called Mike Captain Coathanger. He was tall and thin as a wire, and was one of the best snipers to come out of SEAL Team 6. Mike would eventually go on to become president of SCG LLC when I stepped out to start another project. I'd eventually have his employment contract terminated by our attorney. Mike was responsible for delivering a multi-million-dollar proposal across town to the Navy, his old base. He waited until the last minute, was too late, and we lost out, after thousands of dollars and man-hours. We had another top SEAL, a lieutenant commander also named Mike and also from SEAL Team 6, who came on board in the early spring of 2009. He spoke French fluently, had served in Somalia, had an easygoing manner, and was always willing to help. We called him M2 since he was the second Mike to come aboard. Things became even more complicated when we hired a third SEAL named Mike, but instead of calling him M3, we called him Ski, a takeoff on his last name. In fact, nearly everyone had nicknames, call signs, and most were based on something they'd done or some characteristic. Another SEAL was Dirt Dice because he was extremely educated, and it was a gamble when he got into an argument as to whether he'd talk his way out of it or take the guy to the ground and choke him out. Mine was Ramrod, given to me actually by Dirt Dice, because whenever something got stuck or we were at an impasse, he said I managed to ram things through and get it moving again. At least, that's what he said it meant. We had a solid team, solid work history under our belt, and honest, patriotic projects on our plate. We were receiving calls to do everything from securing foreign heads of African countries and escorting gold shipments to Swiss, Israeli, and Hong Kong banks to protecting Hollywood VIPs. Once, I was at our house in Hawaii and saw a couple and their 2 kids standing near our back gate by a coconut palm. A third guy with them started climbing my coconut tree. Fearing he'd fall and get hurt, I came out, asked what they were doing, and was introduced to supermodel Heidi Klum, her husband Seal, and their 2 kids. I gave the kids a coconut and told the couple I'd see them at the Emmys. They laughed, probably thinking I was just talking, but that September, as Heidi walked into a party that my team was securing, I came up and reintroduced myself, to which she said, "Oh, hey," dirt berms that prevented bullets from leaving the range by accident. Elsewhere on the property was a 5,000-square-foot shoot house. Unlike other shoot houses, ours wasn't just a giant maze, but was broken into venues, similar in concept to the one I'd trained in years earlier at CIA. It was wired for sound and lighting so that we could pump sound effects of foreign cities, battle noises, or screams, all while controlling the lighting for low-light or no-light training. There was a prison section with 3 cells, a mock-up of a drug lab, and a room that replicated a hotel room for practicing clandestine intelligence meetings, complete with 2 beds, a dresser, and even a busted TV. Another room simulated a schoolroom, another a full-sized commercial aircraft cabin with overhead luggage bins, and still another room simulated a terrorist hideout with computer equipment to give shooters training in target exploitation, the collecting of intelligence from a target after it's been assaulted, basically ripping hard drives out and collecting thumb drives and other files. All in all, it was state-of-the-art, perfect for the training of candidates for the team heading to Libya in 2011. As the summer heat built in Holly Springs, the staff managed to run 2 classes of guys through selection and training programs in preparation for our return to Libya. Success trains and failure complains, and we didn't complain. Silverback was still pushing atmospherics from the network that was growing beyond my expectations back to us, and we pushed hard to get that information to the proper people in the U.S. administration. Colonel Cantwell's team had the medical equipment prepared. In short, we were ready to pull the trigger and get moving. But the rebels weren't. The Libyan NTC leaders said they were finding it difficult to fund any operations. The NTC, the head of the government for the rebels, had continually asked the world community to release frozen Libyan funds, but that hadn't happened. Then they changed tactics and asked to keep the funds frozen and just give them a line of credit. That wasn't working out so well either. More radical elements went to the Qataris for funding, which they provided. We found out later that major politicking was taking place inside the rebel hierarchy, as well as armed groups jockeying for power and control, anticipating Gaddafi's fall. One militia in particular, 17 February Brigade, run by known terrorists, was going directly to the Qataris with the support of Ali al-Salabi, an influential Libyan Islamic cleric with close ties to Yusuf al-Qaradawi, the spiritual head of the international terror group, the Muslim Brotherhood. While these militant Islamic radicals got the money, moderates and others who challenged their radical views received little support. This is where my job gets tricky. No one trained me for this combination of finance, diplomacy, and negotiation. I was an operator with a doctoral degree, but suddenly that included being Donald Trump mixed with a little Donald Rumsfeld. Welcome to the brave new world where you better get your butt in gear, because if something is important to you, you'll find a way to make it work, and if it's not, you'll find an excuse. This was important, so we tried to help the rebel leadership, represented by the ambassadors back in the United States, by finding alternative sources to fund our operations. Our people went to the Middle East, Africa, New York, London, and elsewhere, but no businessman wanted to take a chance on the Libyans winning. They all asked, "What's in it for us?" All we were hearing were excuses. It just wasn't important enough to people. But the potential backers did have a point. This did not constitute an investment in the traditional sense. It was basically a charitable donation to a Libyan aid agency that would then hire us. Our emissaries tried to convince potential donors that the rebels would not forget those who came to their aid during their struggle, and that an investment now would ensure future access to Libya. But few could imagine the nation without the dictator. Although Gaddafi, who loved to adopt the pose of statesman-philosopher, had pretended to step down in 1977, camouflaging himself as just a symbolic figure, he actually ruled for an astonishing 41 years. So we got even more creative, relying on the example of the strategies of the U.S. government when dealing with small nations. Our company's finance department came up with a concept where we would donate our services for no upfront payments at all. We were cash flush from our previous contracts and could float operations for a while. The catch was that the rebels had to agree to a deal allowing us access to natural resources. We knew the Libyan southern oil fields had great potential for petroleum development. Our concept was that the Libyans grant us exploratory rights in their southern fields for a period of years. We would then leverage those to a private American fund in exchange for cash, while keeping a few parcels for ourselves for making the arrangements. The cash generated would then be used to fund our project for the Libyans. The complicating factor was that the Libyans didn't want to give up their exploratory rights. To them, the choice we offered meant them releasing long-term rights to a potential money-making resource, portions of their oil fields, for a certain amount of years, during which the money those fields would generate could be as much as 10 or 20 times what we would be charging them for our services. For example, our work for the NTC might total up to $20 million for 1 year's work, but the oil fields might generate $200 million over 5 years. They would be giving up all that income to us. To them, it wasn't worth it to engage a team of Western consultants whom some of their leaders didn't want anyway. When the NTC did the math, they figured it was better to let the war take a little longer than to give away that much money. It was less expensive to send a few more boys to die and let things drag on than to pay us. It's harsh, but that's the world's calculus quite often. I was pissed. I could definitely see the profit potential in this for our company. We'd earned millions on similar projects from Afghanistan to Madagascar, but I could also see that missing out on the opportunity meant bidding farewell to potential intelligence that could benefit the United States in a multitude of ways in the region for years to come. I could also see the wheels grinding ever more slowly on the rebels' side. One major area where we could help the rebels was their deficit in strategic planning and preparation. This should have been no surprise. They were civilians for the most part, students, doctors, businessmen, and defectors from the Libyan military. They just didn't grasp the concept of taking and holding ground. Before the no-fly zone was instigated, the rebels would dash out across the desert, run up on a village or town abandoned by Gaddafi's forces, move in and claim victory and hold a photo shoot. But they didn't have the supply systems to develop their conquests as strongholds. They couldn't fortify their defenses in the new area. Instead, they'd bring up the press corps, boast, and then emboldened, race out even farther into the desert. Sooner or later, they would run into a heavily armed column of Gaddafi's tanks that would pound them with rockets and air power, handing them their butts and driving them back to where they started. Rebel discipline was also abysmal in many places. If you gave many of them a penny for their thoughts, you'd get change back. Everyone wanted to be on the front lines fighting, to be the lions of the desert. They didn't grasp the concept that not every man was meant to be or could be a fighter. They needed mechanics to keep their ridiculous Mad Max contraptions moving. They needed medical technicians. They needed cooks and drivers to supply the troops with food and equipment. They needed operators for their communications equipment. A body that works is made up of more than just one organ or one limb, and the rebels needed every available molecule to make their tattered body function, let alone fight. Most of the rebels couldn't operate anything more complex than a walkie-talkie, and most of the time resorted to traceable and penetrable cell phones if a signal could even be obtained. Leadership was sketchy in places, while in others they had solid men at the helm. But our guys were experts at managing this sort of thing and working with shoddy, unprofessional armies. Collectively, our people were not theoreticians, but practitioners of covert operations, intelligence, and guerrilla warfare, with hundreds of years of combined experience in planning and executing covert missions and combat operations around the globe. But getting the Libyans to understand the benefit of bringing our expertise to the table was like a used car salesman trying to sell a guy a warranty extension when the guy was looking at a set of custom 40-inch gold-plated rims for the same price. One was intangible but had long-term benefits, but the rebels wanted shiny objects, guns and trucks. They really wanted guns, guns, and more guns. What we tried to convey to them over the course of that summer was that guns don't get you much without proper application of strategy and intelligence. It doesn't take a genius to spot a camel in a flock of sheep. Why didn't the Libyans just open their eyes and look around? You just had to look at the militant morons running operations in Somalia to see that. They had all the rifles and rockets they could carry, but it was a failed state with starving people and open sewage in the streets. We decided internally that the Libyans needed our help even if they couldn't afford it yet. Out of all the problems they had, opening their eyes seemed to be the one solution they needed most. We had a fledgling intelligence network in place that we intended to use for our own benefit, so we decided to turn it wide open for theirs. Silverback was on. We had to move, despite the exhilarating risks. Chapter 10. To the Shores of Tripoli. Late July 2011, Libya. We caught a break a short time later from within our ever-growing network. An informer had intel about an important strategic target, the city of Tripoli. Earlier, Silverback sent a text message to the uncle of the young man named Mohammed, telling him where to be and when so they could have a covert meeting inside Gaddafi's capital city, right under the dictator's nose. The informant would be picked up for a quick drive with a family friend to discuss family business. That was the cover for action. Muhammad, still inside Gaddafi's army, had been targeted when his uncle, a rebel sympathizer friendly with Silverback's family, told us of his nephew's disillusionment. Immediately, we tried to recruit him. In Tripoli, Muhammad knelt in an alley behind a beaten blue and green metal garbage bin. His rifle hung loosely from a sling. Glancing at his phone, he saw he was right on time. He was nervous. He was right to be. Above him, in the sky, he heard the omnipresent beating of helo blades, anti-aircraft fire, and rockets, the current soundtrack of the war. Aladdin, another informant who answered to Silverback, rode his beat-up Jawa moped through the streets. After passing the Saphir Hotel with a minute to spare, he parked his vehicle against the sheet metal fence, chaining it to an olive tree. Removing his aviator-style sunglasses, he ducked into the darkened tangle of alleys and pathways, snaking through tiny shops, selling everything imaginable. Heading to the spices, he turned left at the shop of an old man who sold vegetables and bananas. A few more yards and he reached a leather shop whose owner was secretly aligned with the rebels, and he ducked inside. He was in an enemy-held city where Gaddafi's spies and security worked round the clock. If he was captured, they'd torture him and kill him and his entire family, and our other informants would scatter in the wind. By this point in the summer of 2011, NATO had beaten back Gaddafi, bringing in Apache attack helicopters that hit with more precision than high-flying jets. They reduced the risk of civilian casualties, but given their vulnerability to ground fire, their deployment also increased the risks to Western forces who were suffering their first casualties. Through a series of clandestine meetings and contacts fostered by Silverback during this time, our informants began to gather information, convinced others to defect, and set up cells inside Tripoli to do everything from housing fighters and storing weapons to coordinating beach landing sites for reinforcements from other towns by boat. Preparations for the final conflict there had begun, the battle for Tripoli. Silverback worked his sources to infiltrate Gaddafi's troops and turn his soldiers into our spies. But the hard part was actually finding a way to meet with them in the first place. That kind of work was still likely to get a guy killed. Dozens of militias, united by the NTC but divided by faction, tribe, and the subtle nuances of Islam, were raging against Gaddafi, yet warring among themselves. The question was whether the dictator, a master at tactical maneuvering, could exploit the divisions. His larger forces were weak. Always fearful of a coup, he'd kept them poorly armed and untrained. But his most dangerous were 4 crack brigades of decently equipped and trained soldiers, composed of members of his tribe or those loyal to him. One, the Khamis Brigade, was led by his son of the same name. The Eastern rebels had moved into strategically important areas and even managed to hold a few. To the west, they had support from NATO helicopters. Allied forces also dropped leaflets urging Gaddafi's people to lay down their arms. Coalition leaders had used air power to foster a link to the moderate centrist who led the NTC and was essentially Libya's acting prime minister. They were pressing Mahmoud Jibril, a former economic minister in the Gaddafi regime and an economic advisor to several Arab countries, to shake up his leadership and eliminate the more extremist elements. The problem is not with Sharia or Islam, Jibril would later say. The problem is with the interpretation of Sharia. When we turn Islam into some ritual, into a box, when we say, you do this, you are an atheist, or you do this, and you are a believer, this is not helpful to Islam. His was the kind of voice we needed to encourage, but if we did not understand who his opponents were, our hopes of developing our influence were just pipe dreams. But the reality was that we were assisting an insurgency, just the opposite of what we'd been helping to defeat in Afghanistan. There, the Taliban were the insurgents, and here it was the Libyan rebels. I knew from the Afghan conflict that time is on the side of the insurgents. All they have to do is not lose. But to do that, you have to start small while thinking big, and that's where our spies and informants came into the picture. Inside the shop, our informant Aladdin stepped back behind a curtain and quickly pulled on a tan surya from his tattered pack, yanking it over his head. The traditional tunic covered up his stylish faded blue jeans and CSI Miami t-shirt. He left the backpack, stuffed his baseball cap in his pocket, and stepped back out into the souk. Aladdin, now a different man, wormed his way through the women trying to buy the staple goods of flour and sugar, which were in short supply. He moved smoothly. His life depended on it. So did the man he was to meet, Muhammad. Aladdin meandered through the twists and turns, stopping in a shop here and there to sample a date or pop an almond in his mouth from the bins set up along the way. Each time he stopped, he made sure to casually turn back and face the vendor, allowing him to look back for anyone stopping or following him. Satisfied, Aladdin moved until he came out of the souk on the opposite side from where he'd left his moped. A few feet down the street, he spotted the tiny, beat-up, green 2004 Daewoo Matiz with tinted windows that sat on the curb just where he'd been told it would be. Reaching the car, he knelt down by the front tire as if tying his shoe. His left hand searched under the fender for the key. Key in hand, he cranked up the golf cart-size four-door Korean-built attempt at a car and headed slowly down the street. He was still on schedule. It was 11:12 a.m. As he turned left at a four-way intersection, a shopkeeper was opening his store. Another, on the other side of the road, rolled up the protective door to his locksmith shop. As he drove, Aladdin reached down and slid the passenger's seat back as far as he could. 2 more left turns, and then he took a right into an alley. There he spotted the beaten blue and green metal garbage bin. He checked the time. It was 11:19 a.m. He rolled toward the garbage bin and pulled up slightly on the car's handbrake to slow it and keep the rear brake lights from coming on. Reaching over, he opened the passenger door. In clambered Muhammad and his rifle, crouching down in the tiny space out of sight onto the floorboard as Aladdin kept the car moving. Aladdin started in on the mad minute, just as he'd been trained. "How much time do you have?" "A few minutes. My friend is to pick me up just down the street to go into work," Muhammad said. Aladdin then gave him the cover story for their meeting, what they were talking about, and when they'd meet next. Muhammad, it turned out, was very well placed, better than we realized. He served with the security brigade in Gaddafi's 32nd Reinforced Brigade of the Armed People, the Khamis Brigade, named after their commander, Khamis Gaddafi, the 7th and youngest son of the dictator. It was reputed to be the best trained and equipped force in the Libyan military, and one of the most important military and security elements of the regime, with headquarters roughly 16 miles west of Tripoli. "Thank you for meeting me, my brother," said Aladdin. Muhammad nodded and slouched down, his rifle sticking up uncomfortably by the gearshift lever. For the next several blocks, Aladdin explained the strategic situation to the young man, painting a bleak picture for those who stuck with Gaddafi's forces. He mentioned war crimes, trials in Libya, and executions. "We are told by your uncle you will work with us. Is this true?" "Yes, I will do whatever I can to help, inshallah," he said. The last part meaning he'd help if it was Allah's will. Muhammad knew he was on the losing side. He'd also been to Misrata and Zawiya and witnessed firsthand the slaughter of his countrymen by fellow soldiers. It turned his stomach, and he'd said so to his uncle, the man who'd raised him. But we already knew this. The uncle had passed this along to Silverback. Now our network had someone deep inside the security apparatus of Gaddafi. Throughout this book, I've oversimplified the process of recruiting people, from Silverback to Muhammad and everyone in between. It's not that easy, and it's not an exact science, because every person is unique, everyone's motivations are different, and each situation is one of a kind. It's a process of constant refinement, experimentation, and adjustment with every new attempt. You have to realize that while you have your own goals, they do too, and understanding those goals is immeasurably important. On top of these obstacles, you also need to worry about what you're getting from them, the product itself, the actual intelligence information they're providing. How did they get it? Did they have continuing access to it? If caught with it, how could they justify having it? Did they have an agenda for giving it to you in the first place? In other words, was he trying to influence and thus control you, and if so, why? Granted, in Libya, the rebels were in need of help, and we offered it, and it didn't take a PhD in psychotherapy to persuade them to accept it. They'd already made the break mentally from their country. We weren't asking them to betray anything that they didn't already hate, Gaddafi's regime, but it's by no means a cakewalk to get people on board. On August 21st, just a few weeks later, the Khamis Brigade headquarters was overrun by rebels as they made a major push. Muhammad's assistance from the inside helped achieve this victory. Then, another victory as our network of informants inside the city worked in coordination with the Libyan military, NATO aircraft, and rebel factions from across the Western Gulf area who took Tripoli, the capital city, and liberated it. With that major strategic goal in the rearview mirror, it was time to enter the 9th circle of hell. Part 2. The Fall of a Dictator. Chapter 11. Inside the Militia. August 22, 2011, Cairo, Egypt. The fall of Tripoli brought remarkable scenes. As hundreds of sweating, bearded rebels stormed in to Gaddafi's Bab al-Azizia fortress, the bombardment was furious. The mortars, rockets, and small arms fire were, in the words of a Guardian reporter, a dark, rolling, continuous symphony. Across the city, screams of triumph brought cheering citizens from their houses, as the rebels in Gaddafi's compound tore apart a gilded bronze head of the despot and set fire to the famous Bedouin-style tent where the dictator was said to sleep. In a crazed audio address, the fallen leader urged his supporters to comb Tripoli for devils. Musa Ibrahim, his spokesman, vowed that the battle for Tripoli would go on and that they had the ability to fight not only for months, but for years. Pro-Gaddafi strongholds remained in the southern desert city of Sabah and in the coastal town of Sirte, his birthplace. This was also the place where rumors circulated of the dictator's secret caches of chemical weapons and from which a rocket with mustard gas was said to have been launched. Amid the melee in the days after Tripoli fell, Silverback said there was someone else I had to meet, and I sensed we were about to hit pay dirt. The battle for Tripoli had been relatively light compared to Benghazi and the surrounding cities. It was basically over within 24 hours, but it could have been far bloodier if not for the recruited spies, defectors, and informants inside Gaddafi's regime. They betrayed him and allowed the covert operations that supported and facilitated the victory to be carried off in spectacular fashion. The brigade of our defector informant Mohammed had folded like a tent in a hurricane. The rebels now controlled the seaport, the airport, and the main military bases, striking at the heart of the regime. But there were disconcerting rumors. An Egyptian news agency would report a convoy of 6 Mercedes vehicles crossing into Algeria. Speculation was that senior Libyan officials, perhaps even Gaddafi and his sons, had fled Libya. At the time of Silverback's call, I was back in Cairo working on another project and took the next flight to Malta. I cleared passport control and stepped out into the sweltering humidity and brilliant sunlight that is the Maltese airport. Sleepy approached me in the lobby, glasses askew, wrinkled navy blue short-sleeved polo shirt hanging out of his pants and barely covering his growing paunch. He took his glasses off and wiped the sweat that was beating up on his brow like a cold glass of tea on a hot summer day. He smiled, and we did the bro hug. I noticed a tall Maltese white guy with short blonde hair with him. Sleepy introduced him as Timmy, his driver. "We have to hurry. The boat is waiting for us," said Sleepy. Timmy may have been an asset to Sleepy, but his micro-sized European two-door car wasn't, and I wished then that I'd told our Maltese office to meet me with a vehicle. Timmy's car became an immediate issue for me since my rucksack was nearly as large as the entire back seat. I crammed it into the box of matches on wheels and then managed to contort myself on top of it in a manner that might have convinced Cirque du Soleil to offer me a job. Sweating and trying hard to breathe with my gear pressing from all sides, we set off for the port at dashboard-gripping speed through the twisting, turning, narrow streets for which his car was apparently designed. It was rush hour. Sleepy kept squawking into his mobile phone in Arabic. From what I could make out from the back seat, he was telling someone to keep the boat waiting for us. The ride was rough, and Timmy's car seemed to feature a pothole magnet option he'd thoughtfully purchased. When we finally skidded into the dock area, Sleepy said for me to hand up my passport, which he hurriedly passed through the window to another Libyan who seemed to have materialized out of thin air, and who promptly ran off with it. I could only hope he was coming back, or didn't drop it into the water along the way. Off we roared, just when I thought I was going to be able to unfold and work out the kinks in my body. Then again we stopped after only a few hundred yards next to a large fishing boat straight out of the TV show Deadliest Catch, except for one small Arabic name on the bow, Al-Antasar, and a white flag for the aid group IGO flying from the mast. Anyone wanting into Tripoli now or anywhere west of Benghazi had to go in by boat or overland through Tunisia. It was just too far to drive from Egypt, plus the border was being sealed randomly, not to mention that you could get killed along the way by any number of groups. I stood looking at the massive white ship whose name in English meant the Victory, as the grayish-green water of the Maltese harbor made a sound against the hull like dogs lapping. It was big, with the bridge located in the middle of the ship, 2 decks above with windows spanning its width. Atop the bridge were 2 large lime-green spotlights and radar enclosed in a white dome. An orange crane for handling cargo sat bolted to the foredeck. The captain was a weathered Korean who spoke an infinitesimal amount of Arabic, and as I found out later, next to zero intelligible English. His number 2 was a Libyan who spoke almost no Korean. It was crewed by a mix of bedraggled Filipino and Korean deckhands who scampered across the ship in flip-flops and shorts with cigarettes dangling from their lips, dragging refueling lines and hauling various pieces of ship gear around while babbling incoherently. A narrow, wobbly wooden gangplank rattled as it spanned the short distance from ship to shore, with crewmen loaded with equipment scooting up and down it like it was the boardwalk in Santa Monica, when in fact it was just two simple weather-beaten boards that looked like they could fall into the murky water of the marina at any minute. Also loading things onto the boat were a few Libyan aid workers, Westerners from Doctors Without Borders, and a handful of journalists who'd talked their way on board. This was fantastic. I was about to be on this floating Tower of Babel for at least a 24-hour ride across the Mediterranean, straight into the war-torn part of Tripoli, the first boat to enter since the rebellion had started. Enter Kamel Fakhroun, a large Libyan in his mid-40s wearing an I Go baseball cap, tan photographer's vest over a white T-shirt, and tan cargo pants tucked into combat boots. Sleepy had told me a bit about him on the ride. The guy was a senior leader in one of the Libyan rebel militias, as well as a financier of the I Go Aid Foundation, which funded this boat. The boat was supposed to be used to provide humanitarian aid to the Libyans in besieged coastal towns, but it was also used by the rebels to ferry in weapons and munitions and, at times, to smuggle in fighters. I didn't know this at the time, but I suspected the ship had a secondary use other than just as an aid vessel. After all, how was it that Sleepy, a senior defector from Gaddafi's regime, and Kamel were able to command a spot on the boat at the last minute and bring me, a U.S. citizen and former CIA officer, on board with them? No, this ship was doing more than making food runs to needy families. Sleepy spoke to one of the crew, and he showed me to my cabin. A cabin? This boat was packed with people, and no one else had a cabin. None of the aid workers, none of the journalists. How did I get this premium real estate at the last minute? The nameplate on the door of my quarters said engineer. I hoped I didn't meet that guy later, as I'd apparently been given his room. I unlocked the door and was greeted by two things: the musty onion stink of whoever occupied it before me, and the fact that it was small. No, make that tiny. 2 steps opposite the door were 2 bunks and a tiny privacy curtain, clinging desperately to the few chipped plastic clips remaining in the ceiling track to give the sleepers some concealment. My visual link to the world beyond was a stained brass porthole a few inches above the top bunk, with enough marks on the plexiglass to make you wonder if a blind cat had confused it with a scratch post. A tiny locker of splintering laminated wood stood on the right bulkhead, nautical speak for a wall. Faded, peeling stickers from indecipherable soccer teams pretended to be wallpaper here and there, while graffiti in Indonesian and Korean was scrawled above the bunk on the ceiling, and a faded, well-used adult magazine was stuffed on a rickety shelf, all the residue exposing the life of the civilian sailor, Spartan, desperate, and makeshift. Above the bunk, a fluorescent bulb clung to the wall by loose screws and wires. I flipped the switch, and it sputtered to life with a hum. Blessedly, there were also 2 power outlets, both 110 volts, so I didn't have to dig around for my adapters. The whole room was just big enough to allow me to stand up straight, but it was certainly better than sleeping on the hard deck, exposed to the elements. I stowed my ruck on the top bunk, plugged in the sat phone and my spare BlackBerry to keep them charged, locked the room, and headed topside down the slippery linoleum floor just as I heard the low, deep rumbling of the engines throttling up and felt the ship shudder as it slowly began pulling away from the dock. I grabbed a thin mattress from the dozen or so that were piled in a bin on the foredeck for those unfortunate souls without a cabin, and I climbed to the top of the ship, literally on top of the bridge amid stacked orange fishing buoys. High on my perch, I spread out on top of the buoys and watched things below. Down there, a celebration began pierside as Libyan supporters waved the flag of the rebels, honked car horns, and cheered for those heading back to their homeland across the sea. Libyans knew the importance of this journey. It was to be the first time a ship had entered Tripoli's port since the war started. On board our ship, one old man with a long white beard, wearing an I Go Aid ball cap and green T-shirt 3 sizes too big, was screaming Allah Akbar, or God is Great, from the forward deck, and soon a chorus of the chant was being repeated, bellowing from ship to shore. One Libyan ran to the mast and hoisted the unofficial Libyan rebel flag alongside the aid group's flag. It was surreal to be a fly on the wall watching this historical trip begin as the big ship eased out of the protected port and pointed its nose south. As I watched from my perch, a fine mist settled on me as the ship's bow turned seaward and gently rose and fell, crashing through the waves as we picked up speed. The crew was busy doing what ship's crews do. The sun was settling below the horizon off to my right, and a purplish-pink hue mixed with the lingering clouds to flood the sky. A yellow and green ambulance donated from Germany sat strapped in the deck's hold amid gurneys. Another was secured next to the orange crane on the foredeck. Crates of medical supplies, water, food, and other needed things for a rebel army opposing a dictator's regime were secreted in every nook and cranny of this old fishing boat. The journalists on board hovered over everything the Libyans did like flies at a family picnic, taking pictures and running around for better and better shots. Staying up here, I felt immune from it all, an observer, yet a participant in ways my fellow Westerners below couldn't imagine.
Only Sleepy and Kamel knew who I really was.
Knew that I was an American, knew I was a former CIA officer, knew I was here at the request of the chairwoman of the United States House Intelligence Subcommittee on Terrorism, HUMINT, Analysis and Counterintelligence. Only they knew I was on a secret mission on board this boat, knew that I'd already been to Libya, and knew that I was working to help dethrone the dictator. I glanced once more back toward the shore, where the lights of the city, harbor, and boats flickered to life as the sun faded, reminding me of lightning bugs back home in the pasture on a summer evening. I watched as the Libyans all began to congregate at the bow. They took off their flip-flops. Others brought out large crates of boxed milk, juice, and food. They spread mattresses and blankets up near the massive, shiny, painted black anchor chains.
I saw Sleepy and Kamel walk under my perch,
around the railing and up to the bow. They sat cross-legged, and then Sleepy glanced up and caught sight of me, smiled through his Coke bottle-thick glasses, and gestured for me to come join them. He looked like a man off the clock, resting for a second from his duties. I smiled, waved, and gave him a nod, then made my way down. I sat on the bow among 20 or 30 Libyans. We broke bread together as they celebrated the end of the Ramadan fast for that day. Ramadan is the month-long fasting period where Muslims deny themselves food, drink, smoking, sex, masturbation, applying medicine to the anus, or performing any medical tests on women where any instrument is inserted internally. They can't accidentally swallow a morsel that becomes dislodged from the teeth, or saliva that gets mingled with blood, or apply medicine drops to the nostrils, or deliberately make themselves throw up. This fasting period is to go from sunrise to sunset, with the goal to help Muslims focus on cleansing their bodies to become closer to their God. But they don't truly go without food or drink for a month. No one can do that and survive. They sleep late into the morning, get up, and then fast until around 7 p.m. Then they break out the food and drink, eating until late into the night, go to sleep, and repeat the cycle until Ramadan ends with the celebration of Eid al-Fitr, or just Eid. A fellow American who'd hitched a ride on the boat was the young man I'd dubbed Sumo the journalist. He and the news crew from PBS Frontline and Doctors Without Borders were all watching this feast from a discreet distance. I got a funny look from one of the Frontline journos, as we referred to journalists, as well as Sumo. I think they were genuinely curious as to why I'd be invited to break bread with them, and why I'd been given my own private room on board a boat with dozens of people sleeping exposed on the decks. Don't misunderstand, I'm a follower of Jesus Christ. In fact, I'm an ordained minister and have even performed a marriage or two. But joining my Muslim travelers on that day was a time I won't forget. Sleepy and his companions showed hospitality and graciousness to me, but the scene also highlighted the ridiculousness of our world. We fight and battle one another, we collect intelligence against enemies and friends alike, we struggle against tyrants and terrorist groups, and for what? So that someone else can harness power in some dark corner of the world. In my humble opinion, it's the search and lust for power that has made the world such a mess.
The Bible says it plainly. The love of money is the root of evil. Power and money go hand in hand. But when you boil it down, we are all the same on this planet, and death is hereditary. We should treat each other better and love our neighbor. In fact, Jesus was asked what was the greatest commandment issued by God, and he said to love God with everything you've got, your heart, your soul, and your mind. The second greatest? To love your neighbor as you love yourself. The last one is something that I've found non-radical, non-militant Muslims to be always willing to do, to be gracious hosts regardless of your beliefs. Unless, of course, you're Jewish. Then it seems all bets are off. Sleepy, ever the professional diplomat seeking to diffuse a problem, also saw the situation developing with the Westerners, and he waved them over, inviting everyone to join in. Like teenagers at their first dance, they reluctantly stepped over the line, taking a nervous seat. First, the Doctors Without Borders people, then a journalist, and then another, until finally everyone was eating, drinking, and smiling. After the sun set over the horizon and darkness began to envelop the boat, I slipped away, leaving them to their food and drink, and made my way to my cabin, where I crawled up into my rickety bunk and fell asleep to the gentle, rhythmic rise and fall of the boat and the deep rumble of its engine as we plowed ahead into war. The next morning I awoke to the sun's rays reflecting off the calm, flat sea, visible through the marred porthole as the Al-Intisar continued its southern trek through the Mediterranean. I wandered topside to my perch above the bridge after doing some pull-ups off the stern. From there, I spotted Kamel Fakrun moving about, and it soon became obvious from the way others deferred to him that he had a lot of pull. As the sun rose higher, I saw him watching me, perhaps considering the level of trust he was willing to commit. By now, NATO forces had flown more than 20,000 air sorties. Without the West, which would expect payback in oil and commercial deals, political support, and perhaps even the return of Western military bases, the rebels could never have accomplished what they had. But the fight was turning, and the brigades were about to go to war against each other to see who would run that country. I had a hunch that Kamel was part of all that. I was on a boat surrounded by people whose alliances I couldn't be sure of, and I had no assurance that, for whatever reason, they wouldn't turn on me once we hit Libya. But I had committed. The boat wasn't turning back, and I'd just have to see how the situation developed. I took Sleepy to the back of the ship and had a heart-to-heart talk with him. He told me that Kamel was the fundraiser and right-hand man for the leader of one of the most powerful militias running Tripoli. Prior to the war, Kamel's family had run a construction business and an export company that worked with another company out of Malta. Sleepy, looking furtively around to make sure that the stern area was clear, then got Kamel and brought him over. That's when they told me the reason for asking me to come on this trip. Kamel and Sleepy had arranged for me to meet Mahdi al-Harati, the leader of the Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade, arguably the most powerful brigade in the country. 5 brigades were vying for the right to govern Libya after the dictator's removal. These brigades weren't formal military units, but were essentially militias, all with leaders hoping to take power in some form or another. Sharia law under their thumb seemed inevitable, but the makeup of the Islamic government, the extent of its commitment to fundamentalist principles, was in play, along with the character of the new Libya. The grab for power was going to be brutal. The militia with the biggest guns would win control. It was about firepower. 2 brigades were destined to emerge as rivals. The Martyrs of 17 February Brigade was good-sized with approximately 12 battalions and a large arsenal of light and heavy weapons. The group carried out various security and law and order tasks in eastern Libya and Kufra in the south. The second, the Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade, supported, it seemed, by Sleepy and Kamel, was led by Mahdi al-Harati, a hero after the fall of Tripoli, where he had helped drive the assault. A unit of the National Liberation Army, the Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade, TRB, had originally been formed in April 2011 by 15 men in Benghazi, then relocated to the Nafusa Mountains, the closest front line to Tripoli, where the brigade had recruited most of its other members before advancing into the city with an increasing number of fighters. It included 4 sub-brigades. Without a doubt, Harati was one of the most important rebel commanders of the war when it came to Tripoli. He was also second in command of the newly formed Tripoli Military Council. Fundamentalist Muslim groups ranging from the Muslim Brotherhood, MB, to al-Qaeda were part of all 5 brigades, but the extent to which the radicals dominated each was uncertain. Sleepy emphasized the terrorist connections of the 17 February Brigade, led by Hakim Belhaj, a confirmed militant Islamist and former fighter in the Soviet-Afghan War. I knew his name well. He said that 17 February had about 600 members and was composed of ex-military, Muslim Brotherhood, and fundamentalist elements. Headquartered on the front side of Wheelus Air Base, the old U.S. Air Base in Tripoli, just across the highway from the sea, the group was, Sleepy said, backed financially by Qatar, and the eldest son of the emir was involved. Sleepy's assessment of the fundamentalist loyalties of 17 February Brigade was hitting all the terror trigger points, and made me wonder if he was intentionally trying to influence my opinion. Clearly, he and Kamel were attempting to direct my loyalties toward Harati's Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade, which had 1,500 men under arms and, according to my traveling companions, had reinforcements coming. Sleepy and Kamel made no mention of the group having any ties to al-Qaeda, the Muslim Brotherhood, or radicals of any other kind. I noted this convenient omission. None of the groups were that clean. Somehow I needed to get more information on Harati, but do it in a way that wasn't alarming to him or anyone around him. I imagined that he wasn't a saint, and I needed more background on him. "We want you to meet with Mahdi al-Harati," Sleepy said, interpreting for Kamel. "Talk to him. He is also in need of protection, and we need to improve things in the brigade." They kept mentioning how he was second in command at the Tripoli Military Council, which was not a brigade, but a group claiming to be aimed toward unifying all of Libya's armed militias. I saw it as a power grab opportunity rigged by somebody, and Mahdi al-Harati just might be that guy, although he was deputy or second in command under Belhaj, the known terrorist. So the guy led an entire brigade and was second in charge of this unifying council being formed. He sounded to me like a plum asset to try to get to know. "Okay, I'll meet with him," I said, as Kamel's wide mouth curled into a smile that I couldn't quite read. It was a red carpet into a place where no Westerner had gone, and possibly I could play it, use it as leverage to get the terrorist Belhaj to sit down too. What was he thinking? What were his alliances and goals? What did he need that the United States could use as leverage to get him to cooperate? Or find out if he was hostile to the United States, get a fix on him, and let good old Uncle Sam send a reaper over to rearrange his backyard from 50,000 feet. After we'd arrived in Tripoli, Sleepy, Sumo, Kamel, our young driver, and I lit out of the port in a Toyota SUV, turned right, and headed southwest along Gergerish, paralleling the coast. A short, stocky, bespectacled Asian kid wearing a dark blue t-shirt and a dark ball cap, Sumo was an independent photographer traveling solo from the States. I'd met him back on the docks in Malta, where he told me he'd spent his own money to get here, hoping to get into Tripoli, although he had never been to Libya or the Middle East. He was doing this thing on a shoestring budget with only the clothes on his back and a small camera bag that housed his gear. I had to respect his courage, even if I did think he was swinging without a net. He thought I was a logistics producer, a position we made up as my cover for a major news network. So when he asked if I could tag along, I told him we'd see what we could do to help him out. The meeting with Harati wasn't quite scheduled yet. I would have to wait, as usual. As we rumbled through the twists and turns on the way to Sleepy's house, I started putting together a sitrep and shot it over to the ops center from the back seat as we drove. Kamel reached back and handed me a folding stock AK-47. I took the gun, popped the magazine out, checked the ammo, grabbed the rifle's front sight, and yanked on it to see if it was loose. Running the charging handle to the rear, I inspected the chamber, then reinserted the mag, charged around, placed the weapon on safe, and dropped it, muzzle down, between my legs. All this earning me an odd look from Sumo. As we drove, the streets were hot, and gunfire rumbled in various places across the city. We wound our way into an area of nice homes surrounded by high walls, a few with video surveillance cameras long since out of service, but all with scars of war. Bullet holes, scorched walls, burned-out vehicles, and downed power lines. We stopped at what seemed to be Sleepy's house, a 3-story white building surrounded by a wall. Kamel dropped us off and pulled away, saying he'd come back later, as Sleepy opened the gate. He'd not seen his house since the start of the war. His wife and children had fled to another country, and today, as he went into their house for the first time in a long while, I could tell it was emotional for him. Fortunately, it hadn't been looted, as had so many others in this neighborhood. A bit later, after a shower to blow off the sweat, ocean grime, and dirt from the past few days, I went up to find Sleepy, who said we needed to go down to his friend's house a few blocks away. Hakeem, a balding, middle-aged man, greeted us warmly. Dressed in his man jammies, he introduced himself and spoke fairly good English. He and Sleepy hugged, having not seen each other for months. Their two families were very close, and when they parted at the start of the rebellion, they honestly didn't know if they would ever see each other alive again. We sat on the patio, and Hakeem's young son offered Sumo and me tea and water. The rest didn't get the offer, as it was Ramadan. I declined out of respect for my hosts. Once darkness fell, the firing across the city seemed to flare up more. A machine gun here, a distant explosion there, streaks of tracer fire across the night sky danced wildly. We all moved inside and found places to sleep. "Sumo, don't get too comfortable," I warned the young photographer. "Keep things packed up in case we need to move." My ruck and emergency bag were right by the couch I'd be sleeping on that night. The AK-47 was lying on the floor at my fingertips, and I kept my boots on. That next night, we got the call warning us that Gaddafi's men were heading our way to kill us. After our flight through the night lit by tracer fire from Hakeem's house to his father's, I sat awake, keeping watch on the street while the others slept. When the dawn broke, the sun's rays shone through the trees and spilled over onto the rooftop, warming me and waking the rest of the group. As it happened, we got through the second night safely. I wondered if our luck would hold, at least long enough to meet Mahdi. We left the rooftop, making our way back to Hakeem's house, where we had been sleeping before the incident. Speeding through Tripoli, I thought about how it seemed that every Libyan we rode with had this delusion that he was actually testing a Bugatti Veyron through the hammerhead turn on Top Gear's racetrack just beyond London. Somehow we reached the rotary in one piece, turned left onto the coastal road, and made our way to the Wheelus Air Base, the new headquarters for the 17 February Brigade and the Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade. At the gate, we were turned away by 17 February forces who had no interest in admitting a truck from the Tripoli Brigade, an indication that my instinct about a pending battle for militia supremacy was on target. We entered the back side of the base, winding our way into an area that looked out over the water near the runway. I noticed Gaddafi's jet sitting out back. It had recently been featured on a CNN segment by Nick Robertson I'd watched from my Cairo hotel just days earlier. Sleepy took me into a one-story concrete structure to wait. It was dark inside, and everywhere men were sprawled about, lying spent from battle. Some slept or ate, some fiddled with their rifles, while others whispered to their comrades. I stepped out to get a sense of things and take a Garmin hit. 32 degrees, 53 feet 42 inches north by 13 degrees, 16 feet 49 inches east. Men milled about outdoors smoking. Up a small incline, a young Libyan struggled to repair one of their gun trucks. As I looked around, I noticed a slim, blonde-haired white guy in dirty pants with a scarf tied just under his reddish beard. He was squinting in the bright sunlight, making notes, squatting under the porch of a building to my left. My first thought was that he was an intelligence officer, which would have been a surprise, but a good one. I walked over, and he introduced himself as a correspondent for an Irish newspaper. He said he'd been embedded with the Tripoli Brigade for a few weeks, even accompanying them as they'd pushed into Tripoli. He was sharp, smart, and apparently knew his way around war zones. When he asked what I was doing there, I stuck with my cover, telling him I was a logistics producer for a news network and was waiting on a meeting with Harati. Astonished, he expressed his frustration at being unable to speak with Mahdi, on or off the record lately, despite being embedded with them. He said he'd been there when Mahdi was hit in the ankle by a sniper and that he himself had actually taken a round to his helmet during a firefight. But apparently, Mahdi wasn't ready to give an interview yet, despite promises to the contrary. An idea began to form. I had questions about Mahdi. This reporter needed access, and I needed to offload Sumo so I could get on with my work. If I could arrange an interview for him, get Sumo in on it to shoot pictures for his first big break, and salt the interview beforehand with my questions, then manage to sit in on it, I might get what I needed to fulfill my own RFIs, requests for information, and kill 3 birds with one well-aimed rock. "Hey, I think I can get you an interview with Mahdi today," I said. "Could you truly do that? That'd be fantastic," he said. "I'm pretty solid I can handle that for you. Let me introduce you to this freelance photographer who just got here. He should be in on this with you. He's new, but he's a good guy and needs the work." We walked to meet Sumo in the other room. As we sat waiting for Sleepy, I pinged the journalist about what he planned to ask. If I could manipulate things so that he asked my questions for me, it would keep me from having to press Mahdi too hard, which could raise his guard with me and throw cold water on things before they ever got off the ground. "Well, I thought about asking what his plans were now, since he's taken Tripoli," he said. "Well, that's not bad, but here's another angle to supplement that. What if you did a piece on him, on his background? Where he came from, who his family is, what brought him here, and things like that," I said. "Hey, that's a good idea," he replied, and started scribbling down questions. "Ask him about this new council that he's a part of and the other guy who's in charge, Belhaj. Get him to talk about that guy." The U.S. government didn't have anyone on the ground collecting this stuff. Here was a huge opportunity to gain access to the leadership of Libya's most powerful paramilitary forces, and possibly to people who might one day run the country, or be a threat to those who would. I spent the next 15 or 20 minutes suggesting questions, all of which he wrote down, and all of which he would later ask. Sleepy finally poked his head in and motioned for me to come alone. We walked through a large room full of armed guys toward a closed door guarded by a phalanx of security. Sleepy spoke a few words to them. They parted, and one opened the door, ushering us inside. In the room, among the knot of men, was a Libyan in his mid-30s, thick-set and roughly my height, wearing old British-style desert camo from the 90s. A pistol sat in a holster on his right hip, a cheap laminated badge was clipped to his left breast pocket, a stylish watch and a silver ring were on his right hand. He stood to shake hands. He had a wide face, spoke very little English, and had a brown beard that wrapped under his jaw, but barely reached his chin or lip, reminding me of an Amish guy. On his head sat a crumpled military-style garrison cap matching the rest of his uniform. This was the famed Mahdi al-Harati. Also present was Youssef ben Hamad, Mahdi's political officer, who looked more like a college professor with his glasses, civilian clothes, and neatly trimmed salt-and-pepper beard. He was from Birmingham, England, as were many of the men in the brigades, and had originally been a business manager in another life. A thin fellow with a jet-black beard in full military garb sat in the back and was vaguely introduced as Mahdi's intelligence officer. I made a mental note to get to know that guy. We arranged chairs in a tight circle away from Mahdi's huge, ornate desk, and Sleepy kicked things off, explaining my connection to Congresswoman Myrick of the Intelligence Committee and my experience in training security and such things. Then, out of the blue, he dropped a bomb that nearly made me fall out of my chair when he spoke the letters C, I, and A, and looked my direction. I never expected him to use that to establish my bona fides. I had no real idea who Mahdi was, or whether he'd had good or bad experiences with the agency. For all I knew, I was about to be shot, or worse. I placed my hand on Sleepy's forearm and tried to take control of the conversation. "Commander, first let me be clear," I said. "I am no longer with CIA, nor am I representing the U.S. government in any official capacity." "Thank you for coming so far to see me," Mahdi said, smiling, as Sleepy translated. Inwardly, I breathed a sigh of relief. At least for now, I wasn't going to be shot. The meeting continued for at least an hour, with Mahdi and I peppering each other with questions. One in particular was whether I thought he should keep his headquarters here at the old U.S. airbase or at the port. His Tripoli Brigade and the 17 February Brigade shared control of both places. He said that his group also controlled the hotel where the journalists stayed exclusively. I told him that I'd keep them all, but especially the airfield. If coalition forces agreed to send them supplies, they most certainly would want to do it by air as opposed to water. It was faster getting in and getting out. Mahdi held the rear of the airfield where the runways were. He'd have control over what came in. That gave him leverage, and, as Archimedes, the Greek engineer, said, "Give me a lever long and a fulcrum on which to place it, and I shall move the world." The 17 February Brigade held only the front of the airfield, which had no serviceable runways. I advised him to have a security survey conducted on the parts of the base that he held, to determine how to strengthen his position. That was what I was hoping we'd get hired to do first, giving me our opening. He liked that, and I saw Sleepy's face relax. I guess I was making him look good. I suggested that he consider allowing someone to assess and then train his personal security detail. My intent with that was to get a small team of our guys embedded by offering the training. Provided the U.S. government gave us permission, it would be a great way to develop relationships inside his brigade. I had no illusions that I'd be best buddies with Mahdi, so who better to develop than those guarding him? You'd hear their gripes, no plans for where he was going, know whom he met and when. It would be a great opportunity to offer to our government so they could collect intelligence and recruit sources. With that, he had someone step out and bring in the leader of his security detail, a young white guy who looked like he could have been from the United States, British, or Canadian military. He had reddish hair and looked as though he'd flipped through and bought everything in the Black Hawk catalog, a salt vest atop his desert fatigues, gloves with the fingers cut out, and a pistol strapped to his thigh. His trousers were bloused into his boots, paratrooper style. Taking off his glove, he extended his hand. "Hi, I'm Mohammed, but you can call me Matt," he said in English with a strong Irish accent. I noticed a tooth missing when he spoke. "I'm in charge of Mahdi's security," he said. "Your English is great. Where are you from?" I asked. "Ireland, Dublin. Mahdi is from the same area, but his English isn't so good. And you? You're from the States?" he asked, confirming that he had been given a data dump on me, and also giving me a location for Mahdi's hometown. "Yep, I'm from the States, and we might be working together soon," I said, testing those waters. Many in leadership positions hate someone coming in to help, no matter whether they need it or not. It can be seen as a challenge to their manhood, their warrior skills, or other silly crap. This didn't seem to be an issue with him, nor with Mahdi, who appeared inclined to accept me. Leaning over, I asked Sleepy if we were basically done. He said we were. Now it was time to work in the reporter and Sumo to hopefully fill in the gaps in my ever-expanding profile on this man. Addressing Mahdi directly and putting my hand on Yusef's shoulder, I said, "Mahdi, I have an idea. Would you grant an interview to an Irish newspaper team today? You know the reporter." He looked at Yusef, then looked at me, and said, "Na'am," for yes in Arabic. I stood up from the circle of chairs, slipped over to Mahdi's big wooden desk, and took a seat in his massive studded leather chair in front of the window overlooking the runway, and pulled out my moleskin notebook and stubby pencil. The journalist and Sumo came into the office and shook the hands of the half-dozen men present, all beaming. Taking a seat next to Mahdi in the circle of chairs, he started asking questions. To his credit, he began with his own, but shortly mine began showing up, every last one of them. I couldn't have been happier as I sat there with my phone recording it all and taking notes in my lap. Meanwhile, Sumo fluttered around the room, taking photo after photo with his massive digital camera. Once he looked my way and raised his camera, but I raised a finger and wagged it back and forth, smiling, and he moved along. Toward the end, however, I did ask Sumo to take a photo of me and Mahdi just to record the event. I learned that Mahdi was born in April 1973 and had left Tripoli for Ireland 18 years ago, after Gaddafi's agents arrested him because members of his family had been preaching anti-regime rhetoric. He briefly lived in Manchester, England, where he ran a produce stand. Then he returned to Ireland. While there, he volunteered teaching Muslims to speak English and was heavily involved with Free Gaza efforts. He added that he had been arrested and held in Israel for 5 days for his part of the Gaza Freedom Flotilla back in 2010. I recalled that story being in the news. On May 31, 2010, 13 Israeli naval commandos had pursued the flotilla with speedboats and helicopters to force the ships to the Israeli port of Ashdod for inspection. But on one of the ships, the Turkish passenger ship MV Mavi Marmara, teams of prepared, trained, and uniformed activists, armed with metal rods cut from the ship's rails and dressed in protective clothing, prevented Israeli boats from advancing by throwing broken plates and metal chains at them. Commandos attempting to land on the top deck were attacked with knives. 2 commandos had been thrown to the lower deck, one of them head first, and were abducted along with a third. 9 activists had been killed and dozens wounded. 7 Israeli commandos were wounded, 1 seriously. The 5 other ships in the flotilla reportedly employed passive resistance, which was suppressed without major incident. The ships were towed to Israel, where everyone aboard was detained and eventually deported. When the reporter got into his medical condition, I learned that Mahdi claimed to be diabetic and have a heart condition. He went on to say that he had wounds on his lower right leg from the Tripoli fighting and other scars from being shot by the Israelis in the flotilla incident. He lifted his pant legs and showed off his wounds. Then the reporter started digging into his family life. Mahdi was married to a woman named Eftaima, who lived with his 4 children back in Dublin. As the interview continued, I confirmed that Mahdi's chief rival was indeed Belhaj, commander of the council that governed all the militias and his immediate boss on that council. That sounded to me like a recipe for trouble for Mahdi. Mahdi stressed to the reporter and Sumo that his group, unlike 17 February, was not filled with fundamentalists, but represented a cross-section of Libya, exactly the line that Sleepy and Kamel had fed me on the ship. He went on to explain that he was seeking financial support in order to counter the money 17 February had been receiving from Qatar, so that his group could remain a viable alternative. Another motive for recruitment: money. So there was dissension between Mahdi and his boss on the council, and money was the way to exploit that division. He needed it to keep from being overtaken by Belhaj. If I could get this information back to Colonel Cantwell and to the 7th floor back at CIA, perhaps we could introduce one of their officers to Mahdi and let them take over. The CIA had the money, and with it they could burrow into the good graces of the Tripoli Brigade like a tick on a hound dog and use that to gain upstream access to what was going on in the new Tripoli Military Council, which would give access to all the brigades in one form or another. Not a bad idea. Once the guys finished up their interview and the goodbyes were said, Youssef came up to me and asked, "How soon can you come back and get started with the security assessments of the airfield and the other bases?" I told him I'd return to the States, get the permissions, hopefully, and be back within a week or 2. Out in the sunlight, as the reporter and Sumo expressed their appreciation through squinted eyes, I executed Phase 3 of my plan for the day, dumping Sumo. I broached the subject about Sumo tagging along with the reporter. Sumo loved the idea, and, to the reporter's credit, he agreed, though I'm not sure how long that union lasted. As Sleepy and I were saying our goodbyes to Sumo, he pulled me to the side and said, "I don't know exactly who you are or what you're doing here, but I want to thank you for all the help. Be safe." The old saying, "never miss a good chance to shut up," wandered through my mind for a second. Mostly I was preoccupied with the thought of getting out of there. Sleepy drove me back to the docks, where I loaded myself back on to the Al-Intisar, hoping for a tranquil overnight ride back across the sea to Malta, where I'd check into a hotel, get a good bath, and enjoy a steak dinner. But that, just like everything else in Libya, wasn't going to happen either. Halfway across the Mediterranean in the middle of the night, the ship ran into a massive storm, with lightning, thunder, and wind-driven rain tossing us on waves so large it made walking down the passageways nearly impossible. On more than one occasion, I prayed that Jesus would just show up and do a New Testament miracle and calm the storm. It was so bad that I found it a challenge to simply sit up on my top bunk without being thrown to the floor or against the walls. But even more problematic was walking down the passageway to the latrine, which is a generous description for the hole cut in the deck of the broom closet-sized space. Once I had made it inside and was trying to take care of business with one hand while holding on to the hook in the ceiling, the waves hammering the ship managed to launch me straight up into that ceiling, bringing to a startling, wet conclusion what was already an omnidirectional experience. I ricocheted off the walls until I got back to my cabin, crawled up into my bunk, swallowed an Ambien, snatched my privacy curtain closed, said a prayer, and hoped for the best. Chapter 12. Shoot 'em in the teeth while they sleep. September 5th, 2011, Virginia Beach, Virginia. Back in Washington, Libya already felt like old news. The end of the Gaddafi regime was in sight, but it seemed that few could be bothered to consider who would replace him. The talk now was about Syria and its despotic president Bashar al-Assad, a dictator on par with Gaddafi when it came to murder and mercilessness. In January 2011, a month when it was cold enough to freeze your shadow to the ground in old Damascus, a Syrian police officer had brutally beaten an old man on Al-Harika Street with his baton. He was relentless as he kicked his victim's head and back with his steel-toed boot. People walking the street nearby stopped and stared, but only for a second, because this was Syria, the home of iron-fisted rule by one of the most vicious regimes in the Middle East. The man lay unconscious, broken and bloody, on the cold concrete sidewalk until the police arrived to arrest him, gathering his near-lifeless body by the arms and legs, tossing him into a van, and taking him off to an unknown fate in prison. This was the winter day that the Arab Spring burned its way into Syria, but hardly anyone seemed to be paying attention to the sparks. While all the work was going on in Libya that summer, the smoldering in Syria caught fire. As we were moving in and around Tripoli, Colonel Cantwell and Fred Burton at Stratfor forwarded daily sit-reps on the growing rebellion in Homs, Damascus, Aleppo, and many other cities and towns, as Syrian intelligence was hunting down, torturing, and executing protesters and rebels. As I read these reports, I began to see yet another opportunity, not only to try to help bring freedom, but also to generate another business opportunity. In fact, the two projects were overlapping quite by happenstance, as Silverback's team had picked up that Gaddafi was making calls to Syria's al-Assad. Did he need a sympathetic ear, or was he trying to line up a safety net that he could jump into? We had no idea, but quite honestly, on this day I had other things way more important to think about. My son Cole's birthday. But on the day of the party, as I was heading to pick up Cole's cake from Farm Fresh, my phone sparked to life. It was Silverback with the latest sit-rep. Gaddafi had fled with his son Khamis and his daughter. When rebels started to surround the place, the dictator had disappeared fast in a massive convoy of land cruisers. He was next spotted in Bani Walid, about 100 miles southeast of Tripoli. If the rebels chased them there, where only the Warfala tribe lived, it would be the start of a massive tribal war. We all suspected that his flight from Tripoli to that area appeared to be an attempt to draw the rebels into hostile tribal territory and to split them into fighting the tribes too. But the rebels had managed to place scouts ahead of Gaddafi's convoy, ambushed it, and killed more than a dozen people. Yet Gaddafi escaped. Silverback's spies said that on that same night, a quick funeral had been held for someone very important. He suspected that the dead man was either Khamis or the son of the regime's intelligence chief. Silverback's people reported a large troop presence the next morning in Bani Walid and surrounding villages. Since then, Gaddafi had been spotted heading in the direction of Sabah, more than 300 miles south in the direction of the border with Chad and Niger. We'd find him, though. I knew it. Every slug leaves a trail, and the spotter network of informants that we'd built had eyes out, watching, listening. I knew that Dee and I had to go back. I returned to the house and brought in the cake and had a great time with the kids. But often I'd catch myself sitting alone, watching everyone have fun, but feeling remote from it all, knowing I'd be leaving again, and wondering if this would be the last time I would see them this side of eternity. General Robert E. Lee once said, "Get correct views of life and learn to see the world in its true light. It will enable you to live pleasantly, do good, and, when summoned away, to leave without regret." But death caresses you at times like this, when you know you're not just leaving on a business trip to Memphis. Your mind fills with regret, superstition, confusion, rage, denial, happiness, and acceptance, all in a big, merciless wad. And then you shake it from your mind as you try to soak up every last memory, every detail, every last precious hug and moment with those you love. Days earlier, when I'd gotten back to D.C. after my meeting with Mahdi in Tripoli, I stopped in to BLT Steak for a filet and to see my friends Will and Marcel. That place is the best in the city, and if God made anything better, he saved it for himself. As I plowed through my meal, I reached out to Colonel Cantwell and Bob Baer and touched base with Fred over at Stratfor. Then I headed over to Capitol Hill and briefed Congresswoman Myrick's staff, telling them about Mahdi and the militia infighting. I explained my concern that Libya was going to be the scene of a battle for control between the civilian NTC and the guys with the guns. In other words, the militias, many of which were run by radical Islamists. I reiterated over and over that the guys with the biggest guns would be making the rules. It was the militias that had them, including Belhaj, a known terrorist especially, and that the United States needed badly to penetrate those groups so we could know what they were up to. If Belhaj managed to unify all the militia groups into one, he would be the dominant military power in that country, effectively running the show. Belhaj was listed as an emir in the Libyan Islamic Fighting Group, LIFG, which was included on the State Department's list of terrorist organizations. At one point, he had fled Libya for Afghanistan, where he joined the Taliban and developed close relations with al-Qaeda. He was arrested in 2001 inside Pakistan and handed over to the United States, then repatriated to Libya. He fled Libya again, but again the United States caught him, this time at Kuala Lumpur International Airport in Malaysia in 2004. He was again returned to Libya, where he was held this time for 6 years. But in March 2010, Saif Gaddafi, in a massive display of ineptitude, released him and 170 Islamists in what he called a de-radicalization program. It didn't work. Now, in 2011, even though Congresswoman Myrick and I tried to get colleagues in the administration to listen, we just couldn't seem to get any traction with anybody on that issue. Washington had basically missed the Arab Spring. A few days later, I followed up my oral briefing with a report that went not only to the House, but SOCOM and to the director of the CIA as well. The report provided a detailed breakdown of each brigade, and then all the details I'd learned about Mahdi, the threat posed to the fledgling Libyan civil-led government by the militias, and opportunities for SOF, Special Operations Forces, and intelligence involvement. We explained that Belhaj was, in short, the personification of what the West feared would happen after Gaddafi, terrorist infiltration and takeover of the government. We warned American leaders of this through every channel we had, with the exception of the national news. We did everything we could short of publishing it in the Washington Post to alert them to the need to engage these militias in order to get some traction with them. We needed to recruit spies in all of them, not just those militias we wanted as our allies, or those we needed to help guard our embassy or consulates. We needed to have spies buried deep as a barometer to measure the growth of radicals in the country, to know where the weapons were, to know when attacks were being considered, to learn when new bad guys came to town, basically to grow our intelligence network in North Africa. If we didn't, we warned over and over we'd pay for it later. Unfortunately, that prediction came true in September 2012 when U.S. Ambassador Chris Stevens, another embassy staff member, and 2 CIA contractors were killed. There's simply no way to know whether our information could have changed this outcome, But we had a lot of information on the leaders, the boat used to smuggle in weapons and fighters, the infighting, the politics, backgrounds. We knew quite a lot. I also had access to Mahdi, a much more palatable ally than Belhaj, and he trusted me. Surely someone would see the opportunity to use what we'd developed to get inside his organization and develop that situation. No one did. I was stuck in the trenches while the guys in politics played power games. In my business, if you don't see exactly where you figure in the big picture, you're going to wind up making the wrong move or dying of frustration. Part of what I have to do is to appreciate that so I can be effective for my country, but also to my company. You have to learn to look for the larger games being played and do your best to figure out how to fit in or whether the circumstances suggest a tactical withdrawal. Whether viewed as a blessing or a curse, I've been allowed to look behind the curtain to see how the world operates in a few different corners. One theme seems to run through it all. Whether the leaders function in the public or private sector, it's about the pursuit of power, as in control, influence, and the ability to get what you want. Power controls. You can have a great salary, but you can get the axe. But if you're the boss, you can wield both the carrot and the cleaver. A few may claim I'm depriving some village of its idiot, and I certainly don't claim to be a scholar of diplomacy or international relations, but I do watch, listen, and try to learn. What I have seen lying behind so many of our problems, what compromises our attempts to get things done, are power games, careers, and too much focus on getting elected at the expense of getting things done. Governments all have a basic goal of protecting what they have, their lands, their people, their independence, essentially their way of life. Threats to America from beyond our borders result in escalations of force, not unlike the process police officers instigate with unruly suspects. First, the officer uses a verbal challenge. That's diplomacy on the world stage. If that doesn't work, the officer calls for backup, as a government would summon the support of other nations or organizations, such as the UN, to intimidate the suspect. If that fails, the police officer or the government might use non-lethal force, such as, in the case of the cops, pepper spray or a taser. You might see these as the rough equivalents of the sanctions and blockades that governments use to intimidate the bad guys into compliance. But when that fails, and the suspect yells, "Don't tase me, man," and pulls out his knife or gun, that's when the officer's Colt 45 comes out. That is also, one might say, the point when the government turns to warfare. But people misunderstand warfare and think it is an end unto itself. But on the international stage, war is nothing more than another tool of diplomacy. If your country doesn't have a credible, powerful military force capable of bringing pain, death, and destruction to an enemy, then your diplomats can't get much done, because you simply aren't powerful. There's no threat of pain they can wield. That's why the Western Pacific island nation of Nauru doesn't have a seat on the UN Security Council. Not recognizing this principle is short-sighted, no disrespect intended to the fine people of Nauru. But warfare is a last-ditch diplomatic tool to force the opponent to give in, give up, and go along. Spying or covert operations can postpone wars and alter their outcomes if already underway. To give diplomats the best chance to succeed, leaders must know what their opponent's weaknesses are and what will influence negotiation. And quite simply, sometimes you just have to steal this information. Espionage essentially boils down to stealing usable facts on military forces, strategies, and technology, on leaders and what makes them tick, or on an enemy nation's goals and plans. It's of course a direct threat to the enemy nation's ability to remain powerful, because information is power. This theft is accomplished in 100 different ways. In its basic form, you hire, coerce, entice, or threaten someone who works in your target's backyard to pass secrets to you. Or you tunnel through their computer networks until you find that sweet pot of gold they're trying so desperately to hide. If they have it air-gapped from a network, meaning unconnected to the internet, then you go in and physically steal the equipment, trick someone to stick a USB in it, or clone it. You can set out passive equipment to relay phone conversations to recording devices. You can scope someone's computer in their office from a van parked on the street and see everything on their screen, Or load malicious software that tells you every keystroke they make. Or you can do what the United States does and simply hack everything in sight, from mobile phones and mainframes to webcams and Bluetooth devices. But espionage is also about getting inside the mind of your target, and you can't fully do that with electronics or signals equipment. You must know the target's intentions, and that's only uncovered by having human beings involved, conducting personal meetings in cars, hotels, and back alleys, in desert wadis, or on dirt runways in airplanes. You meet your contact, go through the mad minute, telling him or her the cover story for why you're talking together in case you're busted, get what they have for you, ask them questions to make sure you understand what they're giving you, then task them with the next project and set up the next meeting. Then, after diplomacy but before warfare, your government might use that stolen information, and that's where covert action might come into play. It's a tool, perhaps just below conventional warfare on the scale of aggression, and is basically anything from calculated violence to political shenanigans, all manipulated to reduce the power of your adversary to the point of them giving up or coming to the negotiating table. Power for your side grows when the other side doesn't know your intentions. When they don't know what you're doing, they end up pouring resources into ineffective defenses. This is what helped bring the Soviet Union down when President Reagan caused them to believe the United States was building anti-ballistic missile defense capability. Concerned they'd be strategically lacking, they went whole hog on their defense budget and bankrupted themselves. Once again, if I don't grasp my place in this larger picture, I'm likely to wind up as confused as a baby in a topless bar. You've got to learn to see the big game of which you are only a small part. If you don't get it, it'll get you. Money is what makes diplomacy, military, and covert action possible, though. Whoever controls the money controls the action, and this is a truth that the population of Washington understands better than most. In a grossly oversimplified example, America might desire a base in Mali to deter the growth of al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb, AQIM. Mali might not want a U.S. base, but needs to act because intruders they can't keep at bay are overrunning the nation. So, keeping our national intentions to ourselves, American diplomats offer Mali U.S. trainers and advisors. The Malian leaders want the help, but they can't afford to pay for it. America already knows this thanks to our intelligence officers working the African target, and the United States offers to send the trainers and advisors in exchange for something else. In the case of Mali, perhaps gold mining rights. The Malians agree. The United States keeps half the mining rights and sells the other half on the open market, benefiting the U.S. Treasury. Later, after the American advisors are successfully at work, the United States goes back to the Malians and offers more help, perhaps even military hardware. The Malians give up more natural resources in exchange, but the hardware requires more American crews for support, maintenance, and training. Our diplomats make the case that these Americans need a place to live, so they're granted a section of land where a camp is created. This might become a U.S. base from which missions can be launched against AQIM. Over time, as aid increases, the Malians get hooked on the benefits and come to enjoy the prestige stemming from their relationship with the Americans, which their neighbors might not have. They've developed a dependency on us. Gradually, we expand our base even further. This very simplistic scenario has been played out again and again for hundreds, if not thousands, of years around the globe in one country, tribe, or empire after another. But to continue to use it effectively, the United States must maintain our reputation and military reach. Similar power games are played out between government agencies inside nations. I saw this happening between the CIA and the Defense Department as our initial actions in Afghanistan began to pay off. In various Washington circles, the success in Afghanistan was too often seen not as a success for American interests in general, but as a score for the CIA over the Pentagon. It was as if the budget and beltway power were more important than one simple fact. We won the fight. No matter who was in charge, the CIA, the Pentagon, or the Social Security Administration, we blasted bin Laden's flip-flop warriors and the Taliban back to the Stone Age. Cofer Black, then chief of the Counterterrorism Center at CIA, and Hank Crumpton, a senior officer who authored a great book on intelligence, were selected to lead the effort at CIA. Then, Kofor successfully lobbied President George W. Bush to trust the agency to lead the entire Afghan war. This happened, basically, because the agency could put men on the ground there just 9 days after 9/11. They were faster. The Pentagon had been too risk-averse and too large to respond that fast. But these days it seemed that the CIA was behaving in a similar fashion, perhaps through no fault of its own, and we in the private sector were now the ones responding quicker. Throughout the Afghan war, the infighting between the CIA and the Pentagon continued. That conflict, not in the best interests of post-9/11 America, lay behind a good bit of the decision-making, resulting in Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld vowing never again to allow the Pentagon's role to be diminished. Internal politics, infighting, and power struggles raged around his efforts to take back control of the conflict from the CIA. It seemed that Washington didn't grasp that it was a new day, didn't see what the operators and specialists were now capable of, or understand the wave of the future. One CIA friend of mine said, "It was stupid to invade Iraq and Afghanistan with uniformed forces. Rumsfeld managed to get the CIA pulled out, put Big Army in, and the rest of this shitstorm followed. We should have let the agency quietly send in more kill teams to wipe out bin Laden and the rest." I personally admire Rumsfeld immensely and respect his long, distinguished service to America, and, whether right or not, I feel sure that his disagreements were because he felt the U.S. military should do the killing and the CIA the collecting. But this is where General Stanley A. McChrystal and his intelligence chief, Major General Michael Flynn, made their mark by blending the two. They set about transforming the way the military units acted on intelligence. McChrystal was a tough-minded, lean West Point grad, Special Forces soldier, Ranger, and commander of Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, and he saw that the enemy was benefiting from our slow decision-making cycle. So he and Flynn cut through the bureaucracy and introduced the idea of the fusion cell, where JSOC elements skilled in killing people partnered with CIA's intelligence gathering and paramilitary prowess to create a battle space where the stakeholders had true situational awareness. General McChrystal ultimately developed and implemented a strategy in Afghanistan and a comprehensive counterterrorism organization that revolutionized the way the military and intelligence agencies interacted and operated. A simplified example. CIA gets word from a human source or perhaps an NSA cell phone intercept that a bad guy is going to be at a certain house. That intel would be sent to the JSOC planners at the fusion cell, who would spin up a Delta team. Shortly after, lethal Americans would be slipping into a village by truck or on foot and shooting bad guys in the teeth as they slept in their mud hut. Again, that's a shooting, not a gunfight, and that's preferable. Once the shooters bag or tag the occupants, their biometric info is logged into the Seek Avenger device, the secure electronic enrollment kit and multimodal identification platform, the same type of device that helped the CIA operation identify bin Laden on the raid that killed that worthless oxygen thief. Then the sensitive site exploitation, SSE, technicians would arrive to collect thumb drives, rip open computers and take out the hard drives, and start to exploit and analyze any data recovered at the site using the government's various biometric facial recognition and voice print databases. This information would be relayed in real time back to the fusion cell, where analysts located in CONUS, continental United States, and OCONUS would come up with links. Then new assaults and raids would be set in motion before the first assault team even RTB'd, returned to base. That process might be repeated a half-dozen times or more in one night, in just one region. And that was happening all across the entire target country. This is the way it's going to happen in the future, only at a faster and faster clip, if the turf warriors in Washington don't get in the way. It all sounds simple, but the barrier of distrust between the CIA and Pentagon still prevents cooperation and delays progress at times. I often get stuck in this kind of frustrating loop. That was what was happening in Libya in 2011. We had information and passed it to Director David Petraeus' office at the CIA and offered it to Defense, but because the information wasn't coming from a government source, it died somewhere in the system. Plus, the American elections were coming, and everyone wanted to be the hero. Everyone wanted the others to get it wrong. On the one hand, I realized what was going on politically, but on the other hand, I was as baffled as Adam and Eve on Mother's Day. Why didn't anyone care to even hear the information we'd collected in Libya or to use the access we'd managed to develop? I reached out to a few friends who were former and current agency staff. I called Bob Baer first. He was great for general sanity checks and always gave sage advice drawn from his decades of experience across the globe. When he picked up the phone and I asked how he was, we got down to brass tacks. Who in the national security establishment can we reach out to who gives a crap about Libya? The radicals hate us, and they're going to be running this place if we're not careful, I said. Really, he said emphatically, no one is going to give two shits about anything you guys are doing, because they didn't come up with it on their own. If they didn't dredge up the intel themselves, they won't touch it. But I've got a name or two I'll send over that might be able to help. Bob was right. But in the end, asking advice from anyone is usually something you do when you already know the answer, but you wish you didn't, and I knew the answer too. We took our information, Libya's new leadership, Mahdi, Belhaj, militia and rebel operations, goals, aspirations, key figures, points of contact, and estimates on their future plans, to nearly everyone. Defense, SOCOM, the Defense Intelligence Agency, DIA, the Office of National Intelligence, ONI. Nothing. A black hole. It sounded like the split second after a fart in a boardroom. Silence. But it appeared that someone up there did leak the information about Mahdi and his contact with us, because just 2 weeks later, he was gone. According to Silverback and Sleepy, he was out, labeled a Hand of the West. When I reached out to Youssef, Mahdi's political officer, who was visiting his family in the United Kingdom, he confirmed it all. Belhaj had triumphed. That meant trouble for the United States from radicals for decades to come. Even if Belhaj stepped aside, radicals were clearly controlling things in the militias. We didn't know if someone inside Mahdi's staff had betrayed him, or if it was someone on this side of the Atlantic, but according to Sleepy, Belhaj learned that Mahdi, his deputy and rival, had been talking to an American and relieved him of his position as deputy with the Tripoli Military Council. Mahdi was paid more than 200,000 euros. Reports were that he went back to Dublin for a while, but then he showed up in Syria in that fight. Following Mahdi's departure, Belhaj managed to consolidate his power by combining the radical Islamist 17 February Brigade and Mahdi's more moderate Tripoli Revolutionary Brigade into one militia, which he then controlled. But in the years that have followed, Belhaj has faded into the background, and Mahdi has returned to Tripoli like a windstorm, being elected as mayor of Tripoli in August 2014. Animosity is reportedly simmering in the background between the two men, and time will tell how this turns out. On the plane ride to North Africa, I was preoccupied. In my head, I had already written off Gaddafi. The man was finished. I scanned the sit-reps I was getting from Fred and Rick. More Syria. It was looking more and more like that was our next destination. If Assad, the dictator there, fell and stable leadership could be instituted before the radicals could move in, the Middle East would change for the better in that place, plain and simple. But again, it all depended on moving quickly. For decades, Syria had been a thorn in the side of both the United States and Israel, along with many Western interests. Syria helped facilitate attacks on Israel and allowed Iran to funnel supplies, men, money, and ammo to Hezbollah right across their borders and in a sort of protected land bridge of terrorism. Cracking Assad's regime could cripple operations for both groups. But cracking Syria wouldn't be easy at all. The al-Assad family had ruled since 1970, when Defense Minister Hafez al-Assad took over in a bloodless coup. Ironically, almost exactly 1 year after Gaddafi took over in Libya. Assad aligned Syria with the Soviet Union and took arms, advisors, and training from the communists. Although 3/4 of the Syrian population were Sunni Muslim, the Assads were Alawites, members of a small Islamic sect that made up just 11% of the population. The Alawites were aligned with the Shiites and had been recognized by the Iranian Shiite Ayatollahs and by Lebanese Shiite leaders. The confidence of Hafez al-Assad didn't extend far beyond his fellow Alawites, whom he had placed throughout his military in positions of strategic importance. It was in this fashion that he had coup-proofed his country. The Alawites were in charge of everything important: intelligence services, military units, government agencies. This didn't sit well with the Sunnis, but it suited Assad just fine. His other methods of ensuring he stayed in charge were more brutal. Assad was a man who destroyed, through any means necessary, anyone who spoke out against his government. He'd crushed many who had tried to usurp his power, including the Muslim Brotherhood, themselves dangerous opponents who exported terrorism across the region. Their founder was a cleric named Hassan al-Banna, who believed, like all fundamentalists, that Islam was destined to dominate the world and impose its law on all nations. It was the Brotherhood who assassinated Egyptian Prime Minister Mahmoud Nokrashi in 1948, tried to assassinate Egyptian President Gamal Abdel Nasser in 1954, and succeeded in assassinating Egyptian President Anwar Sadat in 1981. The Brotherhood saw these men as secular Muslims not following the true faith and catering to the infidels, in Egypt's case, the Soviets. To them, Assad was just as unsavory. He was, after all, an Alawite. Now the Brotherhood, whose leaders took power in Egypt in the summer of 2012, were certainly part of the mix in Libya and were attempting to elevate its position, downplay its terrorist origins and radical fundamentalism, and rebrand its leaders as diplomats and statesmen worthy of governing nations and acting on the world stage, just like the terrorist Yasser Arafat did in the Palestine Liberation Organization. In Syria, back in 2001, the Brotherhood was experiencing a resurgence of strength, despite the country's peaceful change of leadership from the old man to the son. In the summer of 2000, the old man, Hafez al-Assad, died of a heart attack. His successor and son, Bashar al-Assad, an equally determined opponent of the Brotherhood, took over just 7 days later. A reserved but erratic man, the new dictator had been trained as a medical doctor in Damascus and had gone on to specialize in ophthalmology at the Western Eye Hospital in London. Now, more than 10 years later, despite his expertise in the field of vision, there was much he overlooked, particularly the looming wave of reform that was sweeping the region and destabilizing his own country. Gradually, the assaults against the regime's enemies were growing more and more bloody and repugnant. But again, for Americans, it was a question of who the regime's opponents were, potential allies or Islamic terrorists. We had to attempt to find out the character and intention of those who would assume power if Assad were ousted. The conflict built. By the time I began my journey into Sirte, Libya, dozens of Syrian citizens were being killed on a daily basis by the government. Children were being tortured and families murdered by the hundreds. The world demanded that the killings stop, but Assad did not. I knew what the growing influence of the Muslim Brotherhood meant. They would step into the vacuum of power if the dictator fell, just as they had in Egypt. Congresswoman Myrick and I had discussed Syria during our briefings. I had offered to do what we did in Libya, find out who the players were, and report back the stated needs of the opposition. Once again, I received an official letter authorizing us to generate a report on the uprising and the rebel groups, which meant that D&I would need to get on the ground and meet them eyeball to eyeball. My main concern was getting in and out unscathed. In Libya, we contended against one enemy, Gaddafi's forces. But in Syria, we'd be up against Assad's men, Hezbollah, whose organization included a truly professional intelligence service, and against the Iranians. This was going to be a different enemy, an extremely complex situation where finding trustworthy allies would present a complicated challenge. As those around me concentrated on Gaddafi, I had already mentally turned the page. Chapter 13. Building a Spy. The Foundations. 1991. CIA Training Facility. Finally, I was where I wanted to be, training. I had done Washington, and I wanted to see if I could cut the real stuff, the meat of being a CIA operator. I relished the thought of banging my head up against the best when I got to the farm in 1991 as a 21-year-old and still working my way through college at the same time. The Gulf War had blown up that year, and, like millions, I watched as the F-117 stealth strike aircraft hit Baghdad with an astonishing display of high-tech bombs and missiles. There were Hail Mary movements across the desert and an air war like none seen before. We vanquished the Iraqi Navy and crippled the Iraqi Air Force, and in that short time frame the world saw what the United States of America was now capable of accomplishing. It was a war that vividly demonstrated the changing technology. There were two ways to fight the United States: stupidly and asymmetrically. Saddam chose to put his military on the battlefield with the only superpower in the world and go toe-to-toe. He fought stupidly, and we put boot to ass. But the cost of conventional warfare was escalating. Americans were less willing to commit to engagements where troops would lose their lives. The era of drone warfare was on the horizon, as was a new breed of fighting specialists so highly trained and equipped that each one was as explosive in the field as the most destructive weapons of my grandfather's generation. The increasing reliance on this new kind of operator would mark the course of my career. These were men trained for covert, strategically devastating missions that advanced our cause against our nation's enemies quickly and efficiently, without the movement of huge numbers of troops and the risk of thousands of lives. By the time I got back to the farm, the first war with Iraq was officially over, but the bombings and killings raged on. Bad guys of all stripes were flowing into Baghdad, and because I was now submerged and isolated from the rest of the world during training, I lost track of it all. I was entering a world of its own. The kind of place that, for many, existed only on the big screen, on TV, or in novels. For me, it was all becoming real. I was focused and wanted to know everything the CIA could teach me. Reaching the near-empty parking lot circled on my map by the SPO, Security Protective Officer, at the front gate, I checked in to my quarters, a dorm-style room, twin beds, a desk, a chair, and a bathroom connecting to the room next door. The dorm rooms had no locks. Integrity and honesty were expected. Rumors suggested another reason for the lack of security. We could be kidnapped at will during the SEER, Survival, Evasion, Resistance, and Escape phase of training. But again, rumors abounded. Located in Virginia and surrounded by what has to be the longest single chain-link barbed-wire topped fence on the East Coast, this unique facility teaches breaking laws. Not U.S. laws, but those of every foreign government in the world. Espionage, spying, is illegal in every country on the planet, and this place was spycraft's Harvard. To the left of the dorm sat the gym, with its massive free weight section, basketball court, speed bag, and heavy bags. Across the grass was the cafeteria, where I walked in to find the milk machine and got the coldest, best-tasting chocolate milk I ever had. Inside, I also noticed a large accordion-style wall pushed back. This separated the main dining hall from a separate space where students going through immersion language training on the post could eat with people speaking their language, and thus stay focused and not distracted by English during meals. There was also a simple bar at the student recreation building. It felt like a sports bar out in the real world, except it was self-serve, not a waitress in sight, just a bartender. Classes on the farm ranged from the basic operations and paramilitary courses to the countering terrorist tactics class, affectionately known as the Crash and Bang course, along with foreign weapons training, explosives, tradecraft, driving, parachute jump training, surveillance, and a lot more. The system designed and churned out fully trained, certified case and paramilitary officers after many months. Every small arms weapon, foreign or domestic, could be found in the armory. On the road to the ranges, hidden underneath 2 decades of vines and deer-infested weeds, a sharp-eyed observer could catch a glimpse of what we were told was the mock-up of the old U.S. Embassy in Tehran. According to legend, Delta Force trained here to rescue the hostages taken in 1979. Still visible were marks in the concrete at the top of the walls where the ropes were thrown over, as well as spike marks where the assaulters climbed up. If you knew what to look for, you might see students from the farm practicing surveillance detection runs, brush passes, dead drops, and other esoteric skills needed for espionage in nearby cities and towns. Training in advanced paramilitary skills is the responsibility of several other secret locations. Here, courses such as explosives were taught, where students learned not only to make improvised explosives, but also to use conventional explosives to destroy unique targets like fixed missile sites. Our class was bused to a large warehouse near an old abandoned set of train tracks. Inside, we lined up and gave our sizes to a group of old ladies behind large tables piled high with cardboard boxes brimming with combat jungle boots, pants, caps, and shirts. They tossed me new U.S. Army camouflage BDUs, short for battle dress uniforms, and a pair of jungle combat boots one size too large. There were no name tags, no ranks, just the uniforms, and I'd spend the next part of my life in them. The farm creates intelligence officers and other operators for the future, but it retains a foot in the past. Most of what is cutting edge derives from what has been. If you're going to fire a Stinger missile, it would be a good idea to already know how to shoot a gun, and whether you're in Normandy or Bamako, you absolutely had better not get lost. Thus, our training started with learning how to navigate on land using a compass, protractor, and topographic map, or topo. The handheld GPS was a thing of the future in 1990, so we learned how to do it old school, which back then was simply just school. The concept was simple enough. For example, one method to figure out where you are is by looking around for hills or other terrain features and then finding those same hills on your map. Once you've found 2 of them, you point your compass at each one, read the degrees off the compass, that's called an azimuth, and then do a simple bit of math to get what's called a back azimuth. Once you've got your back azimuth, you place your protractor on the map and draw a line from the hill back along the back azimuth, then do the same to the other hill, and where those 2 lines intersect is your location. Don't have a map or compass and it's nighttime? If you can see a crescent moon, take the 2 points and draw an imaginary line toward the horizon, and it will generally point to the south if you're in the northern hemisphere, and just the opposite if you're down under. If you're above the equator in the northern hemisphere, you can also locate the Big Dipper, Ursa Major. It, of course, looks like a big cup with 7 stars creating a long handle. The 2 outer stars of the cup are the pointers. Think of it as that part of the cup you'd clink if toasting someone. If you drew an imaginary line between them roughly 5 times their combined distance from each other, you'd be right on the North Star, Polaris. Once you find it, stretch out your arms to find east and west, and south will be directly behind you. Then, if you can see the horizon, stick your fist out in front of you and count how many fists are between it and the North Star. Each fist is roughly 10 degrees. So if you counted 4, you'd be at about 40 degrees latitude, about the same latitude as Denver, Colorado. If you're south of the equator, you look for the Southern Cross. It's a bit more complicated, but doable. In an urban area, most television satellites orbit around the equator, so check rooftops for satellite TV dishes to tell north or south. In the daytime, we learned how to take 2 sticks and use the sun to find direction, and even an analog wristwatch. Aim the hour hand at the sun, find the center point of the angle between the hour hand and the number 12 on the watch. That's the north-south line. The instructors gave us 8- and 10-digit grid coordinates that we would have to locate on the map and then go find them on our own. We ran land navigation on foot with a compass and map both day and night. It was great, sweaty, exhausting, mosquito-bitten fun. For the final exercise, we were given a ton of points and told to find them wearing 50-pound rucksacks. They were miles apart through swamps, hills, pine forests, bramble bushes, and thickets, and it took all day and into the night. A lean Marine captain from Force Recon named Jake became my training partner. At least 10 years older than me, he sported a ragged-looking scar on his left bicep, which he said had been chopped in half during a parachuting accident. We became fast friends, and if we had the time and energy, we'd run the back roads together on the infrequent days off. I learned to field strip U.S. and foreign weapons in the daylight, then with a blindfold. Once, as an impromptu competition, our instructors broke us up into teams of 2 and took a machine gun, a rifle, and a pistol and laid them on a poncho liner. It didn't take long to figure out what came next. Jake and I were a team, and he was first up. On the whistle, he ran 25 yards to the poncho, where another instructor shoved a black pillowcase over his head, and he had to disassemble all 3 weapons as fast as he could. I watched intently until I saw his hand shoot up. Then I took off. When a black hood was forced over my head, I started to reassemble the mass of gun parts. Sweat dripped into my eyes, and I could hear my 2 competitors on my right and left running and sliding into position to start on their piles. I started with the large M60 pieces because they were easier to locate in the mass of springs and tubes. Finished, I did a functions check on the big gun, laid it aside, and started in on the M16 rifle as I heard Jake urging me on. Again, I started with the big pieces, setting the plastic handguards in place, then finding the T-shaped charging handle and laying it into the upper receiver upside down in my lap. I searched for the bolt, popped it into the bolt carrier, dropped in the firing pin, pushed the cam into place, and shoved in the cotter pin that held the firing pin. Then I gave the whole assembly a sling downward to seat it all. I felt the cam. Somehow I'd gotten it oriented correctly. Just then an instructor blew an air horn as another threw dirt and shot us all with a water hose. I wasn't going to be distracted. I just had to set these pieces in place, check that they worked, then finish the pistol, and I'd be done. The point of the competition was to get us working under pressure without using our eyes. You had to be able to strip a weapon down in total darkness, whether to fix it during a fight or just to maintain it. Unlike a military unit, we would often be on our own with no one to rely on but ourselves. Jake and I came in first place. Years later, we coated our weapons externally with green OD Teflon, but the inner working parts were coated in black Teflon. Teflon protects the weapon, but keeps it lubricated in dry, sandy places without needing as much gun oil, which attracts grit and dust. The colors were for a reason, too. OD green didn't absorb heat energy from the sun as much as black, so it wouldn't show up if the enemy looked at you with night vision. Black soaked it up like crazy and glowed white-hot under NVGs. So coating the internal parts with black helped us when cleaning weapons and stripping the guns in the dark because we could do it with NVGs and see them all very well, but the green kept us hidden from view when moving around. Any advantage we could get, we took. The CIA has a paramilitary capability, certainly, but the primary job is to collect intelligence. In fact, before 9/11, most IOs never carried a gun unless they were in a war zone or a high-risk area of the world. Before you can carry a weapon, you have to get qualified. What happens at the farm is similar to Army basic weapons training, but the CIA goes way beyond just shooting at targets 300 yards out with an M16. Our class eventually worked up to shooting on the move, from moving vehicles, into other vehicles and while seated, standing, kneeling, prone, and even running. This was just the warm-up act where we got to know the weapons and the 7 fundamentals of shooting: grip, stance, sight alignment, sight picture, trigger control, breathing, and follow-through. If a shooter follows and applies them correctly, he can only blame his gun or the ammo for failing to hit the target. We spent another week learning the agency's method for hand-to-hand combat. It was simple, concise, and effective. The system was focused on immediate stop techniques, strikes to the 3 main systems that would end a fight: walking, breathing, and seeing. If you took out any one of these, you ended the fight immediately. It was the same concept that Doug had taught me years earlier. Kick a guy's knee in, and he can't chase you. Ram your fingers into his eyes, and he gets myopically focused on whether his eyes will ever work again. Slam your elbow into a man's windpipe, and his world shrinks down to his primary focus, breathing. By now, we were shooting fast, lifting heavy, running long, and fighting hard. Like Red once said, "Suck it up now, and you won't have to suck it in later." Explosives and breaching. Our first day of explosives training started off by walking down to a small building overlooking a large, blackened, sunken dirt pit with a few wrecked cars and vans at the bottom. We passed through the door, and as soon as our first classmate stepped inside, a small explosive charge went off right above his head near the ceiling. The instructors had set up a booby trap. Inside, stadium-like bleachers overlooked a large angled picture window made of plastic. From this perch, we had a ringside view of the pit with the mangled vehicles in it. We all gingerly looked under our seats, though, just to make sure we weren't going to get our pants blown off. The thickly muscled instructor, who looked like he was missing a neck, came up front wearing a navy blue t-shirt that read, "Lie, deny, and make counter-accusations." He looked like he could probably have bench-pressed the van in the pit. He talked about explosives, what they could do, and how they could be used. Then he started the show. He blew up the van with C4 plastic explosives, then he set off a Claymore mine, and then another charge took out the car. I was hooked. Explosives were awesome. Eventually, we were bussed for more intensive explosive work. We learned how to make field expedient charges out of products easily found in a pharmacy or home swimming pool, and much more. Many years later, I would add to my knowledge of explosives by learning the difference between electrical and non-electrical firing devices. We learned to breach door hinges, locks, and knobs with a shotgun, and how to do quick assessments of target doors. Which way did it open? If you could see the hinges, it opened toward you. If not, then it went away from you. Was the knob on the right or left side of the door? Doors inside a structure, like bedroom doors, usually opened into their room, so the hinges weren't visible. If you could see them, it was likely a closet too small to allow the door to open inward. Those things mattered if you were breaking into a place, breaching and entering the room. You didn't want the door opening back into your face, or to have your team rush into a broom closet. If you want to kick open a door, you'd better think long and hard about it. Is it metal or solid wood? If so, and you kick it, you'll likely just hurt yourself. But if it's not, then kick it right next to the doorknob, with the goal of having the plunger tear through the thin wood holding it in the door itself. When you do decide to kick it, turn around and kick it like a mule. You get more power that way, and if it caves in, you won't have your legs stuck through a hole in the door, getting shot to shreds on the other side.
Shooting. I really enjoy shooting, whether rifles, shotguns, or pistols. It was something I grew up doing. We killed birds, squirrel, rabbits, and anything else we could shoot with our BB guns. Once, my dad told me to stop shooting the birds because there were basically none left on our entire farm. I'd killed them all, and no more would come around. Then, when I was old enough, Todd and I took our .22 rifle, which we'd saved up to buy from Flint's Hardware, and headed a few miles down the gravel road to the trash dump. It was the best place to shoot rats, lots of them. Down below us in the gully, they were running around everywhere. We'd tear them up. But now, I was learning how to really shoot from the greatest combat shooting instructors in the world, and Red was one of the best. He had a no-nonsense manner and was able to diagnose a shooter's problem after watching you pull the trigger only 2 or 3 times. He was a large man with close-cropped red hair, and I'd heard he was a Marine prior to joining CIA. Red was a veteran of the paramilitary staff, serving since way before I was born, and he knew his business. He and his cadre taught us how to operate all sorts of foreign and U.S.-made weapons. The weapons we'd initially be qualified to carry were those the station would likely have in the armory for use in case the place was ever attacked, like what happened in Iran and Vietnam. These included the Browning high-power 9mm pistol and the Winchester pump-action 12-gauge shotgun. Many locations, Red admitted, would still have the old revolver, which was why I'd been shooting that in the hotel room exercise earlier. We shot on outdoor firing ranges, rain or shine, but it was under a covering that, we were told, was to keep enemy spy satellites at bay. The training initially taught shooting a modified Weaver stance, where the shooting arm is straight and the support arm bent, the same way Jason Bourne shoots in the movies. When firing, they wanted us to push forward with our shooting arm and pull back with the other, all while standing with our bodies turned at a 45-degree angle to our targets and our heads bent slightly to align the gun sight. This push-pull concept was supposed to create a more stable shooting platform. The technique was soon replaced by the modified isosceles, which features both arms outstretched, the weapon gripped with pressure from both hands, and no push-pull going on. It's a much more natural and effective way to shoot, especially under stress. Jason Bourne was wrong. Techniques like these, as well as equipment, are studied, analyzed, and tweaked constantly. You ask 3 questions of any tactic, technique, or process, whether in shooting, in business, or even mowing your grass. First, will it work? In other words, will the way I'm doing it get the job done? Second, is it necessary? In other words, is there a better, more efficient way to do it? Finally, can I do it under stress? A negative answer to any of these questions means you toss that technique until you find a way to do it that leads to 3 yes answers. Will it work? Is it necessary? Can I do it under stress? Here's how you might apply it. People argued and even fought over which stance was better, the Jason Bourne way or the modified isosceles.
Most of the debate came from guys who'd argue over whether professional wrestling was real and who'd never been shot at nor shot at someone else. Regardless, passions on the subject ran high in the shooting world. To resolve it, apply the 3 questions. The Weaver stance was created out of a desire to give the shooter a solid grip. The straight arm was supposed to replicate the stock of a rifle, and the push and pull action was to help keep the gun stable. On top of that, people have been shooting people using the Weaver stance for years. So yes, it worked, and yes, it could be done under stress. But was it necessary to do it that way? No. Why? Weaver says you have to have the push-pull to steady the gun, to hit, in other words. Therefore, by default, that must mean that you can't shoot with one hand because there's nothing pulling back. But you can shoot one-handed. It's been done for ages. So no, the push-pull wasn't necessary, meaning the Weaver failed this part of the analysis. Another problem with the technique was that they wanted us to lower our heads to line up with the gun's sights. That's a waste of critical microseconds. You bring the gun to your face, not your face to the gun. That eliminates one more moving part in the shooting equation. So that part of the technique was also unnecessary. It was another failure under the analysis. Yet another failure was turning 45 degrees to your target. That just exposed the shooter's armpit, a deadly area to take a bullet. But standing square to the target, the modified isosceles way, made maximum use of the shooter's body armor and didn't expose the armpits. So that was a third failure under the analysis. Examining processes, techniques, and tactics forces real answers to serious questions, all in an effort to make things better, more efficient, and faster. But the crux is that if you could hit, whether shooting Weaver, isosceles, or carrying 5 red balloons in one hand while riding a unicycle, then do not change what you're doing if you're hitting, because the goal is to win the fight. You don't get points for style. To practice shooting, we started off on a range with wooden frames built out of 2x4s in the shape of a lowercase h. The long side of the H allowed us to practice shooting from behind cover, such as from a door on both the left and right sides. The horizontal part of the H provided a kneeling horizontal barricade, like the hood of a car, and the bottom of the H was covered plywood with just a shoebox-size hole cut in it. This let us practice shooting through something like the vent in an office door. We had to make a certain number of shots in the kill zone on the paper targets within a set time frame. We shot kneeling and prone, and graduated to shooting from behind real doors and through real windows and over car hoods. We learned that when shooting over a car hood, you don't lean over the top of the hood and rest on it like Starsky and Hutch. You backed away from it because incoming fire might strike the engine block, which slopes upward, then hit and deflect off the engine up through the hood, throwing lead and engine frag into your face, arms, and chest. That's all part of terminal ballistics, what a bullet does when it hits something. When a bullet hits a wall, it doesn't necessarily ricochet off at an angle opposite the one it came in on, like a cue ball on a pool table. It can actually hug the surface of the wall or ground for a while and travel along that surface. The principle didn't apply just to vertical surfaces either. We applied it to shooting under cars. If the enemy was using a vehicle for cover, we could fire at the concrete or asphalt in front of the car about where the shadow line would be on the ground at midday. Our incoming rounds would chew underneath, sending bullet, asphalt, and gravel into the legs and ankles of the enemy shooters. Then you did it again to send the same thing back into their bodies after they fell from having their legs chewed up. We learned to shoot not only under cars, but into them, studying the effects of the glass and doors on the bullet. More application of terminal ballistics. If I were facing a vehicle and shot into the windshield with my 9mm pistol, aiming at the chest of the guy in the front seat, the bullet would actually hit him somewhere in the lower abdomen, depending on how far away I was. The reason is that the underside of the cone-shaped bullet would make first contact with the glass, dragging the bullet down slightly. So, to hit a target sitting in a car in the chest when you're shooting at him while facing his car, you aim at his face. That worked for nearly all pistol rounds. If you're shooting a rifle like an M4 whose bullets travel a lot faster, the bullet won't drop that much, and it was basically point of aim, point of impact. Where you aimed was where he'd get hit. We trained to fight from a vehicle as well. Our first choice when faced with a threat is to escape or run him over. But there were times when a car might not move fast enough, or it might not work at all. It could be shot up, broken down, boxed in by other vehicles or roadblocks, or just out of gas. In those cases, we needed to know how to fight from a vehicle quickly, then to get away from it and to another position of cover. If faced with a threat coming at you from the front of the car, most law enforcement officers were taught to crack the door open and fire through the V-notch created by the open door and the frame of the car. But that takes extra time, drawing the weapon from a seated position, opening the door, positioning the weapon in the V-notch, aiming, taking the shot, and time is an opportunity for the bad guy. Instead, we fired straight through the windshield, right over the top of the steering wheel. The first round punched a hole in the glass, and we'd dump a hailstorm of bullets through it. We did it with handguns, but the most fun was having two of us with German submachine guns throwing a maelstrom of lead through the windshield at simulated attackers from the front at the same time. You didn't want to be the guy in the right seat. That little submachine gun spews out hot brass at an amazing rate. But the windows were wrecked, as were the targets downrange. Yet again, terminal ballistics comes into play when shooting from inside the vehicle. The glass affected that bullet in ways you couldn't anticipate without testing it first. It was just the opposite of how a bullet reacted when firing into the car. This time, the top of the bullet's nose would come into first contact with the windshield due to the angle of the window. That would drag the bullet upward, which meant that to hit a man in the chest with a pistol, I had to place my front sight on his belt and fire. This would result in the bullet landing in his chest area, depending on how far away he was. The reason was the same as before, just inverted. If you didn't understand the effects of these materials on bullets, you could get yourself or your teammate killed. Jake grew up in the South like I did, and we were regularly the top shots in the class, competing for first place nearly every day. He beat me by 1 point on the final shooting. Not bad for a guy still too young to take a legal drink. We studied legal and illegal vehicle checkpoints and how roadblocks were laid out with chase cars and blocking cars. We called them VCPs and IVCPs. We were taught tactics for running them and fighting from them, all worst-case scenarios. One method was the gun technique. The assumption was that we were in hostile territory, had pistols, and also had a rifle or shotgun hidden in the vehicle. It went like this. Assume you're driving a left-side steering wheel vehicle and are stopped and approached from the driver's window. Your window goes down, and your hands immediately go up into the surrender pose right into the face of the road guard, and you're putting on the show of your life, acting scared, intimidated. This hopefully makes him see you as no threat. He asks for your papers, and you say you're going to unbuckle your seatbelt to get your papers from your pocket. Slowly, as you maintain eye contact and keep talking to the guard at your window, you move both hands toward the seatbelt release. Your left hand is a distraction for the road guard, giving him something to look at as it goes for the buckle release, while your right grabs the pistol from under your thigh. All this happens in one motion. Then, quickly, you bring both hands back up to the window in a double hand grip on the weapon and dump the entire magazine into him at point-blank range. What you've also just done is to release your seatbelt so you can get out quickly. We sometimes even wore our seatbelts under our armpit to keep from getting our arm tangled in it on a hasty exit. So after you've shot the crap out of the guy, you throw the gun into the floorboard if you can't bring it with you. There is no sense in giving the bad guys another gun to use right away. Then you'd either stomp the gas and drive off, or if the way ahead was blocked, you would yell, "Bail, bail, bail," to everyone else in the car. Often we'd run it with 4 people in the car, and that was great, chaotic fun. Everyone would start bailing out through the doors on the opposite side from the road guard and begin firing on any target with a gun while moving to covered positions around the car. The 2 in the back seat went out the same rear door, while the 2 up front went out the passenger's door. One went to the rear fender and started firing, another to the front fender. The third man got down behind the now open rear door and tossed smoke grenades over the car to conceal our movements, while the fourth was turned around facing away from the action, or outboard as we called it, searching for a place for the group to run to next. Once he found it, he'd yell the direction and distance, and we'd bound in groups of 2, kick in a door if it was a structure, take over the space inside, turn around, and set up new shooting positions to cover the other two so they could run back to us. When they heard us shooting, they'd turn and run toward us through the open door and file past, taking up other positions, or searching for a way out the back so we could continue to bound away from the fight and escape. It was mad, organized, lethal chaos that relied on speed, surprise, and overwhelming accurate firepower at the outset to gain the tactical advantage on the folks manning the roadblocks. We weren't prepared to fight a sustained battle. We just didn't have that much firepower. But when you take 4 of our guys who can shoot, move, and communicate, then give us the edge of surprise and overwhelming instant violence, you should place your money on us. Once we were proficient and qualified on the various weapons, the training moved into the agency's kill house, or shoot house as it would be called later, just in case someone got the wrong idea about the intent of the training. Personally, kill house was probably the best name for it. The house was covered, but was large, a truly huge group of rooms contained in the largest tire house I'd ever seen. The whole exterior was covered in stacked car tires filled with sand and dirt. That's what kept the bullets from coming through the walls. Inside there was a bar, hotel rooms, den, office, school, all were replicated. This was the place I found myself after finishing up the hotel room exercise for Red with Baldy and blue coveralls. Red and I entered the classroom a few yards from the shoot house, and he told me to take a seat. Another instructor, a former Special Forces lieutenant colonel, flipped on a TV, killed the lights, and told us we were going to watch my little Jerry Springer session in the No Comfort Inn on video. I watched as the guys broke into the room and flipped the lights on. There was lots of yelling, 3 shots, then another 3. Just as I was moving toward the first door, the instructor paused the VCR. The colonel noted that my first 3 shots looked good. They hit the guy in a vital spot. But he pointed out that I shot a guy armed with a rolled-up newspaper, not a stick. Then he said that the second guy, the one I thought was attacking me with the chain, was actually surrendering, and that I shouldn't have shot him either. And when looking at the video playback, I could see it all very clearly. Basically, the only thing he did like was my shot placement, shooting them both in the face instead of the body. The logic was simple. You shoot a person in order to stop him from doing something. The goal was to stop their actions as quickly as possible. Shooting someone in the torso, even a heart shot, simply meant that you were bleeding him to death, and that took precious time. During those moments, a person can do a lot of damage. I'd witnessed this principle hunting white-tailed deer. You can blow a deer's heart out, and they'll run for hundreds of yards, even miles, trailing blood the whole time, until they die from blood loss, a sort of natural loss of hydraulic pressure. Similarly, an attacker can keep functioning before he dies from blood loss. Sure, it depends on where he's been hit. Hit an artery and it gets pumped out faster. Give him a head wound but miss the critical part of the brain, and it will take longer because of the smaller, spread-out capillaries, which don't carry a ton of blood volume. He could continue firing, set off a bomb, run you over in a car, stab you, or even beat you to death with your own gun, all of which has happened before. To make matters worse, if he is wearing body armor and you've just shot him in the body, you will now have one pissed-off attacker moving with even more of a purpose, a much harder shot to make. But if you shoot someone in the teeth or the nose, the bullet goes straight back, basically unhindered, except for a few teeth and soft tissue in the back of the throat, into the brainstem, the medulla oblongata, as the medical professionals call it. That's the critical, essential area that controls motor functions. If that's hit, all activity stops. It's like pulling the power cord. Blood loss isn't a factor because you've just made a CNS hit, the central nervous system. In other words, that guy's CPU just took a bullet and his computer just shut down. From the side, shoot them in the earlobe. From the back, hit the base of the skull. All this is called proper shot placement. You can kill someone with a .22 caliber, a 12 gauge, a 50 cal, a BB, your fist, or even theoretically with a needle if you hit this spot precisely and with the right amount of velocity behind it. The next point the instructor focused our attention on was that the hands and then the waistline of the threat, not the face, the voice, or anything else, are what kills. When you're in a shooting, it happens in seconds and can be over in less. It's violent and fast, and the results are obviously designed to be fatal. Split-second decisions about whether to shoot somebody have to be simplified because the brain can only take in so much in a compressed amount of time. So, you come into the room taking the path of least resistance. Your teammate goes in the opposite direction, and you both clear your corners, scanning for threats. Once you locate them, your eyes drive straight to the hands and waistline of anyone you see to determine if they're armed, whether with a gun, knife, stick, grenade, or detonator. If you see one, your gun sight tracks to their faces, the trigger gets pressed until they aren't there anymore, and they get dropped as hard and fast as possible. It doesn't matter if they're men or women, old or young, they all can kill you. You shoot them in the teeth, the base of the head, the upper chest and throat, or the earlobe, depending on how you find them, pressing the trigger until they aren't there anymore. It's not like TV or Hollywood where Steven Seagal comes in, shoots twice, and moves on. You shoot until they go away. If that means emptying a magazine into them, reloading and shooting them again, then you do that. The goal is to shoot them until they stop doing what you shot them for in the first place. A team of the best shooters in the world, in a hostile country, moving quietly through a building from multiple directions, in the inky blackness of the night, under the highest stress you can imagine, all while making decisions on who lives and dies in milliseconds upon seeing that person, and then consistently nailing threats in the teeth with precise gunfire, isn't about magic or about being superhuman. It's about training, rules, and rehearsals. Training is shooting, moving, communicating over and over until your hands bleed, feet blister, and body gives out. Rehearsals are conducted on mock-ups of the target until it can be done in your sleep, time permitting. Rules are kept simple. For example, rules of engagement for the CIA's shooters on the bin Laden hit allowed shooting anyone with a weapon, anyone displaying hostile intent, and for UBL himself, he was a status-based target. In the real world, the hit rate for police officers is less than 20%, which means that more than 4 of every 5 bullets miss and go somewhere else. It's not necessarily the individual police officer's fault either. I have many friends who work in law enforcement, and they are solid men and women who do a terrific job. But the training opportunities at most departments are not what they should be, because many times the budget is spent on shiny objects like cruisers with new paint schemes, so the chief can point to something that he spent taxpayer money on when asked by the city council. But it'd be far better to spend that money on training now than on settlements to lawsuits later. During training at the farm, we shot until our hands bled. In fact, I've got a scar to this very day from it. We trained hard and long on shoot, no-shoot situations in buildings and in cars, and in low light, no light, and daylight. Hands, waist, weapon, front sight, press, 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 and move. We repeated that over and over, then watched it on video. At first, we spoke to one another during an assault, calling out that we were moving, or that we needed a breacher, or that we had an open door here or there. But then we progressed to saying nothing at all, just moving, shooting, and hand signals. But most of the time, everyone knew what was needed without comms at all because everyone was doing what we called looking for work. Besides, if you were in a foreign country conducting a clandestine raid, speaking American English would be what those in law enforcement call a clue about who was behind it. Long gone was the instruction on instinctive shooting, also called point shooting, which promoted being able to fire without using the sights, just basically pointing the weapon in the direction of the threat and firing. Pulling my hand from a hot pot, that's instinct. Moving away from a snake, that's definitely in my DNA somewhere. But nothing is instinctive about drawing a mechanical device from a concealed holster, raising it to your head, lining up the rear sight, front sight, and the target, all while you and your target are moving in different directions over uneven terrain, and then pulling a trigger and causing an explosion to launch a chunk of metal to intersect that moving object many yards away from you, all in under 1.5 seconds. That is decidedly not instinctive to human beings. So the agency worked hard on training us to find the target, Find the hands, find the waist, use the sights, and eliminate the threat. Delta, SEAL Team 6, and CIA worked this like no one else. It all became second nature, to the point that when I walked around in public, whether a mall, on the sidewalk, or even in church, I'd scan the hands and waistline of everyone coming my way, looking for anything that could be a weapon. It just became a way of living. Hands and waistline first, everything else second. Training was non-stop and voluminous, with no concept of eating the elephant one bite at a time. We basically had a feeding tube shoved down our throats and were force-fed the entire pachyderm. It was like drinking water from a fire hose. You retained a bit, you lost more, or as my fellow classmates described it, like throwing crap at a wall. Some's gonna stick, some won't. We just hoped the right crap stuck, because we were tested all the time. Written tests, oral exams, and practical exercises. All were graded, and we lived and died by the results. I came in wondering if I could handle it, if I could make the grade. I started off keeping to myself, not talking to anyone, mainly because I had more self-doubt than I would have admitted and didn't want anyone to know. The training was hard, and sometimes my progress was slow, but quitting wouldn't speed it up. Chapter 14. The Battle for Sirte. September 26, 2011. Sirte, Libya. The sky was a somber slate gray, and sand dunes and date palms dotted the road on all sides, but the bright spot in the day was news that Benghazi and Tripoli were in rebel hands. Gaddafi and his family were on the run, and we were managing a network of informants supplying good information on where the rats were running. Dee and I were here to eyeball the battle and report back on its development to Washington. We suited up in our Crye Precision Cage body armor, getting ready to go to work. It's the best I've worn. It hugged like a turtle's shell and had a slim profile, allowing me to wear local clothing on top of it without looking like the Michelin guy. Today, we use their airlight plate carriers that can be rolled up and stuffed in a pocket for travel, an amazing design. Our plates were top-of-the-line ceramic composite that could stop an AK round. I had 3 rifle mag pouches built into the carrier and 3 more attached to the front of those. My radio was hooked up and my pistol was locked into place. I preferred having it on my chest rig. I could get to it easier in a vehicle, plus it wouldn't scrape and bang into things when I was running around or crawling over pavement, rocks, or concrete. Underneath and behind my front plate was a slim trauma kit that could be yanked out from the bottom of my carrier to stop bleeding. On my back was a sleeve holding my camelback water bladder, with the drinking tube running over my left shoulder, buried into the shoulder straps. I had my Medford TS-1 knife threaded into the molly strips on my right side of the plate carrier. Radio check, I heard through my earpiece. Lima Charlie, how me? I said back to Dee, short for I hear you loud and clear, how do you hear me? Good to go, boss, he said. We wrapped keffiyehs around our head and lower faces to hopefully help us blend at a distance, not to mention keeping out the sun and sand. It was the start of a busy day, a day the end of which neither Dee nor I could have imagined. We knew what we expected to see. We were back in Libya, heading into Sirte, where the war with Gaddafi was at its ugliest and perhaps bloodiest moment. A huge Libyan we had started calling Goliath held his massive PK machine gun, bipod attached, in his right hand, Rambo style. His partner, nicknamed Beckham for his love of soccer, was also ready to roll with his AK and a 9mm pistol. He had on a cheap black tactical vest, sans body armor. Both men were rebel combat veterans whom we'd started referring to as the Brothers Grimm. Both were out, having left to visit a friend of theirs at the local hospital. I powered up the Panasonic Toughbook, pulled up Google Earth, loaded our GPS coordinates into it, and zoomed in on our current location. Dee and I had been back in North Africa for only 36 hours, arriving in the seaside town of Misrata, yet again with no passport stamps and aboard the Al-Intisar. Misrata, specifically Tripoli Street, was a scene of post-apocalyptic destruction after a long, hard-fought battle that started in February and lasted until the rebels finally took the seaport 4 months later. 2,000 rebels and civilians had died, with nearly 1,000 others wounded. Silverback walked into the room as we were getting ready to go. He said that part of the dictator's family had made it into Algeria and Niger, both safe havens, and that the dictator's son Saif had escaped Tripoli, and that he believed father and son were hiding and regrouping. Everything we knew, and what everyone believed, was that Gaddafi had returned to Sirte, the base of his tribal support. Suddenly we all heard the squeal of brakes and an engine getting cut off. Then the brothers Grimm rushed in. From a wounded man they had heard that the rebels in Sirte had the enemy surrounded and were sending rockets into their positions. Their source had been running forward when a truck blew up next to him. Small arms fire hit others, and they basically withdrew. Silverback shifted slightly as he sat on the carpet, legs folded. "There is a big battle going on right now in Sirte," he explained. "The fighters have made good progress, and if we can beat them there, we will win this. It will basically all be over except for a few small pockets of resistance." Then Silverback asked, "Would you come to speak to a commander there?" Dee and I looked at each other briefly. We both knew we were going, and I nodded yes. As we piled our gear into a two-tone Mitsubishi L200 pickup truck, I wondered if I was about to get the crap shot out of me again. Arriving in the city of Sirte, which sits halfway between Tripoli and Benghazi, I saw plumes of thick black smoke rising from across the horizon to the northeast. As we drew closer, the muffled thuds and crumps from ordnance being sent downrange transformed into massive ear-splitting explosions as we both stuffed earplugs into our ears. We passed artillery pieces lined up among rows and rows of palm trees, their long gun tubes aimed skyward toward the city, belching out orange balls of fire and smoke, shaking the ground and slinging palm fronds against their moorings as the gunners turned away, plugging their ears with their fingers with each pull of the firing lanyard. Muammar Gaddafi's hometown was about 155 miles east of Misrata. It had taken us nearly 4 hours to get there. The city was under rebel siege from both the east and west, pinning Gaddafi's forces in with their backs to the Gulf of Sidra. They had nowhere to go. The town of Bani Walid to the west also would be addressed, but Sirte was the main goal and the real holdout. The day before, the rebels had launched a surprise attack using rockets, artillery, the crazy hand-painted Mad Max truck-mounted weapon platforms, tanks, and a ragged-looking batch of infantry, all supported by NATO jets overhead. They almost reached the city center, with rebel armor pounding shells right into the middle of town to pave their way for the advancing ground troops. From the east came the rebel version of the cavalry, pickup trucks with men hanging from the rails wearing wife-beater shirts, bandanas, baseball caps, and flip-flops, and all carrying rifles and RPGs. They launched themselves forward to try to clear outlying farms and buildings as they too advanced on the enemy forces. The advance had stalled in one section of the city today, though. Gaddafi's artillery, rockets, and sniper fire were raining down on the rebels from somewhere near the coastal road where the spotters and pockets of resistance remained. Our group began a slow, circuitous route south. There was no more fast driving. Silverback, who had gone ahead earlier, was there with the commander we were to meet. I double-checked on my Garmin for the exact location and showed Beckham the tiny on-screen map as he drove. He nodded. We could hear rockets screaming as they left firing tubes and the soft crump of explosions and the crackle of automatic weapons fire echoing across the city. We had to thread carefully through the fluid, shifting western lines, diverting south enough to not get hit by incoming artillery, and somehow pass through the front line of the eastern advancing troops without them thinking we were Gaddafi's fighters or mercenaries. Sirte was vibrant with color. Dark green palms framed the skyline. A mosque with a yellowish gold tip drew the eye. Orange and red buildings mixed among the white and tan against the sky. Only upon close inspection would you notice the black blast marks surrounding a dark hole in the base of the mosque and bullet pock marks on almost every building in sight. The sky seemed angry, too, as it billowed with thick, dark rain clouds and was streaked with contrails from fighter jets, as well as billowing smoke from smoldering fires in the city center. The brothers' phone rang. They answered and were apparently being given directions on new areas to avoid as we looked for a safer place to enter the city and link up with Silverback. Progress was slow. Beckham put his phone to his ear yet again, and then leaned back toward us and excitedly screamed above the noise, "We have the port! We just took the port!" He was beaming with pride. Goliath was hooting and yelling, punching the dashboard and slapping the roof with sheer excitement. Dee pushed out a sitrep on his BlackBerry to Colonel Cantwell to let him know about this strategically important victory, which cut Gaddafi's supporters off from seaborne supplies and prevented them from fleeing over the water. Gaddafi's men couldn't go anywhere or do anything except fight or give up. But from the way it looked, it seemed surrender wouldn't save them. We passed a half-naked body on the side of the road lying face down in the debris. A carpet had been partially thrown over it. A shoe was missing from one foot. We wound through a turn where the street was literally covered in empty shell casings. Virtually nothing had escaped the battle, as even the light poles had been shot to pieces. Some were bent, while others had completely given up and were lying across the road, with holes the size of coffee cans punched in them from the big guns of the tanks. Buildings had lost their exterior walls, exposing the naked rooms inside and the remnants of the lives of those who used to live in them. Shells had torn holes in everything. I'd been in Afghanistan, the Balkans, Pakistan, Northern Ireland, and Iraq, and I'd never seen such destruction. It was a no-man's land, just smoke, rubble, and the dead. Beckham quickly made a right turn, driving the truck into what looked like a beat-up old storage shed made of concrete blocks. We all squeezed out and left the shed, with Beckham rolling down the protective door and padlocking it. It was afternoon. As we made our way slowly up the alley in a staggered foot formation, Beckham was on point on the left. Goliath was about 5 yards behind him with the belt-fed weapon. Following them, Dee and I were spread out about the same distance apart, but on the opposite side up near the buildings. Rule number 1 in urban movement is to avoid open areas like the plague. Don't move down the center of a street, alley, or brown zone, such as a Libyan park. If you can get into buildings and move through them, that's better. But we couldn't, so we stuck to the edges of the road. The way we were moving allowed each two-man group to cover the other two across the road. Rule number 2 is to try to move rapidly from one covered and concealed position to the next. But in reality, you either moved as slow as a snail, so the bad guys didn't see you, or you moved as fast as humanly possible, so they couldn't shoot you if they did. The brothers Grimm wanted to run all the time. It was like holding back greyhounds. If you rush around too much, you draw attention and get shot at. If the shooters are good, then you get hit. The equation is simple. Slow down. When you need to move fast, do it with all you've got, but know when the time is right to run. Otherwise, stay low and move slow. Every corner we reached worked the same way. We'd advance on a corner and everyone would stop. Goliath would do a slow turn to our rear to check that area. Dee would edge up on our side to get a look across the road around Beckham's upcoming turn and clear it for him, keeping his sights on the area. I'd then motion for Beckham to move up. He would ease up slowly, look across the road toward our corner, and clear it for us just like he'd watched Dee do. With Goliath still covering our rear, and once both corners were cleared, I'd motion for Beckham to move on out. He'd then scoot up and around into the next road or alleyway, with Goliath hearing him and following. After they did it a few times, we moved like clockwork, and I didn't have to signal them to move. They just knew when to go. There wasn't a person anywhere. It was as if everyone had just vanished in the last few days. It was eerie. Beckham pointed to a building, saying we needed to move in that direction, toward the blown-out market and a concrete structure with a hole in the wall. Rule number 3. Know where you're going before you move from where you are. Visually check out the place you're moving to. Don't just run blindly from one spot to another. Think it through. We slowly worked our way over toward the burned-out concrete thing that was once a building, each of our sights slowing, tracking high, low, left, right. Perhaps it housed condos before the war, but now it was just full of holes, burned to a crisp with not one pane of glass in any of the windows. Beckham eased up to a hole in the wall and peeked inside. Rule number 4. Don't silhouette yourself, whether in an alley, a door, a window, or a rooftop. Come up to take a look from unexpected places, the corners of windows, or using a periscope or mirror, but don't stick your skull up in the center of it. While the rest of us took a knee and watched the streets in every direction for movement, Beckham motioned to follow, and he started into the structure with Goliath right on his tail. Dee and I rose, and after checking our rear area, we followed. We'd just stepped into the dark space behind the brothers when someone shouted and opened fire. We heard shooting and screaming. Someone opened fire from a room down a short hallway. "Contact front!" Dee and I both yelled out at almost the same time. Pieces of the ceiling showered down on all of us, and we poured into the space. Dee went left along the wall we came in on, weapon up. Behind him, my rifle to my cheek, I went opposite to the right. The noise was deafening in the concrete room as guns roared from my front and right. Head up, gun up, elbows in, I swept my iron sights to the right, looking for threats, and then back toward the center of the room, my feet moving forward over rocks and debris as I moved to the source of the noise. Goliath was flat in front of me, and his PK machine gun was roaring as it spewed shell casings into the air. I stepped over his tree-trunk legs. My brain briefly registered Beckham's shape off to my right, where he'd fallen down behind a flipped-over table. One hand up, his eyes squeezed shut as he blasted blindly toward the open area ahead. The world seemed to slow down, like when they showed the Bionic Man running in the 70s TV series. I caught movement to the front and saw 3 unknowns, 3 shooters. One was down on the ground. Then movement left caught my eye. My sights tracked over to blue jeans and a black T-shirt scrambling with a rifle in his hand. As I brought my front sight post up through his torso, I continued to move forward, my brain talking to my body and making minute adjustments like a hawk as it dives on a mouse. My sights settled on him, and the world tunneled down to just my rifle sights and the guy in front of me. I pressed the trigger 4 times. It felt like I could literally see the rounds leaving my muzzle and slamming into my target. I was vaguely aware of Dee cranking off rounds from his direction. My guy, blue jeans, dropped like a broken tombstone. Nearly at the same time, the sound returned and my vision was back to taking in the world around me again as I looked around to find Dee and the brothers. What happened is common to police officers and soldiers the world over. The heart rate shoots up as an adrenaline-laced chemical cocktail is dumped into the bloodstream. Blood is shunted from the limbs to the core, making fine motor skills hard to execute. But the brain does an amazing thing. It shifts to what seems most important and blocks out the rest. If you need to see to shoot, you'll see that target in front of you while your hearing goes out the window. We train our students to break this tunnel vision after a shooting drill by simply forcing them to look left, right, and rear, literally making them turn their heads until they find an instructor holding up his fingers. Students have to yell out how many fingers they see. I stayed on my sights, moving forward, scanning for number 3, and found him in a camouflage field jacket, red bandana tied to his head. He was on the floor, twitching, an AK lying next to him. He'd been in Dee's line of sight, and he'd engaged him just as I shot my guy. That made all 3 down. Fire continued to pour from Goliath's machine gun in the direction of the 2 we'd just shot. He was putting security rounds into them, I guess. Dee and I were trying to advance to make sure no one else was in that room. "Goliath! Bess! Stop! Knock it off!" I yelled out, making a cutting motion across my throat at the same time. He stopped shooting. "Moving!" I yelled, letting Dee know I was about to continue to head forward. He moved with me down the short hall, and we swept into the small room, me right, him left. "Clear left!" he yelled back, shifting his sights across on the area I was moving into. "Clear right," I said, bringing mine over to his. The 3 guys we'd shot were bleeding out. "Got 3 down," I said. 1 black guy and 2 Arabs. "Everybody all right?" "I'm good here, boss. You?" asked Dee. "I'm good. Set security and search him," I yelled, my ears still ringing. Goliath got up and ran over to the hole we'd come through, looking out for more. Beckham had concrete in his eyes and was trying to wipe them clear. Dee and I moved the weapons from the bodies and searched. No ID, just 2 beat-up cell phones, loose cigarettes, matches, and other pocket litter. 2 men wore flip-flops, and 1 had on a tired pair of black loafers. The phones had no calls coming or going, no text messages. They were probably African mercenaries brought in by Gaddafi. Beckham and Goliath came over, both breathing like they'd just run a marathon. Everyone's adrenaline and heart rate was through the roof. "Mercenaries! Get off these mercenaries!" yelled Goliath at the top of his lungs. All our hearing had been shut down for the moment by the avalanche of weapons fire in such a small, hard space. Normally I'll wear one earplug, so I'll have at least one good ear working, but I hadn't put them back in and heard nothing but a high-pitched whine that seemed to eat into my brain. We'd stumbled in on these men in their hide site, apparently. The whole place reeked of urine and feces, and I could see why. It was everywhere, in the corners of the other rooms. They had clothes on the floor, bottles of water, mats for sleeping, and a cooking pot. They did it all right here. Eat, sleep, and crap. We just added die to that list. We had surprised them, and they just started shooting. The first guy to die was the tall, thin black fellow in dark trousers and a tan hoodie and wearing flip-flops. He had to have been facing Beckham when we came in because Hoodie fired on him almost as soon as he yelled out. Luckily, the guy had been sitting or squatting down, and his shots went high into the plaster ceiling above Beckham's head, throwing debris and crap into Beckham's eyes instead of full metal jacketed bullets. To his credit, Goliath, seeing this, had dropped flat on his stomach and blasted fire at a distance of just under 10 meters with a 7.62mm belt-fed machine gun down the hall, killing the guy almost immediately and nearly cutting him in half. I'd been working in this world for more than 2 decades, had countless hours of training and years of real-world experience, and had taught hundreds, if not thousands, of students how to kill another human being, and this wasn't the first time I'd looked at a body. They're the same. D, too, had countless hours as a student, instructor, and operator under his belt, and neither of us sat around and cried for the guys lying in that room. They shot at us, they rolled the dice, they lost. It's as reactive to see the threat and attack it as it is to reflexively reload a magazine when it runs dry. You do it because you have burned those actions into your procedural memory. D and I had both hit the 2 Arabs at basically the same time in their necks and heads. The whole gunfight took place in a concrete space just over 30 feet long, counting the hallway, and was over faster than a knife fight in a phone booth, with no one injured on our side, but for a few chunks of dirt in Beckham's eyes, cuts on Goliath's elbows and knees from glass on the floor, and a gash on D's neck from flying debris. The other side had gotten off one burst, but the other 2 never even fired their weapons. It's a good thing, too. No gunfight in that sort of space works out well. "Your friend is just a few blocks from here. We should go," yelled Beckham, putting down his cell phone and pointing off toward the east. Like ours, his hearing was destroyed. To this day, the hearing in my left ear still suffers somewhat. Goliath was still looking out a hole in the wall toward the sea, to the north. D and I were straining to listen to Beckham's update. The rounds from the rebels' tanks were landing to our left toward the water. The government's loyalists were responding with artillery fire, and we were sitting in the middle of the impact zone. Chapter 15. Dogs, Cans, and Dead Snipers. September 26, 2011. Sirte, Libya. An explosion detonated way too close to us, shaking the building's foundations and sending dirt, plaster, and pieces of the building down on us. We ducked and flinched. D and I moved to the corners. It was the safest place to be in case the roof came down. At least we might have air if the roof pancaked in on us. "They are coming. We stay right here," Beckham yelled after talking to Silverback by phone. "We stay here now." They were coming to get us, if they could get here. We all took up spots in the place covering every direction and waited in a place that neither D nor I thought was the best. I caught motion coming from my right. D saw it too, and we turned to see 3 teenage fighters poking their heads into the room. They were staring into our front sight posts, my finger already putting pressure on my trigger. 2 wore camouflage. 1 was in jeans and had a headscarf tied around his bushy black hair, which stuck out the top. Beckham yelled, "La! La! They are with us! They are ours!" La was Arabic for no. He was afraid we'd shoot these fellas, and he was right. We would have. We lowered our guns, but just a little. While D watched them and I shifted my attention back to the potential entry points, these new interlopers came up and hugged the Brothers Grimm while keeping a concerned eye on us,
then darted back toward the way they'd come. Goliath motioned us to follow, explaining they had been sent to get us. We threaded our way through another sandy parking lot and a group of burned-out single-level storefronts until we finally reached a dusty open area lined with a partially completed concrete wall about 9 or 10 feet high. Rebel trucks with rocket pods and huge anti-aircraft machine guns bolted to their beds sat on our side of the wall. There was Silverback, grinning. We bro-hugged and did the traditional two-cheek pretend kiss common there, and he introduced us to a guy he called Commander. I wasn't sure if he was the commander or just a guy in charge of this group of people, or whether he'd just renamed himself Commander for the fun of it. I covered my ears quickly as I watched a lanky Libyan in a camouflage sleeveless t-shirt with a dark green helmet hanging lopsidedly off his head set off a rocket from his truck using a remote control box with wires running back to the rocket pod. The whole vehicle shook back and forth as the orange-flamed rocket streaked off to visit destruction on some other part of the city. Before I could say hello properly to the guy called Commander, a hand-painted desert camouflage tan truck filled with injured rebels roared up in a cloud of choking talcum-like dust. One rebel, unconscious, had been shot in the stomach, and another was wounded in his leg. Another had been shot through the hand. One after another, they came in with bloody shirts, keffiyehs, or anything else they had been able to find to wrap the wounds and stop bleeding. Surrounded by the noise of rockets screaming from their launch tubes in the background, machine guns ripping bursts loose from trucks, and the thudding impact of artillery striking nearby, the medical personnel, such as were available, darted from one to the other, bandaging wounds and cutting off blood-soaked clothing. The dark, cloudy sky above set a somber tone as I looked at the blood covering the bed of that truck in ever-widening pools. Somebody said that a helo was being called in from Misrata to pick these poor guys up, while the other rebels were out trying to find a spot suitable to use as a landing zone. They just needed a flat place with no power lines, a soccer field, a big assembly area, a park. Anything like that would do. Silverback was talking with the commander, who wore desert BDUs, a baseball cap, a flak jacket from the Vietnam era, and black combat boots. There was a pistol on his hip, too, and he had a radio in his hand. He slapped us both on the shoulder, saying, "Shukran, shukran," Arabic for thank you, thank you. Then he was back on the radio, yelling again. "The commander is having a very difficult time with the snipers," Silverback said. I guess the commander thought we might have a neat idea or cool weapon or could even call in bombs to help him out. Unfortunately for him, we didn't have any of that. "Let's get a look at the area where the shots are coming from," I told the commander through Silverback, thinking we could at least find these snipers. What to do about them was another problem, though. He hit the radio. A few minutes later, a truck pulled up with 2 guys inside, and we were headed back into town, turning onto a flooded road with trash floating everywhere. We dismounted and started moving through stinking, ankle-deep water, headed into a destroyed building. Considering what we'd just experienced in the previous supposedly abandoned building, Dee and I entered with even more caution. The guys we were with saw our concern and kept trying to reassure us that they controlled this part of the city and not to worry. The 2 escorts took us deeper inside. Rubble and evidence of humanity trying to scratch out an existence from desolation were everywhere. We moved up some broken, partial stairs to the 2nd floor, which put us moving parallel to the road. We crawled below blasted-out holes where windows used to be. When we reached an interior wall, we simply hopped through a hole blown through it so we could move without exposing ourselves to enemy snipers. At what we judged to be close to the T intersection, we got back down on our bellies and inched forward to a small hole at ground level. The older of the men with us pointed up toward the intersection, saying, "Sniper." This intersection was the place the rebels were trying to clear, but the effective fire by the hidden marksman was preventing it. Through the tiny hole in the wall, just slightly larger than a golf ball, was a view of the road. I pulled out my little 8-power monocular and saw they were facing the southern side of what used to be a 4-story terracotta-colored apartment block overlooking the intersection. The space between the intersection and that building was essentially clear and open, as was the entire block in front of the thing. That structure was in a position that dominated the area and all in front of it, covering nearly 270 degrees. Anytime someone moved, they got zapped, and in daylight it's nearly impossible to see where the shot came from if the shooter is hidden well. Gaddafi's snipers were doing what snipers did, hiding deep inside the buildings, concealing their muzzle blasts, and shooting from cracks, holes, or any other openings they could see through. The rebels' momentum was faltering because of them. Every time the rebels sent people out in this area, they had to dive for cover in the maze of buildings, or else they were dropped in their tracks. One lone truck in the road with a body still in the front seat, head listing to the left, was a testament to this. Snipers are a unique breed of warrior. In the United States, military snipers are considered strategic assets because they wear on the enemy's psyche, provide intelligence on the battlefield, and are extremely cost-effective. The Defense Department found that in the Vietnam War it cost roughly $23,000 in bullets for the average soldier to kill one person, while a sniper cost 17 cents. The training is rough and long. The Army's basic sniper school is 5 weeks. The Marines take 11 weeks. SEALs spend 3 months. In relative comparison, these Libyans weren't real snipers, but more like guys hiding in rubble with a scoped rifle, firing off a shot or two and getting lucky. They had neither the training nor the equipment. They lacked top-of-the-line precision optics and weapons systems, rangefinders, or kestrel wind meters. They had no formal schooling in stalking, building hide sites, in terminal ballistics, calculating adjustments for windage and elevation, or making high-angle shots. Sure, a few were decent rifle shots, but many were simply told to go kill somebody and learn by trial and error what worked and what didn't. It was strictly OJT here. We'd seen a few of them with the Dragunov SVD rifles and others with Heckler & Koch HK G3s with scopes, but not many. We also knew Gaddafi's Libyans didn't fight at night, so Dee whispered, "Send your people over tonight and kill them in their sleep." "No, we don't fight at night," Silverback said quietly, as we all began backing away and starting the return journey through the rubble. Neither side fought at night much, and it wasn't due to manners. They didn't have night vision equipment and simply didn't train to do that. Back on the street, Dee and I took a knee next to the truck and huddled for a minute, kicking around options. We were here to check on the intelligence network and help coordinate the search for the dictator, not get bogged down in trying to clear snipers at the tactical level. This made the second time I'd been caught up in this little racket over here. "Boss, I know these guys have scoped rifles, but they'll never be able to hit anything from back there. Plus, God didn't make enough time to wait that long. They just don't have the skills." "You're right. They're wanting us to do it for them, but we ain't going to be doing that." "Roger that. But how about rocking their world through the proper application of ordnance?" he said with a grin. A smile crept through his beard so wide that it thinned his eyes. I knew what he was talking about instantly. Just hammer them off the map with overwhelming firepower. That required good intel and a reasonable chance of avoiding collateral damage. We had a general idea of which buildings they were in, and every civilian had fled days before. We drove back to brief the commander. He liked the plan, then we set to work. "Goliath, I need cans to make noise and some raw meat. Doesn't matter what kind," I told him. Dee pointed to 2 soldiers. "You and you. Get your trucks and move them back to where you can fire your rockets at the building where the snipers have been." Those fellas had the BM-21 grad launchers bolted into their truck beds. Beckham translated, and they set to work. Why hadn't they done this already? They certainly had blown snipers out of buildings. There were cratered buildings all up and down the Gulf of Sidra that pointed to this. But that was when they could identify where the snipers had been hiding. It was getting dark, and they couldn't find them, which meant yet another day stuck here. Dee went over and gave the heads-up to a few more truck crews with Russian Dishka and NSV heavy machine guns mounted in the beds. These massive guns shot 12.7mm rounds and could knock planes and helos out of the sky. They all started to crank up and move out. "Silverback, tell them all to move up as quietly as they can, but not to go around the corner," I told him. I probably didn't need to add that last part. They knew what would happen if they did. He ran off to catch the trucks before they got away. "You find a stray dog," I said as a rebel ran off. It was getting near dusk now and the end of the fighting for the day, or so they thought.
One guy returned with a tan and brown stray dog on a rope. It was one of the million dogs that seemed to be everywhere in North Africa. Goliath showed with the meat. It looked like a goat's ankle. Taking 550 cord from my vest pouch, I told the other kid, via Beckham, to tie the tuna and Coke cans to the tail of the stray. Tell the rest of your people to carefully get to the corner of those buildings and pay attention. As soon as they hear fire from them, they'll need to push around and open up on it. With that, we grabbed the dog and the meat, got in a truck, made sure the headlights were off, and headed back down to the T intersection. The Mad Max trucks were already there, just back from the corner with their engines and lights also off, waiting. Goliath held the squirming, growling mongrel in his huge arms and followed me as we crept down the right side of the flooded road to the corner. D was right behind him. The suspect building was around on our right. It was getting seriously hard to see now. Goliath put the dog on the ground, still holding him by the rope. He was a skinny thing who probably hadn't eaten anything worthwhile in days. I counted 7 vertebrae rising through his skin, and at least as many ribs were visible. When I put the meat in front of the dog's snout, he tried to devour it, snapping and snarling as Goliath held him back. Then, stepping out as much as I dared in the darkening night, I threw the goat part as far up the road as I could in the direction of no man's land, and then jumped back behind the corner with Goliath, who released the dog. Then all 3 of us bolted for the trucks. Nothing happened. No one shot at us from the building down the road. Either they couldn't see us, they weren't watching, or they weren't there. But when the dog took off after the meat, dragging a bouquet of steel and aluminum that clanged, banged, and made more racket than a redneck wedding in a bowling alley, all hell broke loose. Within a few seconds, the enemy opened up, shooting in the direction of the dog. We could see the flashes of orange and white light flickering across the walls of the adjacent buildings in the darkening skies. They were just spraying and praying, likely fooled by the dog's noise into thinking some rebels were advancing on them. Go time. When the other side started shooting, the Mad Max trucks raced up the final few yards through the flooded street, water jetting up in rooster tails behind them as they sped to the intersection. The men with the BM-21 grad rockets in the bed of the pickup truck poured everything they had into the face of the building from where the muzzle flashes were coming. The Dishka and NVS heavy machine guns mounted to the beds of the trucks roared long, orange flames like fire-breathing dragons, sending shell casings flying in every direction and shaking their tiny 4-wheeled platforms back and forth. Soon it seemed that all the rebels, whether with rifles, pistols, machine guns, or RPGs, were shooting something in what became one enormous, continuous roar. Once the shooting stopped, the rebels hauled away from the spot like they'd just robbed a 7-Eleven. They feared a response from artillery, but none came. A silence settled like fog over the charred, broken battlefield for the first few minutes, as if the city itself took a huge sigh. Then you could hear things pick up again with a dog barking here and there, sporadic fire, and the response from another gun somewhere else across town. Jets shrieked overhead once in a while, and things returned to normal. No snipers used that spot again, to my knowledge, and stray dogs soon became scarce in Sirte. I think they got the notion that it wasn't a fun place to hang out anymore. Yes, the dog was fine. Chapter 16. Creating an Operator. 1991, CIA Training Facility. At the farm, my excitement had been replaced by a persistent fatigue. The humidity was baking the dirt and sweat into my pores as I sat, idling in a big 4-wheel drive truck with zero AC, parked on the side of a gravel road winding deep into the Virginia forest. My crash helmet, which was way too small for my head, made it all worse and was stiflingly hot. Jake said I looked like a human microphone. Others chided that I'd just had a big head and they felt sorry for my mother. Red gave me the thumbs up. I did a radio check, it worked, and he responded, "Move out." I pulled the big diesel into gear and headed off down the road, expecting something, but not quite knowing what it would be. CIA officers spent a lot of time in cars, whether driving to meetings or holding them in the vehicles themselves. Moving is a part of the life. You have to learn to squeeze every bit of potential from what you drive. So far, we had shot into and out of cars, but there was much more. Vehicles are in some way the ultimate ground guy's weapon. In one package, you have a lethal ramming device that protects you from bullets, gives privacy for espionage, and a means of escape. I don't know of a gun, grenade, or anything short of a tank or helicopter that does the same thing. The current lesson was about ramming roadblocks, using vehicles as weapons, and handling them with precision in emergencies and bad weather. We had lectures on vehicle dynamics, braking, the path to take through corners, and how to drive over rough terrain. We practiced driving armored vehicles, which was a challenge because of their weight and the difficulty of handling them at high speeds. We covered how to load out a vehicle for different missions, how to black out the lights, dashboard displays, and interior lights for surveillance or clandestine meetings, as well as how and where to place weapons, medical kits, and extra ammo for hostile environments. We learned how to change the lights at night to throw off surveillance. We studied types of skids and how to counter them in rain, ice, or snow. Our instructors showed us video of a late 80s large barge four-door sedan being shot to pieces by a group of a dozen or so guys using every conceivable handgun, shotgun, or rifle known to man. After the shooting finally stopped, one of the guys climbed carefully over the broken glass into the driver's seat, cranked it up, and drove off. The vehicle certainly wouldn't have passed a DMV inspection, but it showed just how tough vehicles really are. You should think long and hard before ever giving up on them. Then came the test I was going through today. As I came over the rise of a hill and started down the other side, the gravel road turned left. I was used to driving on gravel, I grew up with it, but I still took the turn a little fast and the bed fishtailed behind me just like the Dukes of Hazzard. Rounding out another corner, I caught a glimpse of a forklift backing into the woods away from a gray, damaged four-door car now blocking the road in front of me. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to see the forklift, but I was moving fast and caught him in the middle of setting up the scenario, a roadblock. This part of the course was all about ramming roadblocks. Since we'd actually be ramming them, there obviously weren't any role players foolish enough to stand behind them, and we had to imagine that part. But this was just to get us used to making contact, that is, slamming our vehicles into another one. The ramming training covered how to push through walls and fences, as well as through roadblocks set up by parked cars or trucks, and a guy couldn't have asked for a better day. Have a wreck on purpose, don't get hurt, and don't worry about the police or State Farm. Awesome. Just as we'd been taught, I eased off the gas and pretended to slow to a rolling stop. I played it to the hilt and, smiling, hooked my thumbs into the top of the steering wheel to keep control, but raised my fingers to signal the imaginary bad guys at the roadblock that I wasn't a threat. But creeping along, ever closer to the barricade, I planned my attack. I had to make contact with the car at its lightest point, the opposite end of the engine, to hopefully spin the thing out of my way. It wasn't supposed to be a hard hit that would damage my ride and me, but rather more of a shove. No more than 20 or 30 yards away by this point, I gripped the wheel, rolled my thumbs out to keep from having them broken, and pushed the throttle to the floor, aiming the iron bumper of the big truck at the trunk of the car. The impact wasn't too bad, though it was definitely noticeable. Metal screeched and gravel scraped beneath the tires as my truck shoved the car out of the way, pivoting on its engine, the heaviest point. It was a good thing the old truck didn't have airbags. With today's vehicles, students are taught to hold the wheel not at 2 and 10, but at 4 and 8 in the lower hemisphere of the wheel, so that if the bag deploys, it doesn't slam the driver's arms into his face and break them and his pearly whites. We practiced high-speed turnarounds going forward, called J-turns, as well as going backward, reverse 180s. We learned how to take out another vehicle using our own in a pit, precision immobilization technique maneuver. We executed the pit on other cars going forward and backward and spent days fending off moving attacks on our vehicles from instructors. We drove through a maze of other junked cars only to have the instructors ambush us from the roadside. Or they would drive up next to us firing shotguns and pistols with blanks from the rear, left, and right. They tried running us off the road using 1, 2, and 3 vehicles at a time, and we had to solve all these problems and escape. The vehicle portion of training also covered what to do when you're alone on the ground needing to escape hostile territory. We needed to know how to steal a car, formerly called vehicle commandeering, and were taught how to quickly acquire one without a key. We'd learn to improvise the tools we'd need, how to select the best car in the circumstances, how to defeat certain alarms and locks, and how to find the right electrical circuit, both inside the car and under the hood, to start the thing. We even learned how to steal fuel from other cars by siphoning, or, if there was time and a concealed spot to work in, making off with an entire fuel tank, which we could throw into our trunk, plugging the holes with rags or whatever was on hand. We learned stealthy ways to break in through glass windows and doors. Oddly enough, hammers didn't work on car glass because of the way glass spreads the force of the blow. Instead, we learned to use the crushed-up white enamel of a spark plug and throw it at the tempered glass, like that of car windows as well as sliding patio doors, to shatter them in near-total silence. Just toss a broken BB-sized piece of spark plug ceramic at a tempered window with no more force than you'd use to flick a cigarette, and the glass appears to freeze for a second, then millions of pieces of glass start raining down, barely making a sound. Club steering wheel locks didn't stop us. We just sawed the steering wheel in one place and then slid the club out through the slit. 2 minutes later, no more club. The Honda Accord, the most stolen car on Earth, can be opened with a tennis ball. Punch a hole in the ball and place the hole against the key slot, ram your hip into the ball, and the air will shoot out with enough force to activate the pneumatic locking system, blowing it open. Just don't let your friends see you trying it. It looks like you're trying to hump your car. This was all great training, and we were becoming the best drivers and car thieves around. Detecting surveillance. Late summer, and it was shaping up to be a long day. Jake and I were both slumped at our desks, heads down, muscles sore, shins bruised, and nearly asleep in the back of the darkened classroom. The window air conditioner unit rattled away full blast, trying to cool off a room full of exhausted men. We'd all come in from PT, which had consisted of a run through the obstacle course and then a hot 5-mile run at a pace worthy of a white-tailed deer. Our BDUs were soaked with sweat, and after gulping down nearly a gallon of water, we'd practically fallen into our chairs. The suffocating heat and humidity had pressed down on us day after day. Our energy was fading, but now we were told it was time for something new, something crucial, something the instructors never seemed to stop talking about: surveillance detection. As he cut the lights, an instructor told us he wanted us to spot the surveillance in the video that was starting up on the screen at the front of the room. I fumbled through my cargo pocket and grabbed my green government-issued notebook and my ballpoint pen from my BDU top and got ready to jot down what I saw. Then he said, put it all away and do it from memory. Fade into a tight urban street view looking up a small curving incline in a far-off country. Multi-story buildings lined the road. People milled between cars parked curbside. Judging by the license plates and the architecture, you'd guess it was Europe somewhere. The parked cars on the right were pointed away from me, which meant they likely drove on the right side of the road, ruling out at least England, Ireland, and Malta. A man walked out of a building from the left carrying a briefcase, moving through pedestrians. Cars pulled up and parked as others left. Then the video clip ended. "Who saw the surveillance?" the instructor asked. Kiefer's hand went up to say that he did. Thick like a fireplug and just a shade above 5'6", the guy sported a bald head and had been nicknamed Special K after we had taped a cereal box to his back. He had an Army background as a captain in the Chemical Corps, was always seated in the front of the class, and tried to answer everything, whether he actually knew what he was talking about or not. He was obnoxious to the point where we all joked that his mom probably wished she'd given him a toaster and a radio as bath toys. Today, as usual, he had the wrong answer. I didn't have a clue, so I kept my mouth shut, as did Jake. A few more classmates tried to point out where they thought surveillance was in the film, but ultimately the instructor disclosed there was none. He made his point. Surveillance could be anyone, anywhere, at any time, and we had no better idea on how to spot it than did any civilian on the street. It wasn't always about blowing up cars, running roadblocks, or shooting your way out of problems. That's part of the job, but there's another part: espionage. The art of espionage is that the practitioner carries out the task and no one realizes it's even been done, at least until it's too late to reverse it. To do that, you had to go black, the term used when the operator is out of the enemy's sight. That meant that we had to know if we were under surveillance, which was a tall order if the surveillance team knew what they were doing. Detecting surveillance wasn't haphazard, but a planned and extremely subtle thing. You started with the foundation, the surveillance detection route, or SDR. All stops along the SDR are executed to make surveillance personnel reveal themselves without you appearing to be looking for them. The instructors said for us to let the route expose surveillance, not our necks. In other words, don't have your head on a visible swivel looking over your shoulder, and don't look suspicious. An I.O. obviously doesn't want to be identified, but even if he or she has been pegged by the host country's security service, he wants something like the following written about him in the logbook of the enemy team if they follow him. Subject departed residence 0930 hours. Drove to the same shopping centers he has frequented previously on Saturdays. Subject returned to residence at 1645 hours. No operational activity noted. That's what you want recorded, even though in reality, you may have passed a message or received one from your agent along the way, when you were in the black to the surveillance team, when you were out of their view for just a few seconds. At the beginning, we started out riding with the instructors as observers. On a two-way radio, we listened to the surveillance team's chatter as they tailed the rabbit, as the I.O. under surveillance was called. The I.O. was another instructor. In our observation van, we had maps just like the one the I.O. used that showed us all his pre-planned stops, allowing us to see how his choices affected the surveillance team's movements. As the I.O. drove his car down a long stretch of straight highway with 2 lanes, the surveillance team surrounded him, front and rear. Our van cruised way back, watching it all play out. After the I.O. signaled a turn, he shifted to the right lane. His reasoning was clear. There was an exit ramp, an opportunity for him on the right. The surveillance team leader had to direct the rear car following the I.O. to also change lanes, in case the rabbit exited. That decision was considered a tell, an indicator that informed the I.O. that he had a possible tail. Officially, the opposition had committed an error of correlation. That movement of the surveillance team correlated to that of the I.O. That was 1 strike against them. The surveillance teams were using 2 of the main 3 surveillance techniques, the floating box, the ambush method, and the cast of thousands, also called the waterfall technique. The floating box is just that, a box of cars or people who surround the target on all sides, such as on parallel streets left and right, a few cars behind and a few cars ahead, so that if he makes a turn, there's always someone to take over the eye. The ambush method is where you set out a picket of observers in static positions who report when the target goes by. The last one, the waterfall, is used by the Chinese and Indians quite a bit because they have a large body pool available, and it's where the teams are sent directly toward the target, one after another, a different person each time, reporting on his movements as opposed to following behind him, and it is extremely difficult to detect surveillance done this way, but not impossible. Skipping the exit, the I.O. stopped a few miles down the road, changing lanes when it seemed natural, attempting to flush out any more pursuers. Because the weatherman was forecasting rain, our man got out, took his umbrella, and walked toward an arched entrance that funneled all foot traffic onto one tiny brick sidewalk shielded on all sides by hedges, trees, and a white picket fence, leading straight to a dead end at a park bench overlooking a body of water. At the end of the walkway stood a huge block of granite, a memorial to cancer survivors. Nothing more. If you weren't actually on that walkway, there was no way to see what he was doing. It was a terrific spot, not to go operational necessarily, but to draw out surveillance, again, because they had no idea whether he was meeting someone, dropping something, or picking up. The surveillance team that was set up around the rabbit's parked car had to decide whether to push one or more of their members in to get an eye on the I.O. If they did, that was another error of correlation and strike 2 against them. Worse, The I.O., walking out just as the surveillant walked in, would be able to get a look at his possible pursuer and note everything about him or her. But there was yet another problem. The team now had a man who couldn't alert the I.O. by just running back out to pursue him. The car team had a choice. Let the I.O. drive off, leaving the surveillance team with one car there to pick up their man, or leave the man behind. Either way, the team just got smaller by the well-planned route. The I.O. then drove on into town, making a series of normal-looking left-hand turns. These were